and chip fix while I get my hair clipped?
Yep.
They can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at safelight.com.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace shades that get lost or broken. So far, we've racked up over 300,000 five-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever light throws at us. Order now and get 20% off site-wide at shadyrays.com.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
This steak is so good. It's like my dad grilled it himself.
This steak just topped my never pay sticker price. This steak will give me some really sound financial advice.
This steak just said he was proud of me for getting the best deal in town for endless steak and sides and everything.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? Meet the Viper Chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. The Viper Chair glides over any surface with large industrial grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. Viper chairs are designed for every job or anything else you love to do in the garage. This Memorial Day, build the shop of your dreams. Shop viperindustrial.com. But don't wait. This sale.
What is up, motherfuckers and party people? How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody's having a great fucking day.
Saturdays and summers. You know the sound.
I'm not having a good day. I'm not having a good day in a few days.
Now it's your turn to get out there. To grill that steak, those ribs, those wings. Charcoal, griddle, gas, or pellet. However you fire it up, we're with you every step of the way. Weber, grilling begins here. Get Memorial Day savings now through May 27th at
This is honestly one of the toughest things I've ever been through in my life.
You're watching NASCAR presented by O'Reilly.
I lost my mom when I was 11.
Today we continue to remember.
I lost my best friend, my dog Sheena, when I was 2023.
Truck series event this weekend. Corey Day stepping into that.
Then it's probably this. This is probably.
Driver, no doubt about it.
It's probably the third.
Rained out here last night, scheduled to go green later this evening at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Let's hear from Corey. Here's Kim Coon.
That's right, Adam. In addition to his O'Reilly Auto Parts Series car tonight, he will also step into what would have been Kyle Busch's truck. Knowing Kyle's legacy and talent, what does it mean that the team trusted you with KBC?
Yeah, it's a great honor to be able to do it for them. It's just, it's a really sad situation. My heart breaks for and the whole entire Busch family, but Samantha, Brexton, and Lennox, and just it's so tough to hear about it, much less imagine being in their shoes. So honor that I could do it.
Thanks, Corey. And Corey is the first Hendrick driver to have multiple wins in a single season in this series since Kyle Busch in 2007. Dylan.
Kim, speaking of Kyle Busch,
Sam, this race isn't over till like 8:30. Is the stream going to turn into a doubleheader? Nah. I'm going to be doing two separate streams either way. If this race didn't end by 8:30, because the truck race is at 9, so
it felt like making it, right? Like
they're going to need at least 45 minutes to switch over anyway. So I'm going to. I would end the stream and go live, but I don't think it's going to end that late.
He demanded excellence out of all of us when we were young kids and set the standard when he'd get in the truck and kind of wax our butts. And, the sport's going to miss him. He developed so many drivers. He, was a great car.
Yeah, I was watching practice earlier today and
hard to put into words, very shocking.
Caught practice, and that put me to tears just watching the 33 go around the track.
Honoring him the way he deserves. Thanks, Harrison.
Appreciate those thoughts from Harrison Burton. And I think about this weekend and all the emotion that comes with racing on Memorial Day weekend, the 600 miles of remembrance with tomorrow night's Coca-Cola 600. The fact that we've lost Kyle.
Yeah, we might end up seeing some rain this race.
For all these drivers, Denny, how do you compartmentalize, turn the corner, and then go out and get ready to race?
I mean, this will interrupt your process. I mean, it did for me this week. I mean, certainly time that I usually have set aside to, look at a few things. that just got pushed to a different time. And as a young driver, you have to just make sure it's not something that you put off.
Yeah, and I think for me at least, and I think this way for most drivers, you can have all these distractions outside of the car, but once you get through the anthem and you get in and you get your helmet on, you turn a corner. You automatically get this extreme focus, and all of a sudden it's like, what's the job that I need to do now? For these guys today, though, I mean, no practice. It's a tough racetrack, especially if you haven't raced here a lot. This is a challenging place, and the fact that they didn't get any practice, it'll be a big learning curve at the start of this.
What advice do you offer to young drivers that are in these circumstances and trying to figure it all out on the fly, Jamie?
Well, listen, you as I mentioned, you didn't get any practice, so you're going to have to just learn as you go right here. But intuition is everything as a race car driver, and these guys made it to this level because they have that, and they're going to do just fine today.
We continue to recognize everything about the career of Kyle Busch, and he enjoyed so much success at Joe Gibbs Racing. Jason Ratcliffe had a front row seat for that. Crew chief now for Taylor Gray. Let's hear from him back downstairs.
Thanks, Adam. And here with Jason now, you and Kyle had 34 wins together in this series. You two were quite the pair. What will you remember most about your success together?
Oh, wow. Where do I start? I've had a lot of time to think about that the last couple of days. And I think for me, just really knowing Kyle as a person. We had a lot of success together. And I think there's hundreds of people in the garage area that worked with Kyle that would say the same thing that I'm going to say, and that is he made me better at what I do.
I got to try my best to do this.
The position I am today.
Not in the best mental state, obviously. I lost my idol, guys. I've been a fan of Kyle Busch since I was 7 years old.
I would say a greater blessing was just.
He's always been my guy. Always. He's been the one, like, constant in my life since I was 7 years old.
Watching him start a family.
That's gone now. It's gone. It's not fair.
That was something he was super passionate about.
It's fucked up.
To see him pursue that and do really well at it as a husband.
He would want us to move on. He would want us to race. He would be pissed off if we fucking didn't race. If he knew me, he'd be pissed off if I didn't stream.
And I will tell you that Jason and Kyle were an incredible.
We all got a job to do,
they were together,
and we got to do it.
Best at what they do.
And I'm not gonna.
I'll tell you is that Kyle gave Jason more than one of those gray hairs on his head because he was.
I'm not gonna not do it.
Well, I thought it was a perfect combination because, Adam Stevens talked about the locomotive that Kyle was. Yeah. Jason never he stayed.
So today we got the Charbroil 300 from Charlotte Motor Speedway in Concord, North Carolina. It is a 200 lap race around a 1.5 mile racetrack that comes out to 300 miles.
All right, no problem. We got it from here.
What does the stage breakdown look like for today?
Thanks, Adam. And in honor of Military Appreciation Month, GovX is proud to support those who serve our country and communities. If you have a military or first responder background, scan the QR code now for unbeatable deals on thousands of top.
I think we're actually about to get pre-race ceremonies.
Savings for those who serve this Memorial Day weekend. Golden Corral would like to take a moment to honor those who have sacrificed for our country and salute them and their family members. It's a privilege to serve those who serve. It's time for our pre-race ceremonies.
On Thursday, NASCAR lost one of its greatest drivers and a beloved member of our racing community. Two-time Cup Series champion Kyle Busch. As one of NASCAR's winningest drivers with a remarkable 234 career victories across all national series, Kyle also has the most wins of any driver here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Our hearts go out to his family, teammates, and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please rise and join us in a moment of silence to honor a NASCAR great and a future Hall of Famer, Kyle Busch. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you're able. Remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the York Comprehensive High School Navy Junior ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Motor Racing Outreach and Charlotte Motor Speedway Track Chaplain, Evan Alberte.
Let's pray. Father, everything that we have to enjoy is a gift from you. We've got charbroiled grills to cook out on. We've got Coca-Cola to keep us refreshed. And Charlotte Motor Speedway to come enjoy watching NASCAR races at. We continue to be prayerful for those who have lost loved ones in defense and preservation of this great country, and certainly most recently for the Busch family and his loved ones. Mostly we thank you for the gift of salvation paid for by the blood of Jesus Christ. Lord, we ask you to keep and protect the drivers, the crew, and all the fans here today, and we pray it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the 2nd Marine Air Wing Band in Cherry Point, North Carolina, Staff Sergeant Nathaniel Hawkins.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Golden Corral is proud to partner with
America. Anyway, as I was saying, the Charbroil 300 from Charlotte Motor Speedway in Charlotte, North Carolina, or Concord, North Carolina, is a 300 lap race or 200 lap race around a 1.5 mile racetrack. That comes out to 300 miles. Justin Allgaier's on the pole. Green flag has actually been moved up 5 minutes to 5 p.m. Stage 1 is 45 laps. Stage 2 is also 45 laps. That'll be lap 90. And the final stage is the final 110 laps. 5 sets of tires. There's no fuel run, really, that Bob put on there. So that's weird. But, yeah, you won't be able to make the final stage without pitting.
And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Yeah. I got Austin Hill winning. I really do. I think that he's going to push that pedal down farther, and he's going to make them. He's going to use that rowdy power. He's going to win. He's going to win the race today. He starts in 6th. My guy Sheldon Creed starting in 12th.
Better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV. And now, I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular...
It is fine if we start every stream with tears. I haven't cried yet this stream. I cried today. I cried during practice when Austin Hill came out on track and took some laps.
Get 20% off today.
I cried when I saw the picture of all the KBM guys.
It's terrifying what happens when cars
all the KBM guys in Cup now.
As soon as they do, cars are quitting on the job.
All guys that Kyle had brought up. There's a lot of them. His impact will continue to be felt for decades.
Even simple repairs could cost you thousands. That's why there's Car Shield. Or don't get Car Shield and maybe get your car an exorcism instead. Someone should help her.
Car Shield. Protection when it counts. Storms bring damage. Flex Seal.
Yeah, I switched off the background. I like to switch it out every time they the cup switches their TV people.
Flex tape for quick emergency
So
repairs. Flex Seal liquid to keep
switched to Prime this weekend, so I switched to like a blue type background.
To stop all types of leaks. This storm season, defend against damage. Get the original Flex Seal family of products. Available at retailers everywhere because it works.
I think there's something wrong with the toilet. Colorado River.
5, 4, 3. So you guys are the best. Thanks, guys. What was that? CW Sports live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The O'Reilly Auto Parts Series racing here for the 81st time. Not only are we here to race, we're here to remember one of the all-time greats, Kyle Busch, passed away on Thursday. Now let's hear from our good.
Yeah, I had my friend asking me like if he thought that the races were going to be postponed this weekend, and I never even questioned that for a second. There was no chance that was going to happen. He would kick our ass. He would come out of the fucking grave and kick our ass if we did that.
He absolutely idolized Kyle, and then before he knew it, he had got opportunities to race against KB and was his teammate. And he told me, reflecting on that, he really didn't think about what it meant to be sharing spaces with his idol and what a big deal that is. And he wishes he would have told Kyle how much he meant to
I really want Jesse Love to end up taking over now the 33 car. I want him to be in that car. I know Austin Hill's in the car this weekend, and I'm sure he's going to continue to be in the car. But I would just really love for Jesse Love to be in that car.
At RCR certainly include Austin Hill and his spotter Derek Nealon. Austin, of course, has been tabbed to drive Kyle's Cup car, and Derek Nealon was also Kyle's Cup spotter. The Cup cars got on track earlier today for practice, and even though it was brief, that was a good thing for the two of them to be able to get back to business, to strap into the car or put the headset on and go back to work.
Once we get racing, though, it's going to be all,
a brief reprieve from the challenges of the last couple
we just got to move on.
Hopefully it's done some good for two people involved in today's race, Carla.
Still in, well, 90 of Kyle Busch's 102 O'Reilly wins came with JGR, and 34 of those came with crew chief Jason Ratcliffe in this 54 car. That team quick to honor him this weekend, putting his nickname Rowdy above the window, a nickname that Kyle earned for his do whatever it takes mentality. It was also a name that Kyle used himself when he drove this 54 car. It's also not the only team honoring him this weekend. The 18, 19, and 20 from JGR has KB's signature above the window. Of course, a beautiful nod to a figure that meant so much, Adam.
What a great tribute it would be to see one of these drivers pull into victory lane later today. We are all hurting, but it's time to start the healing process. Let's go back trackside now and get the command to fire engines at Charlotte.
Charlotte Motor Speedway, here to say the most famous words in motorsport.
Joey Chestnut.
Please welcome 17-time Nathan's famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest champion and Charbroil ambassador, Joey Chestnut. Drivers, start your engine!
Yeah, fire them up, boys.
Time to fire it up as the drivers start their engines to kick off the Charbroil 300. The green flag is next, live on CW.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Ooh, that's rough. At least with Safe Light, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Anywhere you want. Any way you want. It's the way you need it. Any way you want.
I can schedule a chip fix while I get my hair clipped?
Yep.
They can fix my glass while we fish for bass.
If you want.
They can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants?
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
When my
Life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on. Being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
Tuesday, opportunity strikes NXT on the CW.
I said I was gonna be a fighting champion, so I'm gonna give you your 15 seconds of fame. I'm not stepping into your fight, Lola. I'm stepping into your weaknesses, and I am going to rip you apart. Who's walking out with
The Renato Dor and Jose Bautista fight was 10 years ago. Damn. That's a long time.
Central on the CW.
One accident can mean multiple cases: personal injury, workers' comp, and Social Security disability. Hi, I'm Joe Stanley. And using the Stanley system, our team works together for all your cases and wins. Coordinating every piece, bringing in expert witnesses, fighting every battle. Just get here with your cases. The team at Stanley Law has one goal: maximum award across the board.
Knowing your world is safe from the world outside, there's a name for that feeling. For window and door projects, you want efficient, high-quality products made specifically for upstate New York homes. But making the right decision all comes down to comfort. Save 15% off your project with no interest until 2030.
Only through Monday, save up to 35% during Ray Ward Flanagan's Memorial Day Super Weekend Sale. We've added exclusive sale items for this weekend only, offering deeper savings across the store. Sofas, sectionals, dining sets, bedroom sets, all the stylish things you love, up to 35% off. You can also save up to $1,500 on top mattress brands. And for a limited time, combine select mattress sale pricing with special financing for 72 months. Super weekend deals end Monday at Ray Ward Flanagan.
Hey, I'm Caitlin Clark, and this week I'm on Post Moves with Candace and Aaliyah. We talk about the pressure, expectations, and what it's really like carrying that level of spotlight. Plus the confidence, the trash talk, and the mentality you need when the whole league is coming for you every night. You've seen the highlights. This is the stuff people usually don't get to hear. It's Post Moves with Caitlin Clark, streaming now wherever you get your podcasts.
Saturday afternoon
Very
at
foggy.
Motor Speedway. Today it's race 15 in 2026 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. We race.
Cars are rolling off.
The all-time wins leader in this series, Kyle Busch, who passed away on Thursday. CW Sports welcomes you in to our coverage of the Charm Royal 300. Here we are in the broadcast booth with Denny Hamlin, Jamie McMurray, a couple of drivers that have won right here at CMS. I'm Adam Alexander. The one thing every driver would say, this place of the mile and a half's very, very challenging. Denny, I know it'll beat you up.
It's the bumpiest one we go to, and so where there's bumps, that means your tires are not touching the racetrack. So as a driver, you're going to be on the edge today. So I tell you, this is one of my favorite battles with Kyle Busch. Green-white checkered at the end. Barely got the best of them. We went into turn one. I was not going to lift until I heard his engine play.
Your victories here so significant for the two of you because you win in a Crown Jewel race, and Jamie, your first ever Cup victory came right here so many years ago with all those expert opinions floating around because of your success here. What drivers we watching today?
Well, you don't have to go very deep in the field today. You just go to the front row and look at both Justin Allgaier and Corey Day. Allgaier's already won 3 races this year, biggest point lead in O'Reilly Auto Parts Series history. And then beside him is Corey Day, the rookie, but won 2 of the last 4 races. I think it's safe to say I like these 2 guys battling it out for the championship later this year at Homestead.
That's a major step.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you talk about young, you talk about veteran, and they're really checking all the boxes, combining for 5 wins so far in 2026. Now we look at our starting grid, brought to you by Charbroil. Qualifying washed out earlier today. Jamie said it, Corey Day, Justin Allgaier leading us from the front row. Who else do you see up there in those first 5 rows, Denny?
Yeah, we got a couple of Joe Gibbs racing cars with Brandon Jones, Williams Wallace. Brandon Jones finished second here, 2024.
Gotta love the Gibbs cars anytime you're here. I like Ross Chastain, though. He's going to roll off from row number 7. Won the Coke 600 last year. The guy's doing all 3 races this weekend. Going to be 1,100 miles, he hopes, when the weekend's over.
Well, that 9 car, so good last weekend at Dover, winning a stage, leading a bunch of laps. You go to page 3 here, and I have to highlight Taylor Gray. Yes, he's starting deep in the field after they had some problems last week in row 13, is that 54 car, but he did win on a 1.5 miles earlier this year at Kansas, pushing Jason Ratcliffe so good when it comes to preparing a car for a 1.5 mile race.
Yeah, we talked about qualifying getting rained out earlier today. I want you to take a look at the inside line. Parker Retzloff, Blaine Perkins, and Jeb Burton, they all crashed out early at Dover. They're going to have to come deep in the field today here in Charlotte.
It's going to be a fun race. It always is at Charlotte. Before we go green, we check in one more time with our pit reporters. Ken Kuhn leads us off. Good afternoon, Ken.
Good afternoon, Adam. Well, Brandon Jones spent time in a KBM truck and was also Kyle's teammate at JGR. When I spoke with Brandon earlier today, he absolutely lit up talking about Kyle and the memories he has, telling me he was a fan of Kyle since he was a kid, and he actually used to wear rowdy shirts under his fire suits growing up. He said at JGR, Kyle was a guy he could always go to for help, and he really took his time to think about the right answer when Brandon would ask things. Brandon also said his favorite moment, get this, was beating Kyle in Phoenix. We've got a flashback of that. He said, because Kyle in a JGR car was absolutely untouchable in this series, and it meant something to say, you beat Kyle Busch. Dylan?
Cam Connor Zilic takes the reins of the junior motorsports.
This whole thing is surreal. It really is.
He picked up right where he left off when he was full-time in this series.
It doesn't feel real, doesn't feel right.
3 starts, that great battle at Bristol and Watkins Glen just a few weeks ago. Certainly a good chance to score his 3rd win of the year today. JRM is always fast in Charlotte. Zilic was
if Kyle knew me and he found out that I didn't stream this weekend because I was too sad or whatever, he would come back to life and haunt me. So
gives the stat, and I'm sure Connor is quite aware that he's not won on a 1.5 miles. 3 runner-ups. Dylan talked about what happened here.
We got to keep on going. Got to keep chugging along. It's going to be hard.
Take a short free online hearing test at Starkey.com. Now let's listen in to Starkey Radio Communications. Here's the 2 team.
Appreciate everybody at RCR.
I think for now in Cup, I'm not going to have a favorite. I'm not going to have a favorite driver for a bit. Like I said, if Jesse Love was to get in the car, I feel like I would be able to gravitate to him really quickly. I like Austin Hill. I don't really have any problems with Austin Hill, but I don't gravitate to him, you know, like I do Jesse.
Guys, we're not supposed to have favorites here in the booth, but I got to be honest, I'm kind of pulling for an RCR car today.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Jesse's a guy that wears emotions on his sleeve anyway, and I'm sure this week has not been easy for him or anyone at RCR.
He's a neat kid. He's a sponge when it comes to...
For me, for now, I'm going to be in a driver desert. I heard somebody say that on Sirius XM the other day. A driver desert. I'm not going to have a guy now for a bit. Obviously, I have my guys I don't like. You guys know I don't like Syndic. I don't like Herbst.
I think it's a little interesting. He shows the inside here. We know the track has been treated. The upper half.
Alrighty, lights are off of the pace cars. Getting ready to head down pit road.
Today, almost everybody was running through that. So interesting.
Let's do this.
Shows the bottom here.
So much to watch. Not just that duo out front, but those coming from the field.
Here we go. Green flag is in the air. We are racing from Charlotte Motor Speedway in the Charbroil 300.
Huge jump for the 7.
That's why I took the bottom, Jamie.
Yeah, exactly. He's able to launch out front and be able to run wherever he wants through turns 1 and 2. As you see those guys 3 wide.
Justin Allgaier pulling out with the lead early here. Someone's got smoke in the back.
I don't know if there was contact there.
And Sam Mayer's going to take the lead. Sam Mayer, Allgaier side by side for the lead here. Who's going to lead lap 1? And Allgaier's going to lead lap 1.
Allgaier leads the opening lap by that much.
Yeah, Sam Mayer's got such a great record here in Charlotte. He knows how to get around the racetrack. While there might be pinned to that white line for right now, I can guarantee you they will be chasing this racetrack all the way up to the wall by the end of it.
And the one thing about the 7 car, not known for having short run speed, he's one of those guys that's always good as the run goes on. You do not want to let him get checked out right here. But what about the 1 car right behind him?
Caution. Oh, trouble.
Harrison
Burton's around.
Caution lights are on early.
Caution is out for the first time today. Here on lap 3. A minute and 3-second green flag run to start the race. Yeah, we've had a lot of early cautions here in the last few O'Reilly races.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
No, you were plenty clear. You just drove in. Got you in line first. Left side.
So that'll bring out the first caution of the day. Harrison Burton. Re-rack him, try it again.
I think it was Jesse Love. We'll get a look here.
Harrison Burton was scored 18.
This is also a challenge. Yeah. If he's asking if he wasn't clear, he clearly felt contact.
That's right.
So, that's just, we talked about what advice would you give young guys. One of the things that you're going to have when you don't have practice ball, you don't have an ability to feel your car out, know what the limits are, and it just seems like we all know rain is somewhat close. Just you gotta find a way to just calm the emotions, understand this thing ain't happening until we get to halfway anyway.
Sam Mayer scored the race leader. We'll double check all of that as they were fighting hard out front. Allgaier, Zillich, Day, and Hill, the others.
Throttles are buried through the firewall. He's looking for more.
At O'Reilly Auto Parts, we know the fire of competition is born at the track.
Auto wheelman.
Every lap.
What a move.
Every turn. Every part drives us.
Sheldon Creed wins.
Our professional parts people can offer you the right parts and advice so you're ready for every moment along the way.
Some reports of rain from the spotter stand.
Matters in competition, and every part is powered by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old. What have you started?
Oh, Christopher Bell is taking the lead. What a finish! He's done it again. Bell has driven to victory again. How about that? That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey?
I mean, I don't know what the CW would do.
I get so
Hasn't happened.
excited for summer sales. I once high-fived a man.
I don't know if it's hard rain or if it's going to stop this race right now or anything, but
Day sale has that effect. Find what you need to
some
kick off
rain
summer.
being reported on the
Plus,
spotter
save
stand. That's
extra
all I
and
know.
earn Kohl's Cash at KohlsandKohls.com.
At Ace, we know whether you grill with charcoal, gas, pellet, or griddle. We've got the perfect grill for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. With free assembly and delivery of your new grill, along with all the sauces, rubs, and
So Harrison Burton's on pit road getting repairs right now.
Perfect barbecue. That sounds pretty perfect. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good it's
I'm just rolling a shit ton of blunts right now.
I needed a credit card but was worried about dinging my credit.
I do not like dings.
My BFF Experian has no ding decline, with cards that won't ding my credit if I'm not approved.
Still don't like dings.
Download the free Experian app. Experian.
Everyone's trying to find their inner peace these days. Turns out, peace tastes just like chicken done right. Kingsford, savor it.
At Allegiance, we do it differently. Flags 100% made in America by Americans with American materials.
We're proud to create jobs right here in South Carolina. It might not be the easiest way, but it's the right way.
We make American flags the way they should be made, where they should be made.
Join our pledge to keep the American flag truly American.
Visit showallegiance.com to get your high-quality American flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
This spicy pork is so good, I'd help it move in August.
Well, if this chicken is so good, I'd let it break up with me over text.
Yeah, well, this steak's so good, I'll definitely be going back for more.
Good one, babe. Really funny.
NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by Charbroil. Get more, grill more. the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. And by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Back at Charlotte under caution. You know, in 5 of the last 7 races, we've had a caution in the first 3 laps of the race.
Corday currently says the racetrack is fine.
Well, you see the 24. I mean, Jesse Love's almost up beside him here, but I think the draft allowed the 24 to get a little bit ahead. He forced his way down, and the 2 was like, no, I'm still here. A little slight contact.
1 to go at the line.
Yeah, it's really hard. I mean, I know that Harrison's wanting to get to the bottom there, but it's just, you got to think that the 2 cars not planning on that late move down to the bottom. But again, listen,
let's do all 3 races tomorrow. The problem with that is this thing called the Indianapolis 500.
Had to say about the situation.
And I know NASCAR fans, a lot of them, that doesn't mean a lot, but the Indy 500 means a lot to me.
I don't think so. We had to use up a set of tires, which I'm sure he's not happy about, but I don't think there's any damage in the car.
You know, we were talking during the break, though, because of the rain earlier, no practice, no qualifying, you carry a set over. So you, in a sense, even though there's a comp caution, you have an extra set of tires. That could help everything pass through for that 24 group.
Everyone else has an extra set of tires.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Now, Toyota Racing onboard camera, looking at Dean Thompson. You know, we've done the choose, we were going to go green, but we've got some sprinkles. So NASCAR waved off the restart, and I do want to
run the trucks at 4 a.m. I'm down.
You know, his scored as the leader. He was the first driver to do the choose, and I say that hesitantly, or I did earlier, because you know where they are in regard to timing lines, and the racing was so tight when the caution came out. I wasn't certain it was the 41, but indeed it was.
Yeah, a little cell just popped up on top of us. I mean, big stuff is probably 10 miles away, but it just, I don't know where.
Honestly, my radar, it looks like it's going to be raining until about 8. And then after that, we should be good. We should just be good to go. So, fucking run the O'Reilly race, resume it at 8, or whatever. And then we can fucking do some midnight truck racing.
Now, Mayer's in control, and he's on the bottom. I actually forgot. This is actually part of my notes I'll look at tomorrow morning. But with Charlotte, on the bottom, you know, this is one of those tracks where it is very difficult to get a launch on the top side.
Be at least 2 more laps.
The preferred groove is the bottom.
We're asking drivers for a thumbs up or thumbs down.
This racetrack.
Well, and in this race last year, the outside really struggled to get going. But once the guy on the outside got 2 or 3 shots at it, he was able to adjust for that, kind of the timing of when they accelerated, was able to do a good job. But you're right. I mean, last year was the same thing at the bottom, just the initial, like,
you know, it'd be a good thing if they did that in baseball, you know. Ask the players for a thumbs up, thumbs down. Because I hate that shit. I hate that it's shit in baseball where it's literally all up to the umpire.
Rain shower falling here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Hopefully green when we return. Mayer and Allgaier up front early on.
Will the rain just fuck off? That's a lot to ask. 1 to go at the line.
At the end of the day, we're all chasing something. Imagine what you could do with an all-electric vehicle that gets you. Toyota, let's go places.
That's my least favorite thing in baseball is like when it's literally pouring down rain, and like the umpires just keep the game going.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right.
It's like that's not baseball weather.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are crazy.
You know, technically, you don't put everything that happens online.
Believe you, life is meaningless without affirmation.
The light rain's fine for baseball, you know.
Jim, life's big moments happen in seconds, like falling in love with Abby in as little as 2 seconds, or proposing to her in 78 seconds. Then Jim had the hardest conversation of his life in 100 seconds when he learned that he had cancer. Because life's big
We are not going back green. The rain is getting
Jim's
heavier.
doctor chose Opdivo-Qvantic for its administration time, an injectable immunotherapy given in as little as
Sounds like they might end up being stopping the cars. They haven't said that yet, but we're not going back green yet.
Approved for many other cancers. Opdivo-Qvantic can cause your immune system to harm healthy parts of your body during and after after treatment. These problems can be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have a cough, chest pain, shortness of breath, irregular heartbeat, diarrhea, constipation, severe stomach pain, severe nausea or vomiting, dizziness, fainting, eye problems, extreme tiredness, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, rash, itching, confusion, memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, joint pain or fever. Report severe or persistent muscle or joint pain. Tell your doctor if you have myasthenia gravis or Guillain-Barré syndrome. Immune system problems include Crohn's disease, ulcerative colitis.
Yeah, CW won't be happy about that. What have they got on after?
Tell your doctor about all medical conditions, including immune.
I mean, CW's got to know that they have a responsibility. From Roger Moore with Love, an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at the life of charismatic actor Roger Moore, who redefined the role of James Bond. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we could skip that. CW 6 first at 10 p.m. Yeah, we could skip that.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Wheeling caution lights are on, the same Wheeling emergency lights and sirens you see on the safety vehicles here at the track, protecting first responders and communities all across America. I'm thinking so much about Kyle Busch this weekend, who sadly we lost a couple of days ago, and we'll be celebrating his life throughout our broadcast. Not enough time to show all the highlights, making history in 2009, first and only driver to sweep a truck and O'Reilly race in the same day. Did it at California Speedway in Fontana.
The only driver to win 2 races on the same day.
He nearly won a race on 3 tires on the final lap of Fontana.
He did, I remember that.
I remember that.
Oh, I remember that. It was incredible.
What is Fox Sports Australia going to do since they're broadcasting? I don't know about Fox Sports Australia. That's a whole other.
This is exactly like that time we've crashed everybody at All-Star races doing this. It's just going to be slick anywhere outside of where you guys are pacing.
Yeah, they're talking about the rain on the windshield and how slick it could be. They're referencing, what year was that, 97? 98?
01.
That, guys? What year do you wreck everything? Back in the day, 2001.
And now we're getting some harder rain.
They got it written down. They just did verbal hand signals to be over there.
I can tell you, any fast speed track, I mean, as a driver, the moment like I feel or see a drop on my windshield, I'm going into the corner half speed.
Listen, my rule of thumb was
with it.
if it hits the windshield and it can't dry by the time it gets to the top, I'm out. I'm out. Like if it's still wet by the time it gets to the top, I'm done. That's a lot of rain on the windshield. We're gonna have to run a few laps here and hope this passes over. It's a super small cell. So we're going to the spotters reference earlier, and unfortunately in the Charlotte area we're just in this big fog right now, and it's not really even showing up on the radar. It's just a lot of moisture in the air, and you can see as you kind of look.
NASCAR says 1 to go again. I don't know about that.
Fog is kind of setting in. It's just heavy air right now.
Yeah, I see. I'm looking on my phone, but I see the little cell they're talking about, and yes, it could stop here shortly, and we might get a couple laps in, but I'm
feel good about it.
Very, very optimistic.
There we go.
What's going on, Kim?
Yeah, well, Adam, with it being
I
Memorial
got 1 to
Day,
go.
we see a lot of unique and special paint schemes. And for Austin Green, he's got a special partnership this weekend, Purple Heart Homes. Based in Statesville, North Carolina, the group was founded in 2008 by 2 combat wounded veterans, and their mission is to provide safe housing solutions for veterans. And that includes things like repairs and renovations to help veterans live independently in their homes, as well as home ownership programs. And Purple Heart Homes
1 lap till all hell breaks
there's
loose.
no better weekend to be able to showcase their mission than this weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And Austin's had a great run recently, back-to-back solid weekends, finishing 9th at Watkins Glen, 12th last weekend after that strategy gamble by crew chief Jody Meesemer. Austin telling me a top 15 or top 10 weekend here at his home track would mean a lot to both him and...
Saying everybody goes full bore and gut crashes in turn 2.
A season ago on the oval, was really good on the Roval last fall.
The lights are still off.
I think about that sponsor.
They're in turn 3.
What we'll do here tomorrow evening. Got to say a big thanks to Marcus Smith. And
we are coming back green.
Charlotte Motor Speedway for the 600 miles of remembrance as we honor and remember tomorrow evening.
You got to tell your driver right now we need to make good decisions. this isn't going to be the last probably little rain delay we're going to have. We got to get to the end here.
Well, I can tell you, see this camera that's on top? It's still got some rain on it. Their windshields, by the way,
You're
still
right.
has rain on. So as a driver, you are not very confident going into turn
Here we
1
go.
right now.
Going green. Drivers
Back green. Green flag's back in the air here at Charlotte Motor Speedway on lap 12.
Justin, though, yeah, as long as the 7 can stay there, the 7's in actually the preferred lane here, 1 and 2, most gripped up lane, but Mayer takes that short distance, clears him.
Yeah, Justin did a nice job giving him a little bit of room, knowing that he might slide up the racetrack.
3 wide. Raja Karut getting racy coming off of turn 2. Driving the 88 for Junior Motorsports. Got some advice from the boss under caution. 21 is Austin Hill. All those patriotic paint schemes. Hard to keep track of who's who.
Sam Mayer's going to lead that lap.
Go back 4 or 5 spots. You see Corey Day, who started on the front row. Struggling just a little bit here on these restarts. He's another one of those guys that I feel like does a great job of being good on the longer run, similar to Allgaier, who...
The track does sound different. What do you mean the track sounds different?
Sam Mayer.
Yeah, well, the tires are new. You're able to run lower. Cup, O'Reilly's, that's going to be the preferred move for a couple laps, but as these tires wear out, and especially these...
Yeah, they're doing so far so good.
O'Reilly cars, you're going to see them continue to move up, and the first thing can get speed going up top, there's the one's going to go forward.
And I'll go ahead and apologize. It wasn't Corey Day. It was Raja.
No, Raja.
Once again, it was multiple cars in this race with the same paint scheme, so easy to get confused.
Battle for the race lead. Allgaier looking inside of Mayer. The aforementioned Corey Day right there with him. Allgaier back on point, and this is big. Because we're going to get a competition caution here in another 5 or 6 laps.
Oh, I didn't even know we had a competition caution lap at 20.
The caution comes out to lead him down the pit lane. Allgaier is there right now.
The track is speaking French for some reason. Yeah, it's a little weird.
17 slips up.
Bonjour. Je m'appelle.
Yeah, the 41's fighting his car a little bit right now. Obviously, can't quite keep pace with Justin. Gave up the lead. Looks like he's getting hounded here by Connor.
Yeah, look at the 17. He's worked up where Denny was talking about. Once you can get that activated, the amount of grip that's generated up there, the momentum you have down the straightaways, it looks to me like the 17 has found that. Taking a little bit of a chance here, see what he can do through 1 and 2. Doing the same thing. You see Allgaier out front doing the same thing as well. Not quite get the speed, though, that they need on the straightaways to make that distance up.
Yeah, Corey actually had the option to go to the bottom of Austin Hill there, chose not to, which means he's committed to the top at that point.
Oh, he got tight right there and slid up off the hill. Yeah, see, really good run around the bottom right here in the black and white number 39.
Right behind him, another veteran, Brandon Jones, 3 victories on mile-and-a-half tracks. Just got an update from NASCAR with the early caution that came out naturally. The competition caution will now come somewhere around lap 25.
All right, so they're pushing the competition caution to lap 25 now. I'd say just say fuck the competition caution. That shit's so dumb.
Way up the racetrack. Oh, he's so loose. It's probably still a little bit damp up there, a little bit of rain that we had. We haven't seen anybody venture up that high, but listen, that's what won him the race last week at Dover, is he was able...
What do you mean the track speaking French? I don't know. Rafa said that the track sounds different, and then the Camden said, yeah, it's speaking French for some reason.
Behind him did the same thing. Oh, he gets the dirty air, the 21. A little bit loose. He's doing a great job learning, Denny. We've seen him over the past year. He has evolved as much as anybody in NASCAR, getting better every single week.
Yeah, and he said that the mile-and-a-half tracks is where he feels the most comfortable, running the high line. So we're seeing that. Certainly it's going to be a factor for him later on in this race.
I remember last fall, top 5 at Las Vegas, with limited experience talking about Corey Day, and he's never been to Charlotte Motor Speedway. Was hoping to run the truck race last night to better prepare him for
yeah, we just passed lap 18.
This evening, so making his first laps competitive here right now. And here's another young driver that's got loads of talent. They're both young, right? I mean, if we're really going to sell it that way. But Connor Zilic, amazing a year ago, jumps to the runner-up spot around Sam Mayer.
Classic Charlotte line right there. Who can get lower in the middle of 3 and 4 and stay lower along the corner?
His name is Andy Camden.
Today we see him running the very bottom of turns 3 and 4. And they immediately went up to the middle.
You hear Portuguese? That's interesting.
Carson having it was Zilic having another great run right here.
Another car paying attention to is Brent Cruz up in the top 10, started 18th, making moves.
So competition caution's been pushed to lap 25 now.
So many drivers without the benefit that a qualifying had to start deeper in the field maybe than they would have if we had been able to qualify, but they're starting to make moves here as we work our way toward that competition caution.
It's so impressive to me for someone like Brent Cruz, who's never been to here, Kansas, all these racetracks. You get no practice and you go out and they figure it out immediately. And I know that simulations come a long ways, but there's nothing like actually being in a car, being in dirty air, feeling all of those senses you have inside of a race car. And every week he continues to impress.
What's great for Brent here, you don't have the track position to start. As you said, Denny, you drive your way up to the top 10. You get the competition caution, everything tightens up. You get that little reset to go back out and apply your knowledge.
Yeah, and it looks like he's doing it by running the bottom very, very effectively. And that's going to be key. If he can keep his car running the lap time, I mean, to drive in that deep and hold the line, especially in 3 and 4 here at Charlotte, extremely hard to do. So he's got a fast car.
Popped around Raja there for 9th in the running order. Allgaier's advantage 1.3 seconds. Zilich, Day, Jones, Chastain, the top 5.
Another guy that's having a great run. We talk about Brent Cruz being got 9 spots from the start. But Ross Chastain's up 9 as well, and I've watched him run the very top of 1 and 2. I've seen him on the very bottom of 3 and 4. He's been able to go really anywhere that he wants to on the racetrack and making a lot of ground up. We know the JRM cars are exceptional at every track, but mile and a half especially, and Ross having a great run here, able to put that car everywhere that he needs to. Look at the entry speed that he has. You mentioned it, very similar to Cruz. I missed the bottom right there. Going to kind of commit to the second lane, slide up into that traction compound, and get the grip he needs for an exit.
Yeah, with a corner like that, he's not looking to make optimum lap time. He's just looking to clear the 20.
Not get passed back. That's right.
Junior Motorsports great early in the year. Chastain desperately wants to win in that 9 car. Been unable to do that.
All right, so we're on lap 25 now. Caution will come out here shortly.
That gets them a check.
I'm going to wait until everybody completes lap 25, I believe.
And it's more so, I feel like, in turns 3 and 4 than 1 and 2. But you see how wide that line is on the bottom of the racetrack. It's white, blue, and then white. It's pretty wide now. But it's just like extra grip. It's almost like glue. When you can get your left front on it, you see the 39 right back here, got to it early. If you can get to that early and ride that all the way around, the amount of grip, the speed, the throttle that you can give the car all the way around the corner, it's like you have better tires on than when you miss that.
Yeah, because the paint, what it does is it fills in the kind of the cracks and the holes of the racetrack. So it makes for a smoother surface. And then the tire grip, when you have that hot rubber laying on top of that paint, it now sticks to it, and if you walk your foot
Caution.
across that
There
paint,
it
it's
is.
very, very sticky.
Here's the competition caution. Wheeling caution lights are on.
And just the longer I go, the freer end I get.
So there's the competition caution there. That's about a 7-minute and 43-second green flag run there.
His car free end is not good anywhere that we go. They'll be able to know if they want to come in here and make some adjustments.
Looking into the eyes of Sheldon Creed, courtesy of the GovX onboard camera.
No free pass. There's no cars a lap down.
That race team, but has had a wonderful start. 2026 ahead of schedule in every category. When you talk about his best beginnings to a campaign at this level of racing, and the highlight, no doubt, that big win, race 2 at Echo Park Speedway down in Hampton, Georgia.
I like that Evel Knievel themed helmet he's got going there. Yeah, that's good.
He did an Evel Knievel move at Watkins Glen a couple of
He
weeks
did,
ago.
yeah.
We're hoping to stay away from that today.
Probably why he needed a new helmet from that impact.
As we anticipate pit stops, Allgaier is out front. Won this race a few years ago and has now led laps at Charlotte in 5 consecutive seasons. The rest of the top 5, Zilich up there with Day, Chastain, and Jones. Sieg is 6th, and Brent Cruz was able to get up to 7th as we get ready for the pit lane to open up.
One of those guys we saw fire up really well at the start of the race was Sam Mayer. He complained about the balance getting tighter throughout that run. They can adjust right here and hopefully get him tuned up for this next kind of a short stint that we're going to have before the end of stage 1.
You know, if there's anyone who knows the value of a good crew, it's the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts. That's why they want to put the spotlight on the pit crew members that are essential to a race team's success. Let's go down to Dillon.
Yeah, and this is Andrew Patterson, who certainly knows the value of a good crew because he's been a part of the crew for Jordan Anderson Racing, a native of Dayton, Ohio. He relocated to Statesville a few years ago and was one of
So nobody was allowed to put fuel in the car until this point.
For their O'Reilly Auto Parts race teams, and for several years lived in the apartment above the team's former truck series shop to just help himself get fully immersed in the operations of building a race.
I think we will at least complete this race tonight. I don't know about the trucks.
Be a tire specialist to work on the interiors of the
Like,
cars.
I mean, I think we could do both races, but I don't know if NASCAR is going to be chill about running at like 2
We've seen
a.m.
him already a few times this year. He's running ARCA this year. He's also racing late models from time to time. So he does it all, and great to have him back in the field with us this weekend.
Well, and this isn't just a good human interest story. When he comes and races, he does a wonderful job. And we had an interview with him.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Practice and qualifying at Martinsville, where he made his debut. Fun kid, great personality, and it's neat to see him.
Yeah, great
get this opportunity. All right, we're going to open pit road here. They're coming down the progressive pit lane. Allgaier leads them down. Dylan?
Connor Zilich in the one car will pit from the second spot. Just said that he was too tight to run the bottom. He couldn't get the shape of the corner correct because of that handling condition. They'll go around and change 4 tires and add fuel. Don't see any chassis adjustments, maybe just an air pressure on the one, Kim.
For Corey Day, second from the top, he said got tied up high in 3 and 4. Bottom is good early. They won't make any big changes. For Justin Allgaier, he said tight landing both ends, small air pressure adjustment to those 4 fresh Goodyear tires. And you see Ross Chastain there at the very bottom, tight to fire off. He said he did have a little bit of left front tire smoke, but the crew chief said it was not anything to worry about.
Race off progressive pit road. Allgaier holds serve. Zilich, Day, Jones, Chastain, the top 5. About 15 laps to go, stage 1, when we return to the green flag.
She's got 12 items.
Okay, eyes on your own pass. Young homeowners turning into their parents who love rules. Let's go.
Everybody knows you're not supposed to put yard waste in the trash bin.
Let's go. It's a thing.
Oh, there's dedicated RV parking around the back.
What I got?
No, we're not leaving it out. It's okay. You don't need to. There's no one waiting. Progressive can save you.
The caramel M&Ms. The car he used in 2017.
You're literally the only one.
Won the All-Star race at this very track in that paint scheme.
With SafeLight, you can get that fixed now and pay later.
Fix now, pay later?
SafeLight offers flexible payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, or here, and pay later. Go to SafeLight.com today.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
Runners will do anything to cut through the wind. Why? When you can go fast the easy way.
Oh, we had a benches clearing incident
High-performance running shoes designed to cut through the wind with unbelievable speed.
in the Red Sox game.
Feature Goodyear rubber. Go fast in Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst.
The AVP League
Ooh.
is back as the world's elite leave it all on the sand. All summer long. The AVP League, next Saturday, 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, on the CW.
Yeah, not much happened there. Just a lot of
There's a common factor behind
some
the
yelling.
causes of all the major wildfires on the next
It's the first benches clearing incident I've missed in a while.
Hurry to your local dealer for a great deal on a Ram truck. Nothing stops Ram.
Purchase and get 0% financing for 60 months. Or, well-qualified current FCA lessees can lease the 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab for $429 a month. See your Syracuse area Ram dealer.
For all the visitors at the door. Hey, what you doing? Jumping in to save the day. A baby on the move, and the guy who just came today. The fire that's getting closer. That break-in, prevent you. Whatever it is, when you have Ring, you can be sure that it's protected. Protect your home today at Ring.com.
We're here for those
Starting to
who
rain
build America.
on the backstretch again.
Those who believe that giving everything we've got today will pay off tomorrow. Who will drive America forward for 250 years to come. If that's who you are, you should pay what we pay.
Get employee pricing for a limited time. Plus, Ford owners enjoy complimentary benefits like remote service and pickup and delivery, making maintenance more convenient.
You start with the first rep. Preparation was everything. You build habits so you don't have to think about them. Didn't leave it to chance. Life gets unpredictable. Something always comes at you. Things you didn't plan for. You get pulled over. Or you get fined. Lose your license. The one habit protects you. It protects everyone else on the road. Click it or ticket.
invisible PFAS toxins.
I wasn't aware how insidious the substance was in terms of not being detectable.
Spotlight on America investigates.
Forever chemicals that are taking forever to clean up.
Caratini tangled up there with Contreras, and now the benches are going to empty. Caratini walks away after
purchasing at 0% financing for 60 months. Or they'll qualify for FCA lessons to the 2026 Ram 1500.
You just don't see it anymore in Major League Baseball. Collisions at home plate. Here's Contreras,
Starting to rain. I did not see Kamikaze's Kyle Busch video. That is actually a video I would love to see. I love that video.
I tell you, I don't know who's more excited, her or the dog in the back seat. But you know, that just is some of the effect that Kyle Busch has. He called him Rowdy Nation, right? But man, he's got such a strong contingent of followers that were so passionate about him and his racing each and every
Apparently, it's
weekend.
starting to rain.
You know, to have that moment where he saw someone wearing his hat and says, "Hey, let me have that thing sign up for you," and just know it made their day.
And we hit on this in the pre-race show. That a lot of times
Cars are staying on track for the moment.
After something has happened on the racetrack, it's not the guy that we know. That's the Kyle that we remember and that you would hang out with away from the racetrack. He's an awesome guy and made that young lady's day right there.
Such a wonderful moment, such a great reflection of Kyle Busch. And today, Arby's sends their condolences to Kyle Busch's family, team, and fans during this challenging time. And in lieu of an ad, Arby's and the Arby's Foundation.
Yeah, I recommend, I encourage everybody to donate to the Bundle of Joy Fund.
Please visit Bundle of Joy Fund.
That was Kyle and Samantha's thing.
Thought we were going to get the choose. Got some reports of rain around the track. So we'll stay under caution and we'll get a break in. Just over 10 laps to go. Stage 1 at Charlotte for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series live on CW.
To Haggerty, it's obvious. One of these cars is not like the others. It's harder to operate, but easier to enjoy. You use it less, but you love it more. And
I'm just rolling a shit ton of blunts right now.
It's a lot harder to replace. It's not your everyday car, so don't pay more for everyday insurance.
I already have
Pay
5
better
rolled.
price for better coverage from Haggerty. Quote today at Haggerty.com.
Maybe I'll roll 8. 8 for Kyle. Or however much I can with the weed I have left.
Is perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to taking it?
At least SafeLight can come to you for free.
They can come to me for free?
That's right. SafeLight can come to you for free, so you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free local service, go to SafeLight.com.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace.
All this backyard grill goodness, burgers, sausage for lunch, so good it makes me pumped for something.
Maybe no water slide this summer?
Why not?
Bringing the cars to pit road.
In front of the neighbors.
I think my truck sort of lost me.
So, we're going to stop the race here.
It's going to be a great night for racing. We're going to bring home a trophy tonight. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Next Saturday night from Nashville at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the CW.
Hurry to your local dealer for a great deal on a Ram truck. Nothing stops Ram.
Purchase and get 0% financing for 60 months. Or well-qualified current FCA lessees can lease the 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab for $429 a month. See your Syracuse area Ram dealer.
This Nissan lineup goes where you take it. Vehicles built with oomph, torque, traction, and yeah, full control. That's the power of a Nissan. Now's the time to drive. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality. Well-qualified buyers.
Apparently it's pouring at the track now, according to Andy. I don't know. Andy's not at the track, so.
At Spectrum, we believe you
shouldn't have to choose between speed, reliability, and value. That's why Spectrum fiber-powered internet gives you all three for just $40 a month. No contracts, no commitment. Just great internet at a great price. Spectrum fiber-powered internet delivers the fastest and most reliable internet for everything you do at home. Streaming, gaming, and connecting. Switch today and get Spectrum fiber-powered internet for just $40 a month. Call now or go online.
Reinfeldt's Auto Sales in Rome is open, joining Auburn, Sodus, and Phoenix. Reinfeldt started selling cars as a high school teacher 16 years ago, and the growth never stopped. Rein's goal is to be
NASCAR is telling the drivers to stay in their cars at the moment.
Carry an A+ reputation.
Just because your credit's bad doesn't mean you have to buy from some place like this. My staff cares about its reputation, so it's certainly going to care about you.
Visit Reinfeldts.com and see why from Rochester to Utica, everyone's buying from Ryan.
All right, so red flag is out here at 5:38.
For a great deal on a Ram truck. Nothing stops Ram.
Purchase and get 0% financing for 60 months. Or, well-qualified current FCA lessees can lease the 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab for $429 a month. See your Syracuse area Ram dealer.
You're on lap 33.
Memorial Day, News Nation salutes America's heroes of the high seas. Leland Bitter gives you exclusive access inside the U.S. Naval Academy for amazing stories of bravery, heroism, and innovation. America's greatest sailors, Memorial Day, 9, 8, 7 Central on News Nation. To find News Nation on your screen, go to newsnationnow.com. O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway on CW. We're watching the Charbroil 300, and we brought the cars down the pit lane, and for now, NASCAR is telling the drivers to stay in their cars, which is an optimistic portion of this, but we have seen more precipitation, and that's why we couldn't go back green here after that cycle of stops.
Well, that doesn't look very encouraging. It doesn't. Again, Denny and I are going to emphasize we don't think the filter is set to what it should be. Yeah. What we're looking at. Am I saying that correct? You're right. Yeah.
I will tell you too.
Yeah, this says, my radar says after 8,
look at some of the heavier precipitation,
like right at 8, it's going to stop raining. And then we should be good to go for the night.
Maybe not as heavy the closer it gets here. The rain is not necessarily going away, but some of the heavier bands seem to be slowing a bit as they make their way to Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Really?
That's what I'm going to go with.
All right.
Well, I like media is really going to have fun with me.
So true.
And I appreciate you too, just jumping in and stirring it up. That's really nice. So the red flag is out for rain at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Justin Allgaier leads.
I won't go anywhere until they tell everybody to
Chastain, the top 5.
leave the cars.
300.
NASCAR saying drivers can get out but stay close.
What if more water just happened? With Circle, more happens. Grab one bottle and get up to 6 drinks throughout your day.
I mean, this is appropriate. This is appropriate. Mother Nature's crying.
It's time to take control of your health naturally. Meet the organic testosterone blend from Full Leaf Tea Company.
Apparently, Mother Nature was a big KB fan.
Tea designed to help boost testosterone levels, support prostate health, and enhance vitality. Packed with pure organic ingredients like ashwagandha, epimedium, fenugreek, and saw palmetto. Shown to support healthy testosterone levels and enhance libido. Plus green tea and ginger to boost energy and improve circulation. Hand blended in the USA, our tea delivers the support your body craves. And thousands have already discovered the difference. Ready to fuel your body the right way? Scan the QR code to order now and enjoy fast shipping straight to your door. Visit
Midnight truck race it is then. I don't have any problems with that.
Complete line of wellness blends. Organic testosterone.
There's no curfew. It's just
in every cup.
Whatever NASCAR wants to do, I guess.
Safe like repair, safe like replace.
At least there was no curfew back in 2024 when there was no curfew. Fox just didn't want to keep doing it.
casual chip fix while I get my hair clipped? Yep. They can fix my glass while we fish for bass. If you want, they can recalibrate my safety features while I sit at home in my comfy pants.
That one doesn't rhyme, but sure.
Get it fixed any way you want at SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Under the red flag, Charlotte Motor Speedway, some rain showers for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. 12 laps to go in the opening stage. The weather got heavy enough, we had to bring everybody down pit road. Drivers stayed in their cars momentarily, but now they're out and about. So it'll be a little bit before we'll get everything dried out and go back green here at Charlotte. Let's hear from Justin Allgaier, who is patiently waiting inside his car for this interview with you guys.
Hey, Justin, it's Denny up in the booth. You got me?
Sure, I do. Go ahead, buddy.
All right. Well, you took back control of this race after St. Mary got you early, but how's the car feel so far, and what do you think?
I mean, this place is so unique. Obviously, you feel really strong about our liquid IV helmets. Chevrolet, I just, that start of the race there, it's hard when you're wide open through the corner and you get past, but, you got to get back up on the wheel and try to get it back. So, tomorrow, my youngest is her 5th birthday tomorrow. She told me that all she wants for her birthday is a win. So, I feel like with everything that's going on this week, we got to try really hard to make that happen, and that's what we're doing so far. So, pit stop was great. Got back out in the front. Now we just need Mother Nature to cooperate to get this race in.
Yeah, we're all hoping with you.
Yeah, Justin Allgaier is the current leader at the moment.
He's looking at a different radar than we are, so he's a little bit more optimistic than what myself and Jamie are, but you never know. Are you feeling that the resin, that they put down, as you get higher on the racetrack, are you feeling like the grip is increasing?
Yeah, I mean, the resin is so unique to me. With the traction compound in PJ1, like we have in some other places, it takes a little bit to kind of fire. The resin seems to be a little more aggressive early, but doesn't have quite the grip that the PJ1 does. So, I felt like being able to roll the outside there early on was important to be able to get back to the lead, and then obviously keep the lead. But I do think that, over the course of the race, it's going to start moving around. We see it time and time again, especially with this humidity and moisture. We're going to see that line move, and it's just going to be on us to kind of keep up with the adjustments. Andrew Overstreet and this whole 7 team do a great job of that, but, it's got grip. You just have to be able to manage it, and I think that's going to be the important piece over the course of this race.
Hey, Justin, we see, no practice qualifying earlier today. You've asked for a Sharpie there. Just explain to everybody that's watching you hold out exactly what you're getting ready to do.
Yeah, before the race starts, we have a little bit of time to stop on the back straightaway and line our steering wheel up and get it to where the car drives straight. You see this orange line here on our MPI steering wheel. It gives me a reference of where the steering wheel is at. So I'm going to.
I never knew that's what the orange line was for.
After this ring goes away, we get back in. I'm able to put the wheel back on the same spot. So I've done it before and not marked it, and I feel like a fish out of water. I don't know why. Just where your hand placement is so important to how the car feels. But once we get back in the car for this next round, we're not allowed to stop and readjust our wheel. So I'm going to get it set now, and that way I don't have to worry about it.
All right, bud. We'll let you get your wheel where it needs to go, and get in the car, and hopefully we'll get back after it here before too long.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate you all in the booth there, and obviously all the fans that are tuned in at home. There's nothing more frustrating than a rain delay. I know all these fans that are here at the racetrack, they're living it up, but man, it's difficult. So we got a lot of racing on tap this weekend, and got a lot of folks that want to see some good racing. So we're going to try to do our best to take everybody's mind off everything else that's going on and try to prove that to them. So hopefully we can do that here in just a short little bit.
And happy birthday to Willow, and we'll see if Allgaier can finish the deal and bring home a trophy. Carla?
Yeah, here with Connor Zillage, and started 5th. Now you're running 2nd. What can you tell us about those few laps that you ran out there?
Yeah, it's wet right now, but our Logistic Chevrolet is very solid. Justin's obviously got a fast car as well, and there's some guys coming from the back. Ross, Brent looks like he's pretty quick, so it's gonna be interesting to see what happens when we go back racing. If it's today or tomorrow, who knows? But it's been a really weird weekend. Obviously with everything.
Sunny in the West Coast. Well, that's nice.
It's
not in Charlotte.
To be back out here in the race car.
Yeah, making those few laps, you got out of your car and making some hand signals to Brent Cruz and to other guys, asking them about their car. Did you get confirmation from them on what's on the racetrack?
Yeah, everybody seems to be a little bit tight, but I think everybody has pretty good cars, so I think it's going to be a good race when we get back going. But obviously cleaning the track off and
long night ahead. Yep.
Having to go back out with a
I'm ready for it though.
Change things a little bit, so we'll see what happens when we go back racing.
All right, we'll let you get dry now, Dylan.
Brent Cruz, Carla, as you mentioned, has been on the move up to the 6th spot. You just said all the progress you made was around the bottom groove. I've watched you race a long time, and you're not a catfisher. So are you like itching to get to the top when we go back going here, or what?
Yeah, Dylan, you're exactly right. I am itching. We've raced each other for a long time on the dirt side of things, and I'm sure you've probably never seen me run the bottom. So, yeah, it all goes into the preparation that we worked through. Obviously, we didn't start very good because of the rain, but me and Trevor Bain were working on GT12, which is our big sim at Toyota in Salisbury, and I ran 36 laps straight trying to figure out how to run the bottom good in turns 3 and 4, which is about 3 more laps than we've ran today in this cold weather in Charlotte. But yeah, just trying to figure it out and learning as we go. But blessed to be here, grateful to have Young Life on the car again, and it's really fast. So sending prayers and condolences out to the whole Busch family. Every single driver on this racetrack is doing it for him, and we miss him a lot. And yeah.
Well said. What makes the bottom groove here so tricky, and why were you guys working so much? Why did you have to work so much just to get it figured out?
Yeah, in turns 3 and 4, well, it's honestly both ends. It's just so rough here in Charlotte. The bumps are really brutal. The track's worn out, and that's not me complaining. I absolutely love it. As much as it's physical on your body, it's very difficult. And every driver, especially the ones that like to really drive the race car, I think enjoy the bumps because it makes it hard. But yeah, that bottom's tough in 3 and 4. Your arc has to be so big, and when it gets worn out and you hit its bump, literally with 1 mile an hour we were working on the simulator, it's the difference between wrapping good and missing the bottom, and it's worth like 3/10, and it comes down to a 1 mile an hour. So trying to figure that out when you're going about 140 is tough.
Steph, thanks, Brent. Cam?
Well, Dylan, Sam Mayer finds himself in the 7th position after leading.
I love the hat,
early.
Sam.
So what was the car?
Sam Mayer's got a nice hat.
Yeah, I mean, the end of that segment, I mean, we didn't even make it to the end of the segment, but before the comp caution, it definitely went south. It wasn't too great. I hope this rain would go south. That's what would really help us out. But yeah, definitely a little bit of struggle in the Charbel Chevy, but we started off pretty good. Like we led a couple laps. Granted, they were mostly under caution, but we don't talk about that. You know, like I think we're going to be in a good spot. If we can get out there, get the sun shining a little bit before it sets, I think we'll be in a good spot. It's just a matter of getting there. But yeah, this place is so much fun. I love racing here. It's super dynamic, can move around so much. We pretty much already got up to the wall in 3 and 4, so yeah, the fact that we're only 30 laps in or whatever into this thing, it's going to be a good one. I'm excited.
A lot of optimism there with the ceiling so low, thinking the sun might pop back out. I love it though, but we are getting a pretty good rain right now. It's going to wash the track clean. So what do you expect the track conditions to be when we do get back racing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep us dry right now. The track needs a big umbrella. Like, we need to get a big umbrella for the racetrack so we can get this thing going quicker. We need the rain to stop, the PJ to keep hanging on, because that's what helps us move around a lot. If we can get this thing going before the sun sets, it's going to be a good one, having that transition from day to night. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, but we'll have to wait and see how it goes.
Sam Mayer coming off a 3rd place finish last weekend at Dover. Carla? Yeah, thanks, Cam and Ross Chastain. Currently running P5 right now, able to make up several spots out there. What were you able to find?
Grip in my Carolina Carport Chevy, Carla. Philip Bell, another great effort by Junior Motorsports. You know, to unload and not have any laps this weekend. Me not being in this O'Reilly car. I mean, I know I've been in it a couple weeks in a row, but changing teams each week and just trying to get the cars turning well enough for me. I tend to be tight over here, and we are still tight, but still a very good starting spot for us, and very raceable. Like, I could run the middle, the top, the bottom, good in dirty air. Yeah, really felt good about that as we raced in the rain.
You and Justin Allgaier were just kind of debriefing a little bit. What was a part of that conversation?
Yeah, I feel like for Justin and Connor were up front. I mean, they had a little bit of traffic at the start, but then they popped out into 1st and 2nd, and me, the 8, the 88, we were all back there racing, and I was able to move forward and you know, even in traffic or clean air feel similar. So they had some thoughts about how their cars were in traffic, a little bit different than mine. So we were just comparing notes, just trying to plug into this program. Obviously, Junior Motorsports very well here in the O'Reilly Series. and to drive for Junior Motorsports and all those people. Like, it's really important to me and very intentional that we're here. So, yeah, trying to lean on these teammates. That's why they're so good. They win a lot of races, and I want to join them.
Thanks. Dylan?
Carla, Cole Custer is in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series field today. The SS Greenlight Zero has been another one of the big movers. Started 29th up to 17th right now. So what did you think of the first 30 laps or so about what your race car was doing there?
Yeah, I felt solid about it. I felt like I had a pretty solid Cisco Chevrolet out there, so hopefully we can just keep working our way forward. I just tried to use the first few laps till the comp go to just get used to it, because these cars are so much different than the Cup cars. You know, they move around so much, and having to use the brake pedal, which don't really do too much on the intermediates in the Cup cars. So yeah, I felt like I was pretty solid about it. Just gotta slowly work our way up there. But obviously this weekend, thinking of everybody, you know, all the family with Kyle Busch. You know, we're trying to honor him the best we can this weekend, racing as hard as we can, and hopefully give him a good run, and you know, just thinking about all the fans.
Thanks, Cole. When you talk about the Cup cars, is it more of a jarring difference when you get right out of the Cup car and into the O'Reilly car versus if you'd not been in the Cup car today and just had to kind of jump into this cold turkey?
For sure. I mean, it's crazy. You know, I didn't race in the O'Reilly series for about a year, and then coming back, I mean, it is a rude awakening of how the cars drive, you know. So I think, you know, as you get used to it, you get back in a rhythm. But it's definitely just your technique's a lot different with how you work the throttle and the brake, and what you're able to get away with line-wise. So it's just, you just got to kind of use that first stage as a little bit of a practice session, and then kind of take from there.
Thanks for your time. Kim?
Brandon Jones in the 4th position. Brandon, you were quick to go top the pit box, talk to crew chief Sam McCauley. What was the conversation? What more are you looking for out of your car so far?
Yeah, I wanted to jump up there and just see where these guys are a little bit better. I think actually we started clicking off some really good lap times now that I've kind of taken a step back and got out in the car and seen where the speed loss and speed gain has been. The track has a ton of grip. It's chilly outside right now. The rubber kind of continues to get washed up and picked up here, so it had a lot of grip. You know, I think it took me by surprise, honestly, how much this track had, just to kind of get going. And the bumps took me by surprise too. I always forget, I don't know why it is, I always forget how just aggressive the bumps are at this racetrack. I went into turn 3 the first lap, and helmet went flying everywhere, and I'm like, oh gosh, it's like I'm gonna take out Corey Day here. But no, all in all, I think we got a really fast Pennington Menards Toyota Supra. I think we're an adjustment or two away from being a really competitive winning race car here. So guys did a good job on pit road. They got me a spot back. They bailed me back out a little bit here from the time that I lost. So I'm excited to try to hopefully get back going here at some point and see how these adjustments are paying off.
You're on a streak of 5 straight top 10s. We've got 2 weeks left in this series before the first break. I know lots of teams have goals before we take that off weekend. Have you guys met those? Kind of where are you and where you wanted to be before that?
As a whole, I think we have certainly honestly met them, if not exceeded them. I mean, I would have thought we would have had a win by this point, and we want to win up to this point. But if you look at how the season's going and where we're at in the points, this is our most consistent season by far right now. And so I haven't thought about much of the off weekend, but definitely before the chase starts, we want to try to get to second in points. I think Justin's got himself a pretty big lead baked into it, but second seems really realistic. We picked up a lot of points on everybody after Dover, so I think that's kind of our next achievement is to try to get there before the chase starts.
Well, Brandon Jones has been close to a win here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Maybe this weekend is his weekend.
Let's catch up with Patrick Staropoli as we continue to do red flag rain coverage here, running 26 right now. As you continue to get your feet underneath you in this series, what does this place bring to the table as far as challenges for you?
Yeah, just another, unique mile and a half. I think characteristics here at Charlotte, obviously pretty bumpy, and yeah, first time firing off there, and there was raindrops on the windshield, so the whole year's been trial by fire, but I'm enjoying every week. I get to go somewhere new, learn something new. Every lap's been a big learning experience for me, but Patrick Donahue's got the Cypher Chevrolet tuned up. I felt like we fired off pretty decent there. I'm glad we got the competition caution, work on the car a little bit, and get ready to go for round 2 whenever this lets up.
These mile and a halves are also different, but are there any similarities or tendencies or things that you do with your inputs in the car that you can take from each of those tracks to help you when you do come to these, for the first time?
Yeah, I definitely think, working traffic in the air, those kind of principles apply no matter what intermediate you're at. Just try not to get lost in dirty air, lose the nose, things like that. Position your car well so that you have air on the nose all the way around. The way that I enter the corner too, when you come over, a lot of these places you got like a little rise and you land in the banking, and how you land really just determines what the rest of your corner is going to be. So those are things I've worked on a lot in the simulator. Got some really great people helping me out, giving me good advice all year long to get better at it, and just chipping away at it.
Thanks for your time. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I hear all those drivers talk, and so many made reference to remembering Kyle Busch this weekend, and I look at some of the hats they were wearing, and Sam Mayer has the M&M's hat on. We saw the 8 hat there for Patrick Starpoli, and I just love the connectiveness of NASCAR and how everyone comes together at these times, and it's really neat in the heat of battle and in the competition to go back to remembering that this weekend is in fact all about Kyle.
It's really special, Adam. I said this when we started the show. It's hard to come up with the words. It's still so fresh in everyone's mind, and Kyle was a special guy, and it's great though to see everyone talking about him. And I heard the guys in the truck booth last night say something, and it really resonated with me, and it's that we all compete, and we tend to we show the conflict that we have on the racetrack and the rivalries, and we make a lot of that, and I don't think people we don't say enough kind things about one another when we're here, and if Kyle could hear all of the things that are being said about him right now and how everyone felt about him, I mean it's so special, and it breaks my heart. I hope he does hear that. I hope that he can hear what everyone is saying, and how everybody felt about him. Incredible.
Yeah, because we're hearing this, but Kyle likely didn't know how he touched
It's
other
so true.
people's lives.
Totally.
Right? And so, because as a friend of his, or maybe a coworker, you never verbalize that to Kyle, because you're like, I'll tell him later, I'll tell him next year, or whenever I see him next. And so you never really get to reflect on to someone while they're here how much they mean to you. I'm the worst when it comes to how I express my emotions and things like that. I rarely talk about how I feel and things like that, but certainly a reminder that
I rolled 9 blunts.
The time that you have with the people
all that shit,
and let them know how much you love them when you're around them.
It's a lot of blunts.
No doubt. Bubba Wallace has expressed a lot of emotion this weekend. He drove for Kyle in the Truck Series, obviously. A teammate there, and spent a lot of time with him. Learned a lot from Kyle as a very young driver.
That's a sad
growing
shot.
up through the NASCAR circuits. And prior to cut practice today, he went out on the infield and just stood over that 8 that's been painted. And just one of the many images that will come from this weekend as we continue to think, honor, and remember the life and career of Kyle Busch.
How you like your new truck stock? Oh, it's beautiful. I wish I'd done it sooner.
Proud about trucks. I've never minded doing a little maintenance. It's rewarding.
Well, whatever floats your boat.
Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors. Half protection is not enough. Using just an antivirus online is also not enough. Get better protection from online threats. Get NordVPN now.
It's terrifying what happens when car warranties expire. As soon as they do, cars are quitting on the job. It's like they're possessed. Stop. Hey man, you got a little something there. And without protection, even simple repairs could cost you thousands. That's why there's Car Shield. Or don't get Car Shield and maybe get your car an exorcism instead.
We went under the red flag for 23 minutes now.
Car Shield. protection when it counts.
Doesn't look like there's going to be any racing anytime soon. So
The discomfort and back pain? Meet the Viper chair, America's #1.
I think I'm going to end up going do something else.
Glides over any surface with large industrial grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. Viper chairs are designed for every job or anything else you love to do in the garage. This Memorial Day, build the shop of your dreams. Shop viperindustrial.com. But don't wait, this sale ends soon.
You don't open the fridge thinking about outages. You open it thinking about tomorrow. The things you saved. The things you planned. The things you can't afford to lose. You can't stop the outage, but you can stop the loss. With the all-new 4 Patriots Blackout Buddy.
CW Sports back live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. The red flag is out for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. 12 laps to go in the opening stage when Mother Nature took over here. Talking with drivers who were out of their cars. Let's go.
I'm going to assume that the O'Reilly race is the priority since the race has already started. That's what Bob said too.
For something that you were really working on, what do you feel you were able to accomplish in your car out there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just a little bit too tight right now, and we made a good adjustment on the pit stop and didn't get to really try it out there. But hopefully we get it back rolling. Our Starkey GR Supra is going to be pretty good, and I think the goal from now is to get back in the top 10 for this end of stage 1 if we get it rolling.
Do you feel like your mile-and-a-half programs have been coming along?
Yeah, definitely. We're gaining good momentum on it. Texas, we've had good speed. Kansas, we had good speed, just had an incident, and definitely an improvement over last year. So I can't thank my guys enough for helping me out and gaining this momentum.
And we didn't talk to you much during the pre-race, but just being a part of Joe Gibbs Racing and that camp, knowing Kyle Busch and just what the organization, what does it mean to be a part of JGR as well?
Yeah, I mean, obviously running the number 18, I had the choice to run the 18 or the 81 in my rookie year last year, and I chose the 18 because of Kyle and what he was when I was growing up in racing and always watching him. And yeah, he was definitely one of my heroes growing up. So it's definitely a different day of racing today.
All right, thanks. Adam?
I think it's such a cool thing when you think about William Sawalich and that he's the only driver ever in the top 3 series of NASCAR to win a race from the state of Minnesota.
It's going to be a while.
Such a historic racetrack in Rockingham.
It was awesome.
So I'm going to go off and do something else for a little bit. I'm going to probably I have a sub upstairs. Probably going to eat that.
Williams got a great sense of humor, and I can't wait
chill
to
with the
get out.
dog.
Take a look right here at that.
Oakley's here, so I'm going to chill with her for a
At the
bit.
end of every year, we talk about like our favorite moment of the season.
I love you guys.
For me, this win is a great moment, but his
NASCAR's preparing to make a go at track drying. That's interesting, but it's still going to take a bit.
Who got us here, and his mom has worked so hard, and to see the excitement on her
But yeah,
face,
I'll come back when drivers get called to their cars. Maybe before that. I don't know.
Body, and I was so happy for her and him and the whole family. You see that? That's his mom right there, Stacy, coming out. Look at that. You know, William's like, Mom, why are you out here? But it's a great moment, and I'm happy for her. Look at her face. It's incredible.
I tell you, there's been so much said about, like, some of these young guys, we talked about them at the top, that have made big gains over the course of maybe it's this season or from last. And Corey Davis, a lot of those accolades, right? I think William Sawalich has actually taken the biggest jump from performance from last year to this year.
We have some trash laying around.
But in speed and driver craft, from what I've seen.
Why do you think that is? What was it? Is it stuff that's happening in the sim? Like, what's been in the culprit?
You know, he took a giant leap, right, from the ARCA series and to then come into the O'Reilly series. And you're on new racetracks all the time. He's learning to race against much tougher competition. And not only that, but just, how to navigate passing a car in front of you that maybe you're just a little bit faster than. The speed disparity in the ARCA field versus like the O'Reillys is just so different. So it's much easier to take a fast car and go win with it in that series. Where over here, it's your racecraft that really you have to start fine-tuning and getting ready to race on Sundays.
You know, when it comes to the weather and track drying, I'm afraid to be optimistic because the last time I did it, I got beat up here in the booth. But I want to acknowledge that we have started the track drying process, and so hopefully that's a sign that things are moving in the right direction and we can go back racing. And we're talking about these young drivers. Let's go other end of the spectrum.
I also have a pretty big collection of pizza boxes.
Yeah, and Adam, it's lightened up
that have built up over the past 2 weeks.
We're actually going to uncover
Damn, I got
his
a
car
lot.
because he's running a throwback scheme to Dale
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
If you didn't get approval from the tower,
12,
you had to ask. They
13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Jesus
like
Christ.
you were trying to get something.
I've been eating a lot of
go
pizza
wrong,
recently.
but you did get approval from the tower to showcase this. So I got to ask Jeremy, whose idea was this?
This was Ryan Whitaker's idea from Kevin Whitaker Chevrolet, and man, we love doing the throwback scheme. Anytime we get the throwback to the legend Dale Earnhardt, pretty awesome. And the car looks amazing. That's 25th anniversary of losing Dale. I'm looking at it right now. That is so cool, watching that back.
Yeah, I'm kind of a fat piece of shit.
The legend Dale Earnhardt is. It's so cool to run it. And hope we do him proud today. We wish this rain would leave us alone and we could get racing, but awesome looking Kevin Whitaker Chevrolet. She's a little loose right now. We made some adjustments, just pitted. So I think we'll definitely be better whenever we get to go back racing.
You've raced a lot of races here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. As you think about the challenges it presents drivers, what's at the top of that list that you're like, man?
It's really bumpy. It's really rough out there. The resin they put down has come in pretty quickly so we can move up. And it's kind of hard to pass that way because everybody's running in the preferred middle to high groove. And if you try to go low, the guys up top got the momentum. So it's a little frustrating trying to pass the moment, but you got to get our shit and we'll be okay.
Are the bumps worse this year?
They get worse every time we hit this racetrack, no lie, Kim. It's pretty crazy. Going into 3, it'll jar your head, and you kind of can't see where you're going sometimes. So the sensation here is incredible. But I love racing here. It's a lot of fun. Got a lot of friends and family here, so really hope we can get racing so they can see it.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you. Kim, I want to tell you, I'm thinking of the Busch family. We love you guys, and miss you, Kyle.
Dylan?
Thanks, Kim. And standing here with Anthony Alfredo. So we've been talking about your new sponsor, and I didn't get really a chance to ask you about your day. So I'm going to ask you right now. You started 13th, and you're back to 27th. So what happened?
Yeah, I don't know if that's updated or not. I'm pretty sure I'm 19th.
Okay, well, that's better than 27.
So that's a lot.
You still went backwards, though, so what happened?
Did not fire off where we thought, for sure. The Dogs by Andy Chevrolet was really tight to start there. I felt like I was blowing through the front tires. It's kind of weird because when this place cools off or as the temperature does, it's just usually super fast and gripped up. So we maybe overshot the start of race balance there, but the guys got me tuned up on that stop. A little bit of a longer stop because we had to gut those adjustments in to make me better, but I appreciate them getting me on and off the road actually close to where I came in, considering we made a really big swing there. So I'm looking forward to going back green, seeing where the balance is. Really fun having Dogs by Andy K9 services on our cars. We get to do all sorts of training, protection dog training, and obedience training. I had the pleasure of being bit by some protection dogs this week. It was actually really cool. I would do it again. You could do it there at 5 o'clock on Friday. So it's actually, like, you could just go and do that. You just got to sign the release. So fun experience if you're looking for an adrenaline rush. So yeah, get back to racing here hopefully soon. See if Mother Nature can hold out. And last but certainly not least, just want to say prayers for the Busch family and all close to that. Mike, can only imagine how difficult this time is, and we're all thinking of them.
Thanks, Anthony. Carla?
Yeah, here with Ryan Sieg right now. And the theme that we've talked about with every driver is it seems tightness is the theme. How do you combat that when we get back to racing?
Yeah, no, we were good for about 5-6 laps, and then definitely went tight. So what we expected, just because of the rain, we did expect to get free, so we did tighten up, and then just it happened quicker than we thought. So definitely freed up on this stop here, but to start off, we had a fast Sciaps Chevrolet, just pit road woes put us back. So we'll just hopefully get a few back and hopefully clean it up on pit road.
Hopefully we go back racing pretty soon, but to not know exactly when we'll be back on track, how do you handle that from a mentality standpoint as a driver?
No, you just, I try to relax and just roll with it, but just try to stay chilled out and get back to racing. I want to race tonight and get it done and have a nice Memorial Day tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Ryan. Adam, he's currently running 16th.
Thank you so much, Carla. And I love the mix of drivers in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series because we really do see it all. I mean, youth and experience, and we hear from guys like Jeremy Clements, who will become the all-time starts leader next month, and you hear there from Ryan Sieg, these family-owned teams. And, then you go to a guy like LeVar Scott, who's running for Rookie of the Year, a young driver that doesn't have tons of experience but just brings an unbelievable attitude each and every week. Let's learn more now about driver 45. Ken Kuhn visited with him this week.
All right, LeVar, we're at the RV camping site next to Charlotte Motor Speedway. What significance does this spot hold for you?
A lot. This was the start of it all for me and to pursue this NASCAR journey.
Okay, so you were actually living here?
Yes, for 4 months in the summer of 2020.
Like in an RV, a motorcoach?
Yeah.
What was the setup?
It was a little RV. It's me and my grandma. My mom would travel here once a week to watch me race on Monday and Tuesday in the summer shootout.
For me, the RV was one of the funnest times of my life because I was so excited for LeVar to have this opportunity to live out his dream.
Well, the time that you spent in the RV camping site and at Charlotte Motor Speedway ultimately led to your opportunity with Rev Racing and the ARCA Series. What do you think about that time? What did you learn? What was it like being at Rev?
From the on-track standpoint, obviously I raced 4 years with them, right? So I got a lot of experience in the asphalt world. Coming from the dirt world, it was so new, and I got a chance to kind of learn and prep myself. But then the off-track, how to manage the racing life, right? How to manage the people in the shop and, discuss with the crew chief, with the team president, right? There was a lot of little things that I didn't know I was learning as I was learning it. So now when I got to this position now, like it's just another thing I need to do, and it doesn't feel so new to me at all.
You come from a racing family. Your mom drag raced. Your grandfather was really a big car guy, and then your brothers and your cousins raced. What does your family think now that you've found success on the racing side?
It's a lot. It's a lot. And I think me and my mom, we talk about it every day. Like literally every day that we just come out and believe like this is all kind of happening. They're all very happy and huge support.
Since the very beginning of his career, his family has been there and made sure he's had everything he's needed and helped him every step of the way.
As you return here and you're about to race in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and you reflect back on your journey and thinking about the time spent in the summers in that RV park, what was the balance of fighting for that dream versus the doubts that you had?
It was tough, but now to think about it, it's probably tougher than I thought. Just my mom helped me a lot just with the mental side of it, of kind of staying confident, say, hey, like, this is a chance, like this is a shot, and just kind of attack it every single weekend, and really every single day that I went to the shop, I thought about that, but really every single week that I had to race, like it's just, hey, this is a chance to prove myself and try to make it.
Going forward, what do you hope to accomplish?
And this year, obviously, I want to get better every single weekend in the O'Reilly Series and learn more, and it's a fun series. I love racing against these competitors, so I think I just want to get better. But an ultimate goal is to be a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
All right, got everything cleaned up.
And one of the best
I'm gonna
parts
go
about covering the
get some
O'Reilly
dinner
Auto Parts
now.
Series is getting to tell the stories of the up-and-coming drivers. And now that your story has aired, what does it mean to just share that with everybody and let them know kind of your journey up to this point?
It's so cool, and it's something I've wanted to talk about and share for a long time. I feel like a lot of people don't really understand or know kind of my upbringing, and it's a really family legacy that my grandfather started, and it comes to my mom and my brothers, my uncles, my aunts, little cousins. We all race, so it's a really cool story. And me and my mom was just talking about it earlier. Like, she never shares it because it was her life. It was so normal to her, but now she kind of understands that it is so different, and she needs to start talking about it more.
All right, what would you tell young racers watching your story being told, thinking maybe one day they could be where you are?
Just don't ever give up. I mean, I've always figured there was a chance and opportunity, and I always network and try to meet the right people, and stay confident in myself, and be a good person. I think I'm the same person I am at the racetrack when I'm off the racetrack, and I had a clear goal in mind, and I chased it every single day.
All right, let's talk Charlotte, because you always have a smile on your face, but you had an extra big smile on your face when you got out of the race car and told me this is so fun. You were upset about the red flag. You have raced here in ARCA. How different is the car? And describe what makes it so fun here in the O'Reilly car.
Yeah, the cars are so much faster, right? And I think everybody in the series is really good. The cars are really competitive with each other. So that means, I made a mistake like the third lap, and JJ Yelly got to my inside. I was like, if I get back around him, I cannot do that again. You just learn so much every single lap and every single corner, and you can move around. I was telling my crew chief and my spotter, like, I found the top really fast, and I'm gonna stay to the top. So it's just makes really good racing, top, bottom, side draft, and air. Like it's really cool.
Thanks, LeVar.
Thank you.
I love watching the story about LeVar Scott, and I say that because I have a son that's trying to make it in racing now, and I'm very sympathetic as I listen to these stories because when I was racing full time at Cup, you would go do autograph sessions and people would ask, like, how can I get my son going? How can I get started? And I'm like, I don't know everything that you have going on. Now that I go to the racetrack with Carter and I see all these young kids who are just doing everything they can to try to make it to the next level, and then you see a success story like this and you see what they went through to get to this point. I love it. My heart, it just melts when I see those and you see, where he's come from, how he got here. The fact that he lived in an RV, I can tell you, Christine McMurray is not living in an RV across the street from Charlotte Motor Speedway. But it's great to see the sacrifice from all these families to get their kids to help live their dream.
Yeah, and my family went through it as well, and so I can understand that sacrifice. And we're forever indebted to our parents anyway, right? But they're the ones that teach us the right and wrongs, and they support us in whatever our goals are. But to have a family that was as supportive as his, and let him play out that dream, and to see now that he's made it to the second level of NASCAR is just incredible. It's great to see teams like Alpha Prime giving them opportunities as well. Teams like Tommy and what he invests into this sport, the opportunity he's given some of these young kids, it's given them the platform to show their talent.
What's cool about him, LeVar, is he's taking classes, so he's going through and to get his college education in addition to being a race car driver. And he said it in the piece, but he's like, I am the same guy all the time. And I will tell you, I can attest, because Jamie and I have run into him in the garage on a few different occasions, and I'm telling you, it's a high five, it's a bear hug. That energy that you can feel in the interview, that smile, it's infectious, and he's just a neat guy and someone definitely that you root for to make it and reach their goals. Rain here at Charlotte, we're under the red flag. Let's go back down to Carla.
Thanks, Adam. I'm here with teammates for the weekend from Jordan Anderson Racing, Austin Green, and Jeb Burton. I kind of interrupted your conversation as you were debriefing, but what kind of questions and answers were you getting here?
Just seeing how we both kind of fired off. Obviously, with no practice and qualifying, you kind of just unload with what you got. So, unfortunately, didn't get to go back out after we made some changes. So, still 160 something to go. So hopefully the rain can stop and we can get it dried up and hopefully run through the night.
What else do you need out of your car, Jeb?
We're on a really tight condition, but we started in the back. From the last 3 weeks for us has been a roller coaster ride. So we've made it past lap 10 without any damage. So that's an improvement for us. We were just talking, Austin and I, his beginning of the year was like that, and my last 3 races have been like that. So we're trying to make our car a little bit better. But yesterday, I wanted to say we did some really cool things with Purina and Food Line, and we gave away 30 bags of dog food to the animal shelter here in Concord. So that was pretty cool. I'm a big dog lover, so that's pretty neat.
That is neat, and you obviously had success here in the ARCA Series last year with that win. I know it's a different race car, but does that kind of help with the comfortability on this track for you?
Yeah, like I said, with no practice qualifying, it's nice to already have a race under your belt, but I've never been here in the rally cars, so like I said, just hopefully we can get going again, and thank you 3-Man Services and Purple Heart Homes for coming on board this weekend, and Doug Peterson. So it's just praying for the Busch family and obviously all the men and women that fought for us. So.
As we all are, and of course I've got the two teammates from Jordan Anderson Racing, and Dylan, I believe you have the third right now.
Yeah, that's Blaine Perkins, Carla, and I guess a good sign is that the track drying crew is going to work behind us, so hopefully we'll get back to racing here before too much longer. Blaine, I wanted to give you the chance to talk about the cool military cause that is on your car this weekend, and just explain to folks the message that's behind it.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool having Werner Operation Freedom on the car this weekend. We got the CEO of the company here this weekend. So obviously the military is a really big deal for Werner. About 25% of their whole working staff is veterans. So it's just really cool to be able to kind of celebrate them and excited to kind of get back on the racetrack here, and we kind of threw a lot at it there in that first pit stop. Probably unloaded a little bit off. Would have loved those practice laps from earlier, but I'm excited to get going here. I know these guys made some good changes, and I know these guys behind me, they're excited
to be on TV.
Yeah, they're going to make some good pit stops the rest of the day and give me a bunch of spots out there. So, but I'm just excited to hopefully get all 200 laps in here. Hopefully this rain kind of goes away.
What's the challenge like on days like this where you start, you stop, it's kind of this up and down rhythm of the day, and just trying to get back in the right mindset to go back going again?
Yeah, I mean, as a racer, it's just kind of, you're always not sure what's going to happen, when you're going to get the phone call to kind of, hey, let the drivers to the cars and get back in. But once we kind of all get back in the car, we're back in our working space, and we can kind of focus back up. So right now, having a little fun with the guys, talking with crew chiefs and of all three cars, and trying to see what we're fighting all together, same problems it sounds like. So making some good changes moving forward, and have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, thanks for your time. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Down here in the garage hanging out with Brennan Poole. First, let's talk about the race. You lost some track position there, and we're not that far in, so explain what happened.
Yeah, I just had a little bit of a tough pit stop there. Only got one lug on the left rear, and it wasn't even tight. So had to come back down and get the left rear tire tight. So we're going to be starting from the back when we get back going again. So I don't know. We have a fast McDoor Chevrolet. It was really fired off pretty good for no practice. I was pretty comfortable with everything. So I think we have a decent car, and I think I'm going to have a lot of fun coming through the field when we get back going. I love this racetrack, and I'm going to work my way to the fence and see if I can't go where those guys aren't and move forward.
Before we came on air, you and I were just exchanging Kyle Busch memories and having some laughs over it. Obviously, a solemn weekend, but a lot of good memories too. And you raced him in so many different things, including late models. What's a memory that just stands out to you that you're like, man, that is KFB?
Yeah, we had a lot of fun racing against each other over the last 10 years, and yeah, racing late models. And I remember one time we were racing in Georgia at Watermelon. It had been raining all week, and we were racing each other so hard. And Watermelon doesn't have a backstretch wall, so he had slipped the right side tires in the grass and just went straight. And there was like a little ravine that had filled up with water. He just hammered down and drove straight through the ravine and came out, drove around the grandstands, and came back on the track in turn one. And I was like, did he really just drive through the creek over there and then drive behind all the fans and come back on the track? So just yeah, Kyle was just a fierce competitor, and someone who I'd talked to many times over the years for advice, and then someone who would also just race you so hard, and if you raced him hard back, he would give it to you. So just a lot of fun, and racing with him over the years. And yeah, it's just tremendously sad and very, very difficult. So yeah, try to do the best we can to honor him, and yeah.
Carla, you're with Taylor Gray, driver of the 54. They were just talking about Kyle Busch. Obviously, you get to pilot the 54 with Jason Ratcliffe. What does that mean to you in a weekend like this?
Yeah, obviously, it's not the circumstances that anybody wants, right? Very, very honored to be able to run the 54, and somebody told me today that back in 2003, this was his, I guess technically not his first start, because he ran when he was 16, and NASCAR made the rule because of him, but he came back here and made his first start. I don't know if it was his first win or first start, I'm not sure, back in 2003. So it's cool to be able to honor that in a way. The 54 car, obviously, and Kyle, and just the legacy that he put on with that number, right? So definitely a big shoe to fill today, but definitely not the circumstances that anybody wants.
And as far as on the track related things, today I was talking with Jason Ratcliffe before the race started. He said he didn't love the metric system because obviously it hurt y'all today, but you've been able to make up some ground. So what were you able to find there?
Yeah, no, I feel like, just plugging away, right? Just getting aggressive on the restart and trying to get track position early was important. And I feel like our car's working pretty good. I feel like everyone at Job's Racing prepared a really good car and fired off well with no practice there. And can't thank everyone at Operation 300 and Experiment and Toyota Racing. Yeah, no, I think we're going to be fine here. Hopefully the rain lets up and we can get back racing.
We'd all like that. Thanks, Dylan.
Thanks, Carla. Catching up with Raja Caruth again. So I don't know if we're if this is considered breaking the fourth wall of television or not, but Raja is live on Instagram Live right now. So those of you that are following him on Instagram may be seeing a different perspective from this. So okay, so you're big on the social media stuff. Like, what do you enjoy most about engaging with the fans in this way and kind of showing them all the perspectives that you show them?
I think the biggest, it's fun because at the end of the day, we're all people, like we're all normal people. Fortunately for us to get to drive, I mean, it's a very cool thing that we get to do, and I think I just try to share that love and passion I have for the sport through my sim racing and my diecast and shirts, stop motions, all the above. So, but yeah, doing stuff like this, I mean, I'm just a normal dude at the end of the day, so I'm having fun. It's cool to be at the racetrack. I'm in a fire suit that has Hendrick on it. I mean, it's still really, really cool. So, yeah, I think it's just important, I think, to be as normal or be yourself more than that, or more than anything. And yeah, I enjoy what I do and thankful for what I do, for sure.
We appreciate the perspective that you share. You're 8th right now on the racetrack, I think, when we go back green. What did you learn about your race car there?
Well, I jumped up to the top on a couple of restarts, and I was surprised at the grip in it. And then I was like, well, I knew it was cold, so I kind of worked on roughing the bottom. And then I just was a little bit too tight down there. And then the last couple laps, I moved up in 1 and 2, and there was a lot of grip there. So we'll see. There's obviously some things I needed to do better driving-wise, but I think the car's got speed, so just got to keep the nose clean and be there for the last laps of the race and put the whole day together. But track's a lot of fun. I wish it was a daytime race just because of how how dynamic this place is with temperature and all those things. But we'll see where it goes, and whenever we race, hopefully today or tomorrow, whenever we race.
Thanks, Raj.
So many fun young drivers, and I think Dylan should invoice Raja for per diem. If he's going to be on, doing the IG Live while he's doing TV for us, make sure you collect on both ends of that thing. So they're drying the track. That is good. Still some drizzle, but we're hanging in there. NASCAR is optimistic that there is a window later on so we can finish this thing. Under the red flag, 12 to go, stage 1 for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
We encourage men to leave their mark on the world, not on their shirts.
Introducing Dr. Squatch Invisible Glide Deodorant.
In a clear application formula you didn't know existed, because it didn't, until now.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings.
And free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
Love saving money? Then it's time to join AARP. Just $11 per year with a 5-year term during this special offer, and get a second membership free.
That's a great deal.
You'll have access to hundreds of benefits to help you save money, stay healthy, and have fun. Plus everyday discounts at top retailers, dining, and more. Just $11 per year with a 5-year term during this special offer, and get a second membership for free.
Call 800-747-2550 or go online today.
Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collar stays stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
CW Sports back live at Charlotte Motor Speedway. O'Reilly Auto Parts Series got going with their 15th race for the year. Got 12 laps to go, stage 1. We got some rain. The pace picked up. Red flag is out. Here's the updated radar. Now, they are trying to dry the track, so they're not completely losing this thing. And the radar someone might have predicted earlier, is dissipating a little bit. So I'm starting to get optimistic that once that front moves through, we're ahead of the game dry on the track and we can go back racing tonight. And I'm getting a nod of approval from my friends here in the booth. They didn't want...
They got me cut off.
They didn't want me being criticized again. So while we wait out the rain and get the track dry, let's rewind to 2020 here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, and Kyle Busch able to collect his 9th win at this place. Here we go.
He got that big jump, but his teammate wasn't on him very well. The sideline was connected, kind of broke him up.
Ross Chastain wanted help from his teammate until he got clear, and then he's like, I'm not really worried about my teammate at this point. Yeah.
I'm all good on my own, thank you very much. Haley up to second, side by side for third. Another teammate battle, that black 18, Riley Herbst. The bright yellow 19 is Brandon Jones.
You got to remember, that's the first time those guys sailed these cars off in there, wide open, mind you, hoping this thing will stick. And some of them it does, and some of them it won't. Cannot wait. Some of them are going to be begging to get to this caution right here to make some adjustments. You see some cars wiggling around right there, some tire smoke already. These are all things that are just kind of a guesstimate right now for a lot of teams.
The no practice, no qualifying thing, though, that's got to be tough, especially for the young drivers, Jamie.
Yeah, I mean, look, when we talk about with the Cup guys, you think of the amount of laps that the Cup regulars have run, especially at a place like Charlotte. I don't think it's as big of a deal. For some of these guys, I mean, they've never run an Xfinity race at Charlotte. Maybe they've run a truck race here, but that's a big deal. You're not only trying to fill your car out, but you're also trying to learn a racetrack.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing there, even with us, it's your setups, right? It's how well the guys nailed it. I mean, we know it. The splitters have to be right down on the racetrack. You got to push the envelope there, and if you don't, you're going to be off on a long run. Air pressures and things like that. Yes, these teams learn from what they saw last night, listening to their teams. But as Jamie just alluded to, some of these teams don't have those resources. Some of these teams don't have a Cup operation to lean on for, adjustments. What worked for you guys last night? Was it wedge in? Was it wedge out? Was it, whatever the case may be? They don't have that luxury.
Adam, we're sitting here looking at Riley Herbst, and when we talked to him earlier this week,
and we get a caution early. That's the 52, Cody Vanderwall.
Caught the wall with the right rear already.
Driving for Jimmy Means, making his third career start tonight, 19-year-old out of Colorado. And we return to the green flag with Ross Chastain in the 10 car as the race leader. He takes the outside lane.
Flag. All rolling there. That's the line.
It's interesting that he chose the outside this time instead of the inside when he was able to get the lead, but he must just be trying to learn for later in the race.
See that car wiggling on the outside up there in that traction compound. I mean, that's a temperature-sensitive thing. It has to get some temperature built into it before the grip starts to come up. That was something for me that was pretty sketchy, Jamie. It caught me off guard right off the bat in the race last night.
Look at all this youth, though, up there in the top 5, just adapting to unknown circumstances, Jamie.
Yeah, look, like we were saying before the caution came out, we talked to Riley Herbst and asked him, how do you prepare for a track that, you haven't run at that much? And I asked him about going to the simulator, and I thought he was going to bite on that. He's a young guy, and I feel like the young guys really embraced that. But he didn't seem to have a lot of faith in that. He's like, there's not really anything like being in the car. And Clint, I think that's exactly how you and I feel.
Oh, absolutely. You're watching Kyle Busch here. I mean, we talked about it. We know he's the guy to watch, right? He's going to be the one that's going to be making the moves the most, especially right now. Just think about the experience that he has on those guys. Obviously, no matter what, but the experience just in the fact that we're racing so much right now, racing on Sundays, Wednesdays. He's in all of these races, right? Whether it's Cup, Xfinity, or wherever, he's been on the racetrack.
And you talk about his teammate, Riley Herbst, who's running in the 3rd position. Good start for the kid out of Las Vegas, Matt.
A lot of confidence coming in here, Adam. Dave Rogers' crew chief brought back the Fontana car, showed impressive speed out west, doing it again here. Riley says the car took off great, doesn't need it to rotate anymore down in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, you mentioned that race in California. It was kind of the coming out party for the young drivers at Joe Gibbs Racing. Harrison Burton wins. Herbst was second. They did have a ton of speed. If one of them were to win tonight, they're going to have to beat Kyle Busch, I think. Started 18th, already up inside the top 10. He is 7th, could be top 5 joined by the competition caution. Coming up on the competition caution, what do you have, Matt?
And Chase Briscoe loves to run the wall, loves that high side. But Timmy Vito, a great observation by Jamie Mack last night. It just seemed like it took a while for the traction compound to come in down at turns 3 and 4. That's what Timmy told Chase. Right now, he's showing much more speed right where he is now on the bottom.
And you know, all these guys now, 20 laps in, have built that notebook. You got a better feel for where you're at from a setup standpoint. You can make the adjustments under the competition caution and be ready to run through the final portion of this race. Lead is Ross Chastain. His teammate is Justin Haley. And the last time we were at Charlotte Motor Speedway on the Roval, it was the team car for Colin who won. A.J. Allmendinger driving on that Saturday afternoon. And here's the competition caution. It's our second yellow of the evening. Restart up front, Ross Chastain and Kyle Busch. Listen in, this ought to be good with 13 to go, stage 1.
Still in back. 11-1 back with you. Stragging back.
It's really difficult to listen to these guys just jump all over the throttle. For so many years, you know, you used to spin your tires on that outside big time. But look at this move on Kyle Busch, hanging tough on the bottom right here. Side drive, big side drive.
Still there.
Right for that thing off on the bottom. He's going to hold tough. That Ross Chastain will hold tough right here.
Yeah, and he'll have the advantage when they get down to 1 and 2 here. The outside's going to be the preferred lane. He'll pinch Kyle off a little bit on the entry probably and try
And you know that too, right?
Yeah, Kyle knows that.
But so did Ross Chastain. He gave up.
Ooh, he got really loose there.
And that's why Ross Chastain held tough down there in 3 and 4, because he knew he had the
then he gave a courtesy wave. Hey, sorry about that. Yeah, didn't mean to get you loose. It was an accident.
That will, that means nothing, does it? There's nothing that'll make you aggravated more than that. Is when you know, somebody drives it on your door, gets you loose, and like, hey man, it's like they acknowledge that they really messed it up. But sure hope you're not upset.
Don't do that to me later in the race, please.
Haley driving down below Riley Herbst into turn 1.
You can hear those guys. They're having to work the throttle quite a bit on the bottom of the exit of turn 2 there.
Brandon Jones, fresh tires. He's one of those that pitted on that competition caution at lap 22. He's come back from 16th to 7th since that last restart.
Great camera shot right there. You can see these cars really sliding as they come off the corner. Oh, by the way, wide open and carrying all that speed.
Allgaier update, working his way back through the field to 20th, racing behind the 92 of Josh Williams.
I tell you, getting to run the 600 last night was a. Let's look at Kyle Busch getting loose underneath the 10 of Ross Chastain here.
He drove that thing off in really, really hard trying to clear him. Didn't quite get cleared.
And when you,
underneath of him.
You know, Clint, when you're Ross Chastain, you're in the outside, and you hear Kyle Busch kind of get out of the gas, you drive up the racetrack a little bit, like, I got to get away from him a little bit.
You start hearing them tailpipes crackling, and you got to look over your shoulder.
Move up.
Both these drivers that are out front raced last night. I mean, it's a bit of a misnomer for Kyle because we know how good he is and that's great equipment, but how much does that experience from one night ago help Ross in this situation?
Maybe by 3 and 4 might be a little bit better judging off of him.
There's so many of these guys that are obviously trying to learn the racetrack, trying to figure all that out. We've got traction compound, and then, oh, by the way, the teams, it's kind of, like I said it earlier, it's a guesstimate. You know, there's no rocket science here. They're working through their simulations, and they've got it close. It's unbelievable how close we can get these setups. But that being said, there's still things that you have to kind of guess on. And until they get a couple pit stops here to make those adjustments, they won't have it down pat.
And you can see fresh tires being an advantage there. Kyle Busch getting to the inside of Ross Chastain. I think he's gonna clear him this time, Clint, down in there. Oh, definitely gonna clear him. Drive right up in front of him.
Crossover, will it work for Chastain? It will not. All clear. 54 to the point. 6.5 laps to go in stage number 1 at Charlotte.
Let's just point out there was no courtesy wave from Kyle Busch on return right there.
I thought there might be a courtesy supplemental. What's up, Matt?
There might be a courtesy text from the 19 of Brandon Jones. A lot of time texting after last night's 600-miler. Brandon felt like that Kyle Busch indeed would have a big advantage because he knows the trends of the racetrack. And that's why he was picking Kyle's brain. see at both ends of the racetrack.
You know, Clint, for those guys having 20 laps on their tires, he's better than they are, but it's not as big of a deal as you normally see at Charlotte with tires.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that last night as well. But it had their moments, right? I mean, Kevin Harvick started up front on old tires and wasn't in the right line, didn't really get up to speed, and man, he was in trouble. Definitely was in the way until he got those tires back on and got an adjustment and got back going. So I think it's kind of situational. You know, if you get that jump, you get out there in a clean air and you get off, you know, right off the bat, you'll be just fine.
The Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, that was a big move right there. Power move. Got a huge run off the outside. Dove down to the bottom. Spotter, he is just waiting to hear clear, right? And that spotter, you've got to remember the spotters are down on the roof down in turn one, and trying to spot that those cars coming straight at them right there. That's a bad vantage point for those guys. Whoa, big save right there for Harrison Burton. Definitely loose right there with a 20 car.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing here, guys. As the tires are getting old, we're seeing kind of 2 lanes, and we're seeing a lot of racing. That's a good sign for what we're going to have tonight.
All 4 Gibbs cars inside the top 10 now. And there's one of them, Harrison Burton, who's 10th, and under attack Michael Annett in the 1. Had a late spin or might have picked up a top 5 finish at Darlington on Thursday. Hey, I got a question for you when it comes to Brandon Jones. He's 5th on new tires. So why is he racing so aggressively? Because undoubtedly he's going to stay out at the end of the stage and inherit a ton of track position. I just wonder about wearing the good and giving up that advantage, you know?
Well, the other thing about that is you've got to get it back to clean air. And the closer you get to that clean air, the better off you are, the easier you are on your tires and things like that. So you got to get out of that dirty air, get some downforce back on your car to save those tires as well. So it's a little bit of a catch-22 there.
2 to go on the stage. Here's Matt again on all guys.
And Adam, like you mentioned, we've been following the electrical issue on the 7. It does not sound like at this point that they have fixed that issue. With pit stops coming up, it's going to be interesting to see if he can keep pit road speed.
Yeah, it's a story we're going to continue to follow. And the thing to me that's so tough for all guys, I just feel like something's gone wrong in all the races this year. I mean, coming in, he's led a lap in every race, but something at some stage of the event always seems to go wrong for that 17.
Seems like they've definitely been a little bit snake bit there, but you keep knocking on the door the way Justin and his team has, they'll be just fine. Their time will be coming. Just might today.
Final lap.
This is just one thing. Not being able to do that on pit road, who knows what's going to happen
here. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
What if more water just happened? With Circle, more happens. Grab 1 bottle and get up to 6 drinks throughout your day. Circle, just more water.
It's time to take control of your health naturally. Meet the organic testosterone blend from Full Leaf Tea Company. For only 50 cents a cup, you get an all-natural tea designed to help boost testosterone levels, support prostate health, and enhance vitality. Packed with pure organic ingredients like ashwagandha, epimedium, fenugreek, and saw palmetto. Shown to support healthy testosterone levels and enhance libido. Plus green tea and ginger to boost energy and improve circulation. Hand blended in the USA, our tea delivers the support your body craves. And thousands have already discovered the difference. Ready to fuel your body the right way? Scan the QR code to order now and enjoy fast shipping straight to your door. Visit fullleafteacompany.com and explore our complete line of wellness blends. Organic testosterone blend, natural strength in every cup.
How was school today? It was good. They want to cast me as the lead in the school play. That's fantastic, isn't it? Are you gonna do it? You okay? Do you want to talk about it, Daddy?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's terrifying what happens when car warranties expire.
As soon as they do, cars are quitting on the job. It's like they're possessed. Stop. Hey man, you got a little something there. And without protection, even simple repairs could cost you thousands. That's why there's Car Shield. Or don't get Car Shield and maybe get your car an exorcism instead. Someone should help her.
Car Shield. Protection when it counts. You may think the show only turns left, but you miss what all this is.
3, 2, 1.
A show wherever our cars run.
The hills are alive with the sound of NASCAR.
In small towns and big cities, short tracks, super speedways, road courses, and a naval base. You build a track, we'll race it. Make it difficult, we'll find a way.
Kyle Busch taking that outside lane as we begin our second stage.
Still in there. You've got no help. He doesn't either. He's at your door.
That's a big move by Ross Chastain to be able to clear Kyle Busch by the exit of turn 2.
Can we make it 3 wide going into turn 3? Chase Briscoe on the move, going to the inside of Kyle Busch for second. Justin Haley getting aggressive through 3 and 4.
I think you nailed it right there, Adam. Aggression. Now people have gotten adjustments. They know what to expect with their cars when they drive them things off in there. Now we're going to see some side-by-side racing, some aggressive moves with these guys. Confidence is everything, Jamie. I mean, when you're out there on that racetrack, you start off. Could you imagine starting? I mean, you did this your whole life, right? Your whole adult life you've raced. Could you imagine running these races, starting these races with no practice?
No, I mean, when those guys went to Darlington last week without any practice, I mean, we got to go there for 3 days when I was a rookie in the Xfinity Series to practice to make that mistake of getting into the wall. So no, it's completely different, clearly, than when you and I came up, Clint. I'm going to put you in that category, just so you know.
Yeah,
I know you're a little younger, but you're still in my category.
I'm not as old as you.
Neither of us are just category, though.
No. What was that, rookie speed weeks at Darlington? Is that what they called it, Jamie, when you went down there for a month to get ready for a 200-mile race?
I think it was, Adam.
Speaks to the difference in talent from when you were coming up to now, right?
Yeah. So, guys, Ross Chastain, man, he talked about it. He kind of called his shot, flexing some muscle here. It's going to be interesting if Kyle Busch can catch him, you know, how tough he holds right there on the outside if he tries to hold him down again.
Hey, based on that interview, it sounds like he's going to try to hold him down. I like that.
Man said,
I feel like someone was watching the broadcast and told him maybe what we said, Clint.
Teammates here talked a lot about Brandon Jones. Harrison Burton in the 20. Looking for his second win of the year's got some momentum. And right behind them, the Chevrolet of Daniel Hemmert driving that 8 for Junior Motorsports.
You know, I watched Harrison Burton last week at Darlington. That thing gets off in the corner. It just doesn't look settled, man. You can see it sliding around right there. It does not look like it's underneath of him, and it looked the same way last week. Definitely got his hands full right there with his setup.
No, and something you can watch for there is when you see someone run at the bottom and they're not on that line, that means they couldn't pull on the wheel, or the car didn't turn, or the back didn't feel comfortable, and that's a sign the car is not handling
It
well.
just looks nervous in the corner to me. You can see Kyle drafting up to him right there. It's going to be the story of the rest of the race, I'm thinking.
Great racing tonight at Charlotte, halfway through our second stage. Ross Chastain has been the man, started on the pole, led 53 laps tonight. The other 15 led by Kyle Busch, who is second. And the 54 did win the first stage, and he's knocking on the door of the lead again.
Yeah, I saw Ross Chastain. You see, he drove it off in there, and it got tight. He really had to come up out of the gas. And that old App State machine 54 ball is getting big in the mirror, boys.
Here we go again. Same thing we saw earlier, guys. Same corner. Not hanging quite as tight, but I'm seeing the groove starting to move up a little bit, Clint. And even Ross is actually running a little high in 3 and 4, which allowed Kyle to get underneath him, but it looks like that's starting to come in as well.
Gonna have to be careful. I mean, that's the cushion, right? If you jump that cushion, it will bite you.
Oh, yeah, you can see Ross's hands inside the car. When they zoom in, you see him working the wheel back and forth. So this car isn't driving perfect. It's a little bit on the loose side.
What about that 54, Matt?
Remember his analysis of what he thought other drivers were thinking about his level of aggression? He was spot on. As Kyle Busch starts to really close in, Busch said on the radio, we might want to find a watermelon smasher pretty quick. Spotter Chris Lambert said, yep, he's up to his old tricks. All over that bumper on the 10.
Yeah, that was some watermelon smashing right there. Chastain grew up on a watermelon farm. His family, when he was in quarantine, was doing their harvest. He helped them out. They put out 500 semi-loads full of watermelons, and boy, he needs some toughness right now. And it's a three-man fight for the lead. Here's Briscoe.
Hey, Kyle tried to intimidate him right there, guys, and Ross Chastain did not stand for it. Now it's brought Chase Briscoe into the race.
Racing tough is one thing. That will bite you. You mess with guys like Kyle Busch and put them in that scenario. The one thing that you don't want to see is you're racing somebody, all's fair, right? You got to race hard and things like that, but when people start catching you in the rearview mirror and then a guy passes you because of the fact that you're sitting here getting held up by a guy, that's when your patience is over. Now you're mad, now you're going to move them. That's what's going to happen.
Hey, I would agree with you, but it is Kyle Busch, and we want to see a really good race tonight, Clint. So I'm okay with Ross Chastain bringing another driver into the mix.
But, I mean, you see what momentum means. Busch with the push here loses some momentum, and that's why Briscoe's now second, right?
Well, look, Kyle was mad at Ross right there because he's hugging Kyle down in turns 1 and 2. Kyle's trying to prove a point here, like, look, I'm faster than you. But look, I mean, it's a race, and I don't think that you can get mad. I don't think anybody can get mad at anyone for racing. That's what we're here to watch.
It's mentalities. There's definitely different mentalities with everybody that you're racing, and you always know that. But you can see, watch Ross Chastain, and his hands get full when that 54 gets on him right there. But again, if you're going to race a guy like that, you got to expect
and
that.
Listen, I agree 100%, Clint. That probably will come back to bite him at some point, but it sure is fun to watch right now.
Oh, entertainment at its best.
But we've all talked to Ross. I don't think he backs down from the way he races. We heard it in the interview you did earlier, Clint.
There's again, it's mentalities and how you race and how you grew up racing. Guys like Mark Martin, he doesn't race that way. He's going to allow that guy to let him around, go in and get an adjustment, get his hot rod tuned up, and go after him at the end of the race when the money's on the line. These kids today's day and age, they're going to race you hard every single lap. I mean, there's no right answer there. Everybody's different, and everybody has a different mentality and perspective on that.
And Chastain, by maintaining the top spot, keeps that clean air and starting to pull away. For second place, Chase Briscoe, his advantage just under a second. And Busch now moving in on Briscoe. 15 laps to go in our second stage from Charlotte. It's Chastain, Briscoe, Kyle Busch, Austin Cindric, and Noah Gragson in top 5. Back at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and you are looking live at the battle for the lead where Kyle Busch is gotten by Ross Chastain. That's after he passed Chase Briscoe for second while we were away. They're in lap traffic, and all this happening with 9 to go in stage 2. Chastain, we know he's not going to give it up.
Some serious racing right there, very intense. Picked him with a lapper, and again, that's what you have to do. You have to look at an opportunity to break somebody's momentum as they caught that lap traffic. That's something, Adam, that you're looking forward to, right? As you catch these guys, you got to pounce on them right here, and that's certainly what Kyle Busch did.
Well, Clint, I don't know about you, but I think Ross is lucky that the circumstances happened the way that they did, because if Kyle caught him again, I don't think it was going to end pretty.
He was going to be moved.
We had a nice conversation during the commercial about the philosophy of how you race competitors. And Jamie, you said what about Chastain and how he handled the battle with Kyle Busch?
Well, I think he raced Kyle Busch a little different than he would race a series regular. If it's someone that you're having to race against every single week, I think there's some give and take like Clint's been talking about. It happens every week. But Kyle Busch is a different circumstance. He's going to race him a little bit harder. He knows he doesn't have to deal with him every single week.
Hey, man, this is a different perspective for me, honestly. I mean, being in the broadcast booth, watching this race, having the experience of being in the car and racing these guys, I like it. I love it. As a fan, I love it. As a racer, we're trying to get around that guy as somebody else caught you. Man, it's nothing that makes you boil over more than that. But it's what you have to do. In this racetrack, with the momentum and everything that's so important, that's how you have to race today's day and age.
Myatt Snyder back in the 21 this week for Richard Childress Racing, who won here a year ago. with Tyler Reddick, who's been so impressive as a Cup rookie, and right behind him, Justin Allgaier, all the problems tonight that he's been facing with those gauges, but he's worked his way back to 13th. Not bad when you consider all they've faced in the first 90 or so laps of this race.
Yeah, good day. It's good to see Myron Strider, having a solid day right here. Got wrecked last weekend, man. That was very unfortunate for him. Good kid, good family. Good solid run so far. Adam, we're sitting here looking at Justin Allgaier. You pointed this out. He's led a lap in every race. He's led the second most laps of any driver in the series, and he has the most stage wins. That 7 car has run incredible, but we talked to him on Race Hub earlier today, and I'm like, Justin, what do you have to do to put the finish together? And he's like, we got to execute. He went through a list of all the things they've done wrong, and look, Clint said earlier, this is his point. This is one of those things, like, you just can't have those failures. It's no one's fault, right? It's not any one person, but it just seems like every week something's happening to this 7 car to keep him from getting to victory lane.
And it goes in cycles, Jamie.
Absolutely.
We've all been there. I mean, you just seem like you just can't do anything right. Can't make a decision. Can't even get a top 10, and the next thing you know, poof, you've been in the top 10, just a string of them. So their time's coming. That's too good a race team not to.
What do you have on the 22, Matt?
We're closing in on the next pit stop here in the car. Much better down at 3 and 4. It's really solid, but it's tighter down at turns 1 and 2. And Austin told me that this was a stretch a year ago where he and crew chief Brian Wilson really came together and gelled. It was the worst 2 races of the year, Charlotte and Pocono, but they were able to really get on the same page as far as the feel that Austin needs in that 22, and they're making a game plan for the stop coming up.
I think this is a team that brings some momentum in a top 5 run, as you talked with him earlier, Clint, before we went green, from the driver's seat back at Darlington last week, and you can kind of see Austin starting to gain that confidence if you're around him much.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we all know the wheelman that he is on these road courses, and he's really taken these 1.5 mile or short tracks. He's a good race car driver, great race team. The hardest thing to overcome as a rookie like that, when he came in as a rookie, you're getting in a car that wins. That is the hardest thing, because the equipment's capable of doing it. The problem is,
the worst thing that can happen.
Not quite ready for it yet, but you will be. And as soon as he put those together, man, he started stringing off wins and running up front. No surprise at all. One of the coolest things about that car, as a little kid growing up and working on cars my whole life, snap-on tools. There's something just awesome about having snap-on. Class all the way.
Hey, what do these two guys have in common? 54 Kyle Busch laps, the 66 of Timmy Hill. What do they have in common? You guys
They
know?
were both incredible iRacers.
Okay, that is good. They're both running all 7 races in 11 days as NASCAR makes its return. All 3 races last weekend at Darlington, and they'll do it again this week here in Charlotte.
You don't think Kyle Busch is a wheel man? I mean, nothing to gain right there, right? He is all by himself, still foot to the floor, sideways up off the corner, just the way he races every single lap.
How can I help? I'm here to tell us. Switch to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and even 401k. It's always such a headache, man. With Gusto, it's effortless. Like looking cool in this jacket. Okay.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? Meet the Viper Chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. The Viper Chair glides over any surface with large industrial grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. Viper chairs are designed for every job or anything else you love to do in the garage. This Memorial Day, build the shop of your dreams. Shop viperindustrial.com. But don't wait, this sale ends soon.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings.
And free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
Maggie's finally in a good place. You think you'd want her to be happy? I wonder if she could be happier with me.
What happened yesterday? It can't happen again.
It's up to you to decide how our story ends.
This world of ours is bigger than life. It's gritty, it's fantastic, it's intense.
I love this business with all my heart.
but it doesn't come without sacrifice.
NXT breeds on chaos.
If you believe in something, work until you have it.
Never be content.
Here we go! I have been down this road. I know what it's like.
I don't care what you've achieved. Continue to push through. Fail forward. Dream big and strive to be better.
The harder you work, the more you get out of it. The more you get out of it, the more you succeed. NXT, this is what you want to go to.
Hey everyone, heard this is where the action is.
You're the real deal.
Own it.
I spent my entire life trying to prove that I'm someone worth loving.
Love you bigger than the sky. Give me a chance. Give us a chance.
I love when you can help people. Makes it worth it.
You are so close to your dream. When are you going to fight for you?
Welcome to Scrabble. I've had enough yoga for a while.
Thanks for playing along with us.
Take it away.
We're doing donuts. Get it, please?
Do you think anyone will miss us if we sneak back to the cabin?
I don't think so.
We are the next generation of entertainment.
Unbelievable.
You're looking at a live shot of Charlotte Motor Speedway. CW Sports back here for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. We got some racing in. Made it to 12 laps to go in the opening stage. Then the rains came, pulled everybody down to pit lane. Drivers have gone to hang out for a bit, but we are optimistic because they have been making some progress drying the track. NASCAR has told us they feel like there is a window. They're committed to getting it in. And if you look at the radar, check this out. Back to the west, feels like things are breaking up a bit. Just a matter of time before the rain stops, we dry the track, and we can get things going. And we feel like it's somewhere in the neighborhood of an hour to get everything dried out here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So we're waiting it out, but we're patient, we're optimistic, and we feel like we'll go racing again tonight. In the meantime, let's get you back to 2000 and the O'Reilly race right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Busch goes outside lane. We've seen it all night long. Chastain inside of him. The top five, Cindric, Jones, and Gregson. Here we go with the final stage.
Good start for Ross Chastain on the bottom, too. That's such a hard thing to do. Mind you, you cannot touch the gas until that car on the outside of you does. Look at this. Big to bang and get into one.
There was contact.
I love it. Look at the tire rub on there. You can see it right in front of the left rear tire there.
Still outside door, quarter, clear, all clear, all clear.
Clarity. Here we go again, Jamie.
Go ahead and interview Kyle Busch real quick. See what he says now.
Brandon Jones is third. Looks as good as he's looked all night long. And don't look now, but the teammate of Ross Chastain, Justin Haley, who had faded a bit, back in the top five and looking for more inside of Cindric.
Yeah, big night for Colleague Racing. Both of those cars have run up front all night long.
I think one of the things we learned on that last restart is if you're Kyle Busch, you might take me inside the next time, because that seems to be the preferred line.
Now, how much could that change? Because as the night goes on, in theory, that traction compound could make a difference. And here comes Busch.
And this is where we've had the most trouble. As he rifles that thing off on the bottom of Ross Chastain in 1 and 2, he really gets loose. Got to be careful getting into turn 1. It seemed like he held his own right there. Didn't get out from underneath of him, but he did succumb to him off of turn 2 there. That's such a hard thing, Jamie, man. You want to drive off in there, you got to be disciplined. You know if you drive it off in there too hard, that thing can come around on you and end your night.
Well, the thing is, he knows that Ross has kind of squeezed him down every time he's done that, so you got to be careful. But here's the thing, guys. Kyle Busch had the best car in the long run, so I was shocked by his attitude when you interviewed him. I thought he was in a way better mood than what we normally would get out of Kyle Busch. So look, he's going to bide his time. He's probably going to just torment Ross here for the next 20 laps.
Allgaier, problems with the gauges, was 13th prior to those last pit stops, 15th now. That's not a bad net when you consider everything they're fighting.
Especially with those pit stops like that. I mean, it's just, that would be such a difficult thing. You're not going to be fast if you even push the limit at least a little bit, man. Here, it clears him right there. Slide job.
Kyle definitely drove it off in there.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty deep that time.
But he tiptoed up to it. You know,
He did,
he took a stab at it a couple times, wasn't really comfortable with it. Finally got his car where he thought it was comfortable, rifled it up in there, and it stuck.
Allgaier making more moves, and just behind him, Chase Briscoe, Matt.
Chase Briscoe, he seems more like an old soul, just how he shows his maturity with a bad situation. That uncontrolled tire, the 98, had to go to the back with a restart. He came on the radio and he looked up at the scoreboard and said, we got about 100 laps left, 2 sets of tires, plenty of time.
And scheduled green flag pit stops underway.
That's
the aid of Daniel Hemrick.
I think that would be a penalty, don't you guys?
I hate to guess on that. I mean, it could be, and that's why I hesitated on Chase earlier.
Mistakes right here. It's all about mistakes. These green flag pit stops are extremely difficult, and that's where all the juice is. Whoa, you can see it right there.
That's your wheel hop.
Yeah.
Did he speed, do you think? I mean, he was coming
Potentially,
in hot.
and that's what I'm talking about. Mistakes coming on pit road. You've got to push the envelope to get it off. You have to get it off, but watch this right here.
Well, and Clint, that's where not getting to practice kills you. You practice that in happy hour. Coming to pit road.
He was pretty fast right there.
Here's Matt Yoakum.
A great save, the uncontrolled tire of the previous pit stop. And you can hear his confidence in the voice that he knew he could come back. An air pressure adjustment here, the 98, still trying to find the proper balance. Meanwhile, four-wheel slide almost for the 18 of Raleigh Herbst. He said he just couldn't pull it to the bottom like others could. 98's away.
Also on pit road, that leaf filter car. And we just got word. 98, Chase Briscoe, too fast entering.
Hey, you can see it. Anytime you see them go past that yellow line and they're still hard on their brakes and wheel hopping and things like that,
It's just hard to get slowed down.
Absolutely.
And I tell you, Clint, we talked about keeping that pit crew pumped up. That's the reason you don't get mad at them, because he made a mistake
here,
there.
slid through.
Here's Brandon Jones, Matt.
Brandon Jones trying to win his third race in the last 10. Clean tear off. Oh, the crew member takes a big tumble trying to get back over the wall. Just lacking front turn. Needs more grip. An air pressure adjustment. Going to shuffle them there on the 19. And meanwhile, the 54 of Kyle Busch on his way to his pit box. Remember, Jacob Cantor, one of the young rising stars in JGR, longtime engineer there. The box for Busch in 2020. Jason Shapiro, longtime car chief, has a bag of ice to hand through it. Carroll trying to tweak that balance even more. Tire almost got away. Lucky they grabbed it. No issue here on the 54.
Hey, Matt, great job down there tonight. One pit reporter for the entire pit lane. We had Regan working in the rain last week, and Matt running up and down pit road tonight. Great job. And 54 of Kyle Busch, speeding penalty. And I'm not sure about Noah Gregson because he locked him down. And remember, all this happening with just 50 laps to go. There's not going to be much recovery time.
I said it, mistakes. It's such a difficult thing. You're asking a lot out of everybody. The driver's coming on the pit road. Again, nothing to go off of. No practice sessions. All right, I got that mark on there. You're going to see big-time mistakes and big-time.
Now, but look, Clint, I don't think we expect that out of Kyle. He had a 4-second lead before the caution comes out. Why push the
We talked about it, Jamie.
He does, I know. He does.
I think this is the third straight race that Kyle Busch has gotten a speeding penalty. The Xfinity race at Darlington, the same last night, in the Cup race and tonight. We'll double check that. So he's paid his debt. The 19 of Brandon Jones also got a speeding penalty, guys.
You know, and Ross Chastain minimizing mistakes. He just slid through his pit box. That's all he had. He backed up a little bit. No harm, no foul. I mean, now he might be just fine right here.
And honestly, Clint, I think if we get another caution and we can talk to Kyle Busch, you should ask him why he's been on the road right there.
I'll let you handle that, bud.
Hey, 49 to go, and we're cycling through green flag stops. There's Brandon Jones coming down with his penalty. Michael Annett is now shown as the leader. And look who's second. It's the 02 of Brett Moffitt. He broke both of his legs when we were away from NASCAR competition. He's back racing and doing a nice job.
Got a lot of front brake in it right there. Got their front tires locked up, and that's something that you can adjust, Adam. You can adjust the brakes front to rear. On these long runs where these tires are really hot and slick like this, you've got to adjust and get a good balance on your brake pressure so you can get on the pit road hard.
Normally we see guys wheel hop like we saw Chase Briscoe, but if he was loose on the track, he might have been putting front brake in, Clint, as the run went on, trying to get the balance a little tighter on entry.
Something that you can also do as a spotter and as a crew chief, you're starting to see these guys making mistakes. That's something that you got a rookie driver right there. You better be on the radio telling him, hey, a lot of mistakes on pit road right now. Do not speed on pit road.
To reset this thing, I told you Michael Linette's the leader. Brett Moffitt is second. Myatt Snyder is third. Those three drivers are yet to make this green flag pit stop, and they're going to have to here in the next handful of laps. Fourth right now is Austin Cindric. He pitted under green, lap 148, so he would take over the race lead
here, boys.
when they pit, but we're going to get a caution. Yes, we are. There it is, the sixth of the night, and this time it's for Timmy Hill, who is smoking big time.
Man, Michael Linette, what an opportunity right there. Had some trouble last weekend at Darlington. A little payback time, huh?
And we're showing 6 cars on the lead lap. The last of those is Justin Haley, Megan Ross Chastain, and the first car right now being shown one lap down is Noah Gregson.
He might have gotten the oil maybe.
Oh,
yeah,
maybe.
exactly what I was thinking.
One fast gear lane. He's got to push off third. He'll help with you.
And Justin Haley timed that out really good, Clint.
And Maya Snyder helped him, right? He was right on his bumper. Whoa, got tight right there. Noah Gregson is driving it, Clint.
Yeah,
that car
is
all
over it. Haley right in Cindric's hip pocket. Here comes Gregson inside of Snyder. Jeremy Clements is up there, and so is Daniel Hemrick. Jeremy Clements, though, is one lap down. He is not racing for position in that mix, I don't believe.
But Daniel Hemrick's car looked really good on the bottom right there, guys. It didn't look like it was moving around, and he hooked the line. It's interesting to see all those guys, Clint, 1 and 2, they're wanting to get to the traction compound, where earlier in the race, everybody on new tires was running the bottom.
You can see Kyle Busch, he's just mired in traffic, nowhere to go right now. He's just forced to follow.
The kids' cars all together, they're all 4 of them racing for position.
Ooh, tight quarters right there. Always run out of real estate, as you talked about earlier. Jamie off of turn 4. We've seen so much carnage there over the years. Big time flag job. If you're Austin Cindric and Justin Haley, Noah Gregson, you've got to go. You got to get away from those cars. Utilize this clean air and get gone.
Love saving money? Then it's time to join AARP.
Just $11 per year with a 5-year term during this special offer, and get a second membership free.
That's a great deal. You'll have access to hundreds of benefits to help you save money, stay healthy, and have fun. Plus everyday discounts at top retailers, dining, and more.
Just $11 per year with a 5-year term during this special offer, and get a second membership for free.
Call 800-747-2550 or go online today.
Big Razor said, no one besides us can make a premium pivoting razor. Harry said, hold my beard. Behold, the new Harry's Plus. 5 German-engineered steel blades, premium metal handle, our most advanced pivot mechanism. Made ergonomically, priced economically, at a price that makes Big Razor big mad, and guys everywhere very happy. We did it. The shave you've been waiting for. Harry's Plus.
You want your vehicle to look showroom new, inside and out? Cerakote, the industry leader in ceramic coatings, makes it easy with our complete car care system. Start every wash with Cerakote's high foam vehicle shampoo. Then clean the interior, coat your tires, paint, plastics, and even restore cloudy headlights and faded trim back to like new. The final result? Unmatched performance and long-lasting protection, guaranteed. With over 80,000 5-star reviews and more #1 bestsellers than any other brand, you can trust Cerakote. Buy now.
How you like your new Trek stock?
Oh, it's beautiful. I wish I'd done it sooner.
Thought about Treks. I've never minded doing a little maintenance. It's rewarding.
Well, whatever floats your boat.
Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
How was school today? It was good. They want to cast me as the lead in the school play. That's fantastic, isn't it? Are you gonna do it? You okay? Do you want to talk about it, Daddy?
Yeah. Yeah.
The storm is inevitable. Being a victim is optional. You secure your perimeter. You secure your power. You secure your food supply. While the rest of the world goes dark, you hold the line at home. For Patriots, generate your own independence. Tomorrow's legends revealed today. One lap, one race, one opportunity at a time. This is the proving ground. Pure, raw racing. The future grinds here.
Cindric continues to lead, but it's now Noah Gragson who's in the second position, and here comes Kyle Busch back in the top 5 as he gets around Myatt Snyder in the 21.
So many takeaways from listening to that Crank It Up. The perspective of the spotters, the crew chiefs, relaying the information you need, overdriving the corner, not overdriving the corner, or giving up a little bit. Look at this, boys, caution.
Getting a report it was the 98 of Chase Briscoe, and there you see it. Boy, what a rough night for him. A pair of penalties, gotten that oil, hit the wall, and now he's into the wall again.
Yeah, I'm going to say that led from, what happened earlier. Yeah. Maybe a tire rub or a parts failure.
Good launch up top, big push coming, squared price. Squared tight, still there, squared tight, still there, quarters, bumper, clear, 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 810, half back top. Protect your top, he is clear up top, 3/4 behind, he is clear up top.
Hey, Gene. Oh, big hit. Nice. Got turned right there.
Caution is out for the 9th time.
Dang it. Myatt had such a good run going right there in the top 5. He's come off of turn 2 there. Got hooked in the right rear. You can see the tire rub right there. Unfortunate.
These cautions haven't been good for Cindric. He had the big lead, and then we get the yellow, and now, I mean, he executes the restart perfectly, and this.
Justin Allgaier was just to his outside. It was like he might have moved up a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty tight racing right there. I don't know. Did you see that the push from Kyle Busch actually put Austin Cindric in the lead there, Jamie? Did you see
I did observe that. What I didn't expect to happen, though, was for Noah Gragson to come out in second. I thought that Kyle would be able to hang on to him, and that worked out perfect, I think, for Austin Cindric. He does not want to have Kyle Busch in second.
Let's watch this restart. Big push right there, and you can see they just, those cars, as soon as they connect, they just take off and put Austin Cindric back in the lead. One of the things that I'm watching right here is Noah's going to have to be careful not to get too good of jump. You said it right there, Jamie. He got a pretty good jump, being back in the line right there, all by himself. I mean, he is flirting with disaster right there. They can't call you on that if you're not careful.
Hey, I noticed Cindric, with the hand out the window and motioning Kyle. Is that just nonverbal communication and every driver knows that's going to be the case, or was there work being done on a spotter stand to set up their plan? How do you guys think that plays out?
Well, you see that a lot in restrictor plate racing. When we go to Daytona, Talladega, that's such a big thing of having, see this guy everywhere. That's that smoke you were talking about, Jamie. But you can see that on those restarts at a Daytona Talladega type of racing. That's what you saw right there. And by the way, that guy on the outside, Noah, he can't see that. So that's why he was able to do that on the bottom line, give those hand gestures of when to go. He's waiting for him. He starts motioning him up, gets that tap on the back, and go, Cat, go.
We are ready for the restart now. It's going to be 12 laps to go. Cindric again in the inside lane, push from Kyle Busch.
Yes, and connected now. Still such a strong push on the inside. And Austin Terry's going to get back out in front of him. Whoa. I think Rick's getting loose on the inside right there.
Gregson again pops up to second.
That's a great restart for both of those cars. That's a lot out of it. The tires are getting old, wore out, start wheels spinning and things like that. You got to manage the runs from behind, the pushes. Great restart.
Yeah, you saw Noah Gragson immediately go to the outside. He knew he wasn't going to be able to pass him in the dirty area, so immediately he chose to run a little higher than him in turns 3 and 4.
And remember, Kyle does have fresher tires here.
But the pressures have equalized.
Well, at least that's what the crew chief was selling, right?
I tell you what, though, this is huge run right there. Drove it down on the bottom. Ross and Cindric, what do you do right here?
Oh, we're going to get a caution. That was Allgaier that popped the wall. Kyle Busch going for the lead. He got Gregson. Here he is inside of Cindric into turn 1.
Drove it down in there, slid up in front of him. Kyle Busch back to the point.
He is strong.
Yeah, I mean, the new tires just made such a difference right there. You can tell that Austin was having to back the corner up a little bit, and Kyle was able to sail up in there and clear him, slide up in front of him and clear him.
Allgaier was running 7th when he popped the wall, makes his pit stop here. You wonder if he didn't lose a tire after that contact a while ago with Snyder.
Yeah, I would think probably had some a tire rub after that contact, and that hit him there.
Big run for Noah, getting down into turn 1. It's holding it tight, and slide up in front of him, make the pass.
Yeah, and that was his spotter saying, gas it up, slide up in front of him.
You could tell as he slid up there, man, wow, Austin getting cleared again.
Austin was going to run the rope here, chicane right there.
Great racing right here with these two.
That was the Brad Keselowski dance he was doing. Brad was doing that last night trying to break the draft. Big trouble. Spinning out down the front straightaway. Riley Herbst, we're going to get our 10th caution of the night.
You know, Clint, we talked about it with Eric Amarola in Cup qualifying. That AstroTurf or fake grass has saved 2 cars now from being destroyed.
You can see the damage right here on the right front. If I'm guessing, the way we saw that car out of shape down low, I'd say he got loose underneath somebody and slid up in front of or into him.
Well, you're running 155, 160 miles an hour. You get turned, it's tough to hang on to it.
Actually, Justin Haley got in the wall in front of him.
It's just that track narrowing up right there. It collects so many people.
Man, just unfortunate. Racing hard, 3 wide right there. Justin Haley got out, high. He can't take his foot out of the gas. If he does, he's going to get passed by both of those cars. Hits the wall and collects those guys underneath of him. Brandon Jones and Riley Herbst.
I want to go back to something. Kyle Busch pitted at lap 172 and got tires. The same for Harrison Burton, who's in the top 5. But you remember when the 8 of Daniel Hemrick came down at lap 177, and we were like, why did they pit with something wrong? There was nothing wrong. They just had a set of tires left, and they said, we're going to lose them. We're just going to leave them laying. Let's pit now and utilize those tires, and he's going to restart in the 5th spot. He could be a player here.
And a tough call. To pull your car in, running in the top 5, which, by the way, needed a top 5, man. This is the best run we've had all year long. You mean you're going to pit? You're going to take me out of here? So, but to see that prevail and be a good call and put him in the catbird seat going into these last final laps right here, great call. Neat to see it.
I'm Chad. I work for a professional football team, and I earned my degree online from SNHU. It fit with my schedule. Mondays, Tuesdays, those are packing days. I can get all my assignments done. Wednesday, we're on the practice field. Thursday, initial discussion post is due. We're going to leave on Friday. We're playing an East Coast trip. I'm going to take advantage of the time spent on the bus and even in the hotel room to finish any of my other coursework that I needed to do prior to kickoff on Sunday. SNHU and the support system, they make it possible. Go to snhu.edu.
It's terrifying what happens when car warranties expire. As soon as they do, cars are quitting on the job. It's like they're possessed. Stop. Hey man, you got a little something there. And without protection, even simple repairs could cost you thousands. That's why there's Car Shield. Or don't get Car Shield and maybe get your car an exorcism instead. Someone should help her.
Car Shield, protection when it counts. Start the celebration this holiday with Blackstone fun and flavor that brings everyone together. Because all across the nation, Blackstone is the way America cooks outdoors. With an enormous variety for your whole neighborhood. Giving you the freedom to cook anything, anytime, anywhere. Only on a Blackstone, America's best-selling grill. Celebrate this holiday with grills and more at blackstoneproducts.com or your nearest Blackstone retailer.
How can I help? I'm here to tell us. Switch to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and even 401k. It's always such a headache, man. With Gusto, it's effortless. Like looking cool in this jacket. Okay.
What if more water just happened? With Circle, more happens. Grab one bottle and get up to 6 drinks throughout your day. Circle, just more water.
You know this grill. It's Weber. The grill of get-togethers, Saturdays and summers. You know the sound, the smoke, the taste of that first bite. Food we're talking about long after the plates are cleared. Now it's your turn to get out there. To grill that steak, those ribs, those wings, charcoal, griddle, gas, or pellet. However you fire it up, we're with you every step of the way. Weber, grilling begins here. Get Memorial Day savings now through May 27th at Weber.com or wherever Weber is sold.
Hope you're enjoying your Saturday evening, and thanks for hanging with us, being patient at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're live on CW and hoping to get things going once again for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. You know, we've had enough rain now that they stopped drying the track, but the radar continues to give us some optimism that the front will move through. We can get things dried out and go racing once again at round 15 here in 2026. NASCAR did tell us somewhere around an hour to get the track dry once we can get the equipment back out there. In the meantime, we wait and we rewind to 2020. Here's the finish of that year's race in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series from right here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Huge jump for Kyle Busch. Austin may have spun his tires a little bit, but that tires, the advantage the tires, they're going to prevail on that restart. Then you put somebody like Kyle Busch in there.
Brandon Jones in the outside lane, moving to the front, and he pops the wall. Gregson around. Oh my goodness, what a hit for Tom and Joe Martin.
Total carnage. Saw Noah Gregson get loose underneath those cars. The rest was history.
Justin Haley.
I can't believe there's not more damage to that car. That was a massive impact he had.
Yeah, I wouldn't think it would be driving. Justin Haley hit a ton as well.
Saw the safety workers there. Brandon Jones coming to pit road. How about this? We had 5 cautions in the first 155 laps. We've had 6 since.
Cautions breed cautions. We see it time and time again, especially on a track like this. Its grip level is marginal. You get those runs on the bottom, you get them on the top, you've got help from behind, everybody's pushing hard. Well, Turn 2 is a treacherous place on a restart when it's, comes down to the end of these races.
Yeah, Clint, we've talked about it all day long. Noah Gregson's car's been nervous, right? I mean, and then you get down to the end and you just give it just that little bit extra, and he just got loose and it came around on him.
Yeah, Harrison Burton was on his outside, got into him, got in the fence. A lot of cars right there tore up. A lot of cars.
See the AMR safety team there tending to Justin Haley, who's out of the car. That's good news. And see those safety workers, and immediately my thoughts go back to the end of the Daytona 500 when they did such an unbelievable job working with Ryan Newman after that horrific crash.
I tell you, Clint, he took a big hit. You can tell that he's having a tough time getting in the truck there.
See him get loose right here, moving up the track, across that seam. It's just the rest is history. Not a lot of damage out of Harrison Burton. I think he'll be okay right there. See Justin Haley's cars. Man, I don't know. You think it's a lot of damage on there. See these two cars right here. Man, that was a shot right there. I think it knocked his hands off the wheel. He hit so hard right there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I mean, sometimes we see these wrecks and you think massive impact, and from a driver's perspective, it wasn't that bad. And there's other times they don't look bad on TV, and they really sting.
Well, I hit one last night that was...
You're stoned. Yeah, you're stoned.
I can tell you right now, that one did too.
Well, at that point, you really are just along for the ride. Kyle Busch outside lane, Cindric inside. It's Burton and Hemrick, row 2.
Ross Chastain, he got back up in the mix right here.
22 is going to be there.
Cindric hanging tough.
Oh, he slides up in front of him.
Kyle lost on a last lap pass last weekend at Darlington, on Thursday, I should say. And we're coming back to the white flag. Cindric out front, and here comes Hemrick on fresh tires.
He didn't let him have the bottom that time, but there's going to be a big run for Kyle Busch coming down the front straightaway here. 1 to go, boys.
1 lap to go. That's the white, and the next flag will end the race. Whether it be the caution or the checker, Cindric leads. Here comes Kyle to the inside.
And Daniel Hemrick right here.
Look at that draft, the side draft for Kyle Busch, trying to get the top spot back. He's got it off of turn 4. Here comes Kyle Busch. Career win number 97 in the Xfinity Series comes in Charlotte for Rowdy.
I don't know who you give the credit to there, man. Great effort on both of those drivers.
Unbelievable. So much fun to watch.
To pull the lead back away from Kyle Busch.
There will not be 3 races tomorrow.
And then Kyle Busch battling back and passing him on the last corner. Wow, what a race.
Welcome back. Yeah, there's still no update, but I just got sick of being upstairs, so I came back downstairs.
Did everything he could possibly do. Drove it off into turn 1 right there. Got tight. Gave up the bottom right here to Kyle Busch. Man, the side draft was on, going down the back straightaway. I really thought, man, if you're Daniel Hemrick, you're thinking, oh,
Looking, what was that crazy comment, dude?
But Kyle Busch drove that thing off in there way, way deep. Took the final spot, won the race.
And another heartbreaker for Daniel Hemrick.
It's a wild comment.
For the 6th time in his career, no one has had more runner-up finishes before getting their first win. And so we hope it comes for him soon, because he certainly has been competitive in the last couple of weeks, shown a lot of speed.
Needed that, man. Got beat up first right off the bat at the first few races. Really beat up. To come out swinging right here.
That'd be a long day.
6th spring win for Kyle at Charlotte.
Well, if we were going to run I would want to run the O'Reilly race first, since we already started that race. I have a thing where I feel like we shouldn't start a race
Ross Chastain
until another one's completed, you know?
How in the world did that happen?
What a recovery. Yeah.
So run the O'Reilly race at 4 a.m. and then trucks at 8.
I saw that unbelievable recovery for him, especially for not having a dash, no tack on pit road.
And he was in a wreck.
Yeah.
Brett Moffitt,
maybe a
top
couple
10.
of them.
Moffitt was 6th. Great job by him. Brandon Brown, 8th. Another top 10 for
Miss my
Harrison
boy.
Burton.
Yeah, Mike Snyder came back to finish 10th. No right front fender on that car.
Really nice job by a number of drivers, but none of them had what it takes to beat Kyle Busch tonight. He's a winner again. So great to go back and reflect on what happened here 6 years ago for win number 97 for Kyle Busch coming here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And here you look at the all-time numbers. Kyle at 102, more than double second place Mark Martin.
Yeah, it's crazy. More than doubled that.
On the list, you go down to 6. Justin Allgaier's won 31 times. He too has won here in Charlotte. But the conversation this weekend has been all about Kyle Busch, who sadly we lost a couple of days ago. But it's moments like that.
Yes, air Titans are just stopped right now. It's still going to be a while. I don't know what the plan is for trucks tonight. I don't know. I think we will finish the Xfinity race tonight, or the O'Reilly race tonight.
We knew Kyle was
But
gonna win, but when they took the white, I'm like, how? Like,
I don't know what we'll do with trucks.
He did some pretty amazing things inside of a race car. We've seen him win races by dominating them. We've seen him also be able to outsnooker people with this, on the last lap. It's a lot of fun to watch that. A lot of incredible memories for Kyle Busch.
I was just thinking about if you're Cindric in that situation, and so many drivers have been there. Final lap leading, and you look up, and in the rearview mirror you see
probably the last guy you want to see.
Kyle Busch, and it's like, please don't let this happen to me, because he's broken the hearts so many times over the years when it comes to racing, and all of our hearts were broken this week when we lost one of the all-time greats. And we continue to send our thoughts and prayers and condolences to the entire Busch family, and we continue to wait things out tonight right here at Charlotte. Red flag is out for rain. We'll continue to update you as we roll on with the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it.
I'm gonna lay down with Chester for a bit.
From regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collars stay stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
Craziest thing is you won a truck race while battling. Yeah.
How do you get it off?
No, he was a legend.
Here for Abracadabra, the contractor
He was a legend.
wonder cleaner that removes the toughest stuff on the planet like magic. Abracadabra is strong enough for my job site, yet gentle enough to work wonders on your home. Abracadabra does what other products can't. Now this is a big problem. Abracadabra has the muscle to melt expanding foam like snow. Remove pure grease in a single swipe. And Abracadabra is gentle enough to remove duct tape from this tissue. Now that's amazing. Nothing's quicker on tape and stickers than Abracadabra. Remove stubborn gum in your hair or anywhere, and crayon marks on the wall disappear before your eyes. And off the paper too. For cruddy caulk and sealants, now break that bond with a touch of your wand. Get tar off that car in a flash. Melt sap away with a spray, and grimy rims sparkle like new. Abracadabra works wonders on concrete. Oil stains disappear. Tire marks vanish.
It's delicate enough to clean the makeup off my blouses, the dirt on my shoes, and even the dirtiest, greasiest oven.
Nasty barbecue with Abracadabra. Just dip it and strip it, and you'll be grilling in no time. Clean tar off this $100,000 car faster than you can say Abracadabra. Make just one thing spotless, and Abracadabra pays for itself. And if you're not completely satisfied, keep the bottle and we'll refund your money 100%. Call or go online to order your 8-ounce
Track drying equipment has been refired.
Cleaner now, and we'll upgrade your order to our
So they are going to start drying the track again.
No charge. Order now.
The engines roar, the crowd screams, and the day is set to perfect. The celebration of life, liberty, and the pursuit of speed.
Chester.
Lucky to do this. Thanks to all the people that sacrificed for it.
That's why we stand with pride and reverence to celebrate the men and women whose sacrifice and commitment makes our pursuit possible. Together with Coca-Cola, NASCAR salutes.
I've admitted it many times. I'm a glass half full kind of guy, but I continue to believe in what we're doing here. Rain has slowed, track drying operations underway once again. And if you check out the radar, you can see the front is starting to get through. Things are breaking up. Look at this. I say we got a chance.
Air Titans are
And
moving.
when we resume things here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, we'll have 12 laps to go in stage one. So while we wait to get the track back in a position where we can compete at CMS, let's rewind to last week at Dover and that thrilling finish that saw Corey Day go to victory lane.
Ross Chastain did choose the outside lane as the pole sitter. Set his first pole since 2018, and Brandon Jones with one of his best starts of the year in that 20 car, second front row start of 2026 for the 20 team.
Yeah, Ross was a factor in the truck race yesterday. They got off on pit strategy, but he had a truck capable of competing with Kyle Busch, who ended up winning that race.
You see everyone weaving. They're just trying to get those tires up to temp, cleaned off as best you can, especially these concrete tracks. You pick up a lot of that rubber onto the tires. You want to get that cleaned off, get them ready for the restart, or for the start.
Got both the HendrickCars.com cars. Corey Day, Roger Carruth there in row 2. Taylor Gray, Sam Mayer make up row number 3. Nice crowd on hand in a beautiful day in Dover, Delaware. Ready to go for 200 laps. The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series is green at the Monster Mile.
Saw the 20 and Brandon Jones spent his tires, but actually got a really good launch right there, even with being on the inside lane. Got a great battle for the lead right there on the inside.
As he clear him here off the 2, that's key, not quite, so that Ross able to fight back. As you see cars all over the place behind them, side by side. This is so treacherous. Oh, he's loose. That's when you run the risk of when that inside car takes away that right rear side force. He went up the racetrack.
Yeah, fortunately, Ross left him just enough room that it allowed Jones to slide up just a little bit, no contact.
Chastain gets the lead, only the second time he's led laps in his 14 Dover starts. The fight for clean air so important here. Taylor Gray, who you see in the 54, started on the pole last year, led the entire distance of stage 1 from the pole. So that fight for track position important early.
That outside lane struggling just a little bit. I thought with the treatment they did to the track that the outside came in quicker on the initial few laps we saw of the truck race yesterday. You got to wonder, is that starting to wear off, or is it just the difference in the trucks versus the cars?
Race for position inside the top 10. This is at the back of the top 10. Sheldon Creed, the 00, the gray car there this week. He's got 9th. Carson Quapple in 10th, trying to challenge that spot. As we flash forward, here's Taylor Gray to the inside of Corey Day.
That's a really well executed pass, exactly how you want to do it. Get clear by the time you get to the middle of the corner so you can get some of that aero help on the right side of your car and get back to the throttle. When you end up side by side, especially like we saw from Brandon Jones on lower air pressures, you just don't quite know where the car's going to be. You don't quite have the security in it. This racetrack, you are so on edge lap after lap, and when you get side by side, that just goes up a ton because you're just not exactly knowing exactly what amount of grip you're going to have.
Well, and as we were right on board with the GovX onboard cam here with Jesse Love, you look ahead, the 17 of Corey Day, we thought he had one of the best cars in practice. Carl actually picked him as her pick today, but struggling right here on the short run. Really loose.
First start for Day here in Dover, as is the case for many of these racetracks in his first full-time season, but certainly this one a bigger challenge than some of the others. You can see that car uncomfortable for the 17 as Love looks inside of.
He's way to report. Good by 7.
I'm gonna go clean my bong.
The 17 though, typically your balance will build tighter here as long as you don't hurt the rear tires. He's gonna hope so. Yeah, he's gonna be praying for some rear grip in a second. Yeah. As I watch the steering wheel though of Jesse Love right there, he looks pretty comfortable to me. For Dover, we watch these guys really hustle these cars in practice, and he's having to work the wheel a little bit, but not near as much as we saw some of the guys in practice.
Love's running in the 8th spot. Last week's 2nd place finisher after that heartbreak at Watkins Glen in the final corner. Meanwhile, here's a battle for the lead. Brandon Jones has not let the 9 of Ross Chastain get away.
No, and there's a little bit of a trend here that I see with the Joe Gibbs racing cars. We saw Taylor Gray going by the 17 of Corey Day earlier. You see he's gotten by Roger Carruth now as well. And now we've got Brandon Jones, another Joe Gibbs racing car, working on the lead.
I feel like Brandon's picked up right where he left off from Dover last year when he was trying to chase down Connor Zilic at the end of last year's race before it got range shortened. He's following a Junior Motorsports car, and what is he doing right now? Following a Junior Motorsports car.
How about the guy on the right, Parker Retzloff in the 99, plus 13 from the start of the race. So in 8 laps, he's passed 13 cars. Retzloff's got another fast car this weekend.
Action all over the racetrack here. We saw the 1 of Carson Quapple dive past Jesse Love. Look at Retzloff here. You don't normally see 3 wide at Dover.
Well, that's how you get 13 in 8 laps. That's right. You got to make it run 1.
That's right. That is exactly how you do it. Powerball power movers. And as expected, Retzloff the biggest of those, plus 13. Blaine Perkins, I think, was one of those cars that he went by in that 3 wide move. So he's picked up a couple as well. But Retzloff trying to continue the streak of success that he's had the last few weeks. 3 straight top 10s for the 99. 10 laps in at Dover. This is the race for the lead. It's been all Ross Chastain from his pole position. This move was key for Chastain to get ahead of the curve and take the lead over Brandon Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, and we're going to stay here because we've got a crash. We were just talking about Parker Retzloff, and that's Jeff Burton, the other car. That's on the back straightaway going into turn 3, and Retzloff has got serious damage.
Yeah, this actually starts ahead of them when we get some replays here. Brent Cruz and Jeff Burton has major damage. Brent Cruz had an issue off of 2. It was Mike Pitt that's unfortunate, but he had an issue. They sort of got checked up behind him. We end up with this incident between Retzloff and Jeff Burton. And Retzloff absolutely was flying through the field, so it's truly unfortunate.
See, the window net is down, and that appears to be day over for the 99.
It's such a hard track to get slowed down when there's an accident in front of you. You just don't realize the speed you're carrying until it's almost like a super speedway wreck. Like when you get on the brakes, you just can't get slowed down. You see the damage there to the right rear quarter. It's not a day ender for the 19, but definitely looks like he's also gotten into the wall. That right front, the Goodyear missing off that tire.
Yeah, with how important Aero is here, it's going to take a lot of work to make that car have the grip that it had before this.
So yeah, Cruz is running 13th here.
Right, so Ryan Seat gets loose underneath him, kicks him up the track. He hits the right side, and as behind them, you see that they're kind of, I believe they were almost checking up.
Oh yeah, LeVar Scott just, oh they do, they all check up. You see Jeb checks up, and then Retzloff gets into the back of him, and then the 45 of LeVar Scott gets into the back of Retzloff. Just kind of a accordion effect right there of Jeb seen it first.
Well, this is what we talk about. Things happen fast here at Dover under yellow. 12 laps in.
I'm Chad. I work for a professional football team, and I earned my degree online from SNHU. It fit with my schedule. Mondays, Tuesdays, those are packing days. I can get all my assignments done. Wednesday, we're on the practice field. Thursday, initial discussion post is due. We're going to leave on Friday. We're playing an East Coast trip. I'm going to take advantage of the time spent on the bus and even in the hotel room, finish any of my other coursework that I needed to do prior to kickoff on Sunday. SNHU and the support system, they make it possible. Go to snhu.edu.
It's time to take control of your health naturally. Meet the organic testosterone blend from Full Leaf Tea Company. For only 50 cents a cup, you get an all-natural tea designed to help boost testosterone levels, support prostate health, and enhance vitality. Packed with pure organic ingredients like ashwagandha, epimedium, fenugreek, and saw palmetto. Shown to support healthy testosterone levels and enhance libido, plus green tea and ginger to boost energy and improve circulation. Hand blended in the USA, our tea delivers the support your body craves, and thousands have already discovered the difference. Ready to fuel your body the right way? Scan the QR code to order now and enjoy fast shipping straight to your door. Visit fullleafteacompany.com and explore our complete line of wellness blends. Organic testosterone blend, natural strength in every cup.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings.
And free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
When we started Allegiance, we were shocked to learn how many American flags are actually made overseas.
If there's one thing that deserves to be made here in America, it should start with the American flag. At Allegiance, we do it differently. Flags 100% made in America, by Americans, with American materials. Join our pledge to make the American flag truly American.
Visit showallegiance.com to get your high-quality American flag today. That's showallegiance.com.
The AVP League is back as the world's elite leave it all on the sand. All summer long. The AVP League, next Saturday, 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, on the CW.
We believe in bringing joy, bringing fun every single day.
This is Banana Ball, baby, let's go!
May 31st, the
the Savannah Bananas take on the Clowns, live from Kauffman Stadium. The Savannah Bananas versus the Clowns, live Sunday, May 31st on the CW.
Wheel and caution lights are on. The same wheel and emergency lights and sirens you see on the safety vehicles here at the track are protecting first responders in communities all across America. 4 cars involved in this stage 1 crash. Started with some contact between Ryan Sieg and Brent Cruz and ultimately collected Jeff Burton, Parker Retzloff, and LeVar Scott. Let's take a look at this replay brought to you by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. Here's how it starts, just out the front window of Sammy Smith.
So you see Sieg just get loose, hip checks Brent Cruz, sort of an innocent bystander there, was giving Ryan Sieg plenty of room. He gets up the track, and then this causes Jeb Burton to be slow, or Jeb was having another issue.
I think Jeb just checked up because he saw the 19 spinning to the bottom, not knowing which direction. If you watch the 19,
he's thinking he might be coming down the
where's
track
he
or
gonna
something.
go? You're not sure, right? He was awful early right there.
Yeah, he was awfully, and he was slow for sure. And I think Retzloff wasn't anticipating that. Then also got hit there by LeVar Scott at the same time.
Hey, and it's worth noting on Retzloff, qualified 14th, but made those unapproved adjustments, had to go to the back. He's collected in that. Would have maybe been right around Cruz if he'd started where he was supposed to, but either way, at the back of the field and got some day-ending damage because of it.
And it's a huge hit in the points for them. They came in plus 58 above the Chase cut line for Parker Retzloff and Viking Motorsports, so not the day they were looking for to have an issue this early.
Let's head down to pit road and Heather DeBow with a update on the 88 of Roger Carruth.
And Dylan, there was a scary moment here yesterday as truck teams were setting up pit road for the truck race. They actually had an incident where one of the tire carriers was injured. Here you see in this video, the Spire Motorsports pit box was coming down the hill and lost brakes, and the team lost control of it. So tire carrier Donovan Williams was injured while attempting to stop the cart and essentially saved Fox Sports pit reporter Amanda Busick from being seriously injured. Now, thankfully, both Amanda and Donovan are okay. Donovan was treated for minor injuries. Here you see the picture with him and Amanda. He was released last night and able to fly home with the team this morning. But filling in for Donovan here, because he was supposed to pit for the 88 of Raja Carruth, is Jarius Moorhead. He was moved over from the 48 of Patrick Starapoli to be the tire carrier here today for Raja.
Thanks for that, Heather. And yeah, scary stuff for sure. And certainly so glad that was not worse. Those pit boxes are multiple thousands of pounds. So those things are, those are big pieces of equipment. So glad that everybody was okay there yesterday. Let's, before we go back to green, check in with Kim at the Care Center.
Parker Retzloff released from the Care Center. You were making your way through the field after starting from the rear. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know for sure. Just overall, I thought our practice didn't go great. We, probably the worst we fired off for the year, but they made great changes and adjustments going into this race. And I drove forward there and they checked up. I drove in the back of Jeb a little bit, and then I guess we both just got run clean over. I don't know. I guess it's hard for us to see what happened in front of us, but we checked up and just got run over. So overall, just very disappointed for everyone on the Funkaway Viking Motorsports Chevrolet and everyone who's put hard work into this. It just sucks if we don't make it in these races. I feel like we wreck really early. So just come back next week, I guess.
It's like you come off of turn 2 there and everybody is checked up and slowed down. It's hard to find an open lane there.
Well, the other thing is just the way you are in these cars, the way the corners are shaped, you can't see around the corner a ton, just like Bristol we talked about there. So a lot of that is blind for these drivers compared to what we see from the outside.
Unfortunate ending, though, regardless, for all of those guys, and Retzloff certainly disappointed. Field is set for the Echo Park Restart Zone, Echo Park Automotive, where car buying is easier, better, and happier. Back to green on lap 18, working to lap 45 in the conclusion of stage 1. Chastain, the leader, back in the outside lane, did not get as good of a start at that time, and Brandon Jones in control as they go to 1.
Yeah, Chastain cannot get going on that outside lane, which is typically a little bit better. You see Jones has him cleared now. We thought Jones might actually have a little quicker car just before that caution came out, so we'll see what he can do now with some clean air.
Yeah, historically, the bottom's harder to hook up the rear tires because you're trying to kind of be at a worse angle as you come off the banking there, and it's awkward to get the power down. A great job by Brandon Jones. Is wobble there to the outside.
Balch is going to clear him on the inside. See Jesse Love trying to get to that quarter panel, just get his nose stuck in there. One's going to give him a little bit of room.
3 or 7. Walker will clear him. Take that 7th spot. Love back to 8th. Look at this mess on the right side of the screen. Allgaier trying to work his way through some traffic outside the top 10.
Yeah, Justin hasn't made the progress that we thought. I mean, he started 13th. He's still in 12th right now, so if that car just doesn't fire off the way he wants. He didn't have good short run speed in practice, but they opted to go out late in practice. I thought, we kind of that was maybe the reason, but we don't see him moving forward near as fast as we expected.
Good run going for Harrison Burton there, just ahead of Allgaier in the 24 for Sam Hunt Racing. He's in 11th, Allgaier's 12th.
A lot of drivers testing that outside lane, but just not.
Still in the delay. I'm just very bored right now. Not much to do.
Deceiving with the resin.
I think I'm gonna go shave. Yeah, I'm gonna go shave.
The resin and the rubber that's laid down into that, almost deceiving, like you think you can go there, but you can't. There just isn't quite the grip that we've seen maybe in the past, or you'd see later in a run as the bottom gets really rubbered up. So drivers are trying to make it work. It's just not quite there yet.
Well, as you look at this track from those onboards, it looks really wide and it's black, and you see guys trying to move around here, but this is one of the most challenging tracks to make a pass on because of the speed that you have here and the distance difference from the bottom to that top where guys try to run. It is just extremely hard to complete the passes.
Race for 9th. Corey Day has it. Sheldon Creed wants it in the 0-0. Day has backslid from 3rd, where he originally started.
And the rear end of that race car looks still out of the racetrack for Corey Day, as it did there for just longer on the right side of your screen. He got loose underneath Harrison Burton, gives up that spot to Ryan Sieg.
Well, we heard Allgaier's, crew come on and tell him it's hot, it's going to be slick. It's 82 degrees right now, same as we had in July last year here. So cars are going to be moving around a lot. You see Corey Day go to the top, and if you watch the 0-0 right there kind of shoot through the middle, you drive this track so weird where you drive in, you lift, and then you give it wide open throttle for just like a second to kind of get through the middle of the corner. Then you have to check up again, kind of drive up the hill. It's part of what makes completing that pass so hard.
Saw Ryan Sieg there. He'd gotten around Allgaier, so he's on the move. That's the right of the screen, trying to go by Harrison Burton here for 11th. Meanwhile, left side, Corey Day just trying to continue to hang on. Actually, excuse me, that's Roger Ruth. All right, first one of the day.
It's a rite of passage in this booth, by the way.
We are going to send Rick Hendrick a ham for Christmas for having multiple HendrickCars.com cars on the track because we mess it up constantly.
This is Corey Day. I know that for sure. He's still trying to hold off Sheldon Creed in that race for the 9th spot. Raja a little further ahead, running in that 5th spot.
One thing I heard Corey Day say, and Carlin talked about this in the pre-race, was he thought his car was better on the top. And you see now he's migrating up there. Balance is really loose on the bottom. Honestly, almost the opposite. Normally, if your car's loose, you get around the bottom better. If you're tight, you kind of want to run up the racetrack. But he's found some security there and making it work.
The only thing I can see is that he's sort of diving in the corner, which allows you a straighter entry, straighter exit. And he's getting that run off the top, and that's how it works when you are loose, is that if you can get it to where you can have that car straighter, but right there you saw, had to check up the middle, almost slid the rear just a little too much. That allowed Sheldon Creed to get up beside him, but then that momentum off the top carries him past Sheldon.
Good racing here for inside of the top 10. Brandon Jones, the leader in this move, was key for the number 20 to get ahead of the curve and take the lead.
Men, get ahead of your curve. Explore Peyronie's disease treatments at GetSomebody4PD.com.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? Meet the Viper Chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. The Viper Chair glides over any surface with large industrial grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. Viper chairs are designed for every job or anything else you love to do in the garage. This Memorial Day, build the shop of your dreams. Shop ViperIndustrial.com. But don't wait, the sale ends soon.
Start the celebration this holiday with Blackstone fun and flavor that brings everyone together. Because all across the nation, Blackstone is the way America cooks outdoors. with an enormous variety for your whole neighborhood, giving you the freedom to cook anything, anytime, anywhere. Only on a Blackstone, America's best-selling grill. Celebrate this holiday with griddles and more at blackstoneproducts.com or your nearest Blackstone retailer.
Storms bring damage. Flex Seal brings solutions. Be prepared with the products that millions trust to keep them safe, dry, and secure. Use Flex Tape for quick emergency repairs. Flex Seal Liquid to keep everything sealed and dry. And Flex Seal Spray to stop all types of leaks. This storm season, defend against damage. Get the original Flex Seal family of products. Available at retailers everywhere because it works.
How you like your new Trek stock?
Oh, it's beautiful. I wish I'd done it sooner.
Thought about Treks, but I've never minded doing a little maintenance, but it's rewarding.
Well, whatever floats your boat.
Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
When life takes an unexpected turn, but work must go on, being prepared makes all the difference. 4 Patriots gives you backup power where it matters most. Solar generators that are lightweight, portable, and built tough enough to go wherever the job takes you. Go to 4patriots.com to claim your solar generator today.
Do you want your vehicle to look showroom new, inside and out? Cerakote, the industry leader in ceramic coatings, makes it easy with our complete car care system. With over 80,000 5-star reviews and more #1 bestsellers than any other brand, you can trust Cerakote. Buy now.
77, absolute weapon.
Really? That's why I'm trying?
This is Carson Oswald. He doesn't follow the script. He rewrites it.
Coolest guy in Cup right now.
1 minute flat out, inches from the wall.
Just move out of the way.
Next, Hall of Chaos, full sound, unapologetic, and a hurricane of hell yeah. All the way to victory lane.
I knew we were gonna win. I really did.
But Ross Chastain and then the 2 cars behind him, Sam Mayer and Taylor Gray, have both closed in.
Yeah, look where they're running. They've migrated to the top side of this racetrack as they start to chase the rubber. This is some of what we're figuring out with this resin. How would the rubber lay into the track? What would that cause these drivers to do? It was, what, 20 laps ago I was saying, I don't know if the outside line is there. Now everyone has shifted up the racetrack. We see drivers pushing all the way up into the top side of the gray. They're diamonding the racetrack, which means entering and then turning back down, trying to get exits. So they're all over the place, trying to just find where the most grip is. But it's pretty awesome to see.
Some lap traffic here for 5th, 6th, and 7th. And C.J. McLaughlin in the 42. Carson Quapple.
He had a massive run because he ran the top of that end. It's going to be really hard to complete this pass. Oh, he's using it as a got a little pick right here. Awesome job right there by the 17. Let's see if he goes back to the top. This last run, traffic plays such a huge role in this track. And you see he's kind of chasing the gray is what I would call that. And I don't know that it's as much about rubber as it is just trying to get to like some fresh compound or the traction compound they put on the racetrack. Just trying to get to that. You see William Sawalich right there in front of him. It's changed the dynamic of the race. Like normally you kind of fight for guys want to run the bottom, and now we're seeing everybody go to the top.
Sam Mayer riding in 3rd right now, attempting to hold off Taylor Gray in the 54. Let's get some 41 team radio.
Ross is starting to pick up speed doing that with that lap. That was really fast on him, a 75. There you go. Utilize that big turn, make that straightaway long like you just did. Jason, I'm going to be in his pass all day. I want to win this race. Yeah, 10-4.
That's Kevin Hamlin, the spotter. I like it, taking things over. These guys at the front have not moved up the racetrack near as much as they have in the back half of the top 10. But I imagine word will reach them pretty quickly that may be where they want to go. As we see Chastain move about a car width or so off the wall there in 2nd.
He's been all over the place. He's trying a multitude of different lines. Brendan's been a little bit more conservative. I'd say Corey Day here, we're watching, trying to get around Sawalich, has been one of the most aggressive. You noted Jamie getting to the top, chasing that gray, going as high as you possibly can to get the runs off the corner. He was so loose earlier on, but this has obviously come to him in running the outside and getting those straight drives off the top side of the racetrack.
And there's a threshold though of going to the top here. Once you get right up by the wall, especially in 3 and 4, it gets rough. So you're chasing grip, but you get too high and the car just starts bouncing really bad.
Into the stage here out of turn number 4, Brandon Jones will see the green and white checkered flag. 17th career stage win for the 20 in his first here at Dover. Good race there. Ross Chastain, Sam Mayer, Taylor Gray, and Raja Carruth fill out the top 5. 45 laps in, but he's chasing the 20 car, looking for his first Dover win.
Big Razor said, "No one besides us can make a premium pivoting razor." Harry said, "Hold my beard. Behold, the new Harry's Plus. 5 German-engineered steel blades, premium metal handle, our most advanced pivot mechanism, made ergonomically, priced economically, at a price that makes Big Razor big mad, and guys everywhere very happy. We did it. The shave you've been waiting for. Harry's Plus."
It's terrifying what happens when car warranties expire. As soon as they do, cars are quitting on the job. It's like they're possessed. Stop. Hey man, you got a little something there. And without protection, even simple repairs could cost you thousands. That's why there's Car Shield. Or don't get Car Shield and maybe get your car an exorcism instead. Someone should help her.
Car Shield. Protection when it counts.
Over time, moss, mold, and mildew stains cover your home, and cleaning them is too much work. You need Wet and Forget, the easy bleach-free way to clean tough outdoor stains. For decks, patios, and cushions, use Wet and Forget outdoor spaces. No scrubbing, no rinsing. Just apply and let it do the work for you over time. Got a bigger job? Reach second-story siding and roofs with Outdoor Max. Up to a 30-foot reach and 2 times the coverage. Get Wet and Forget at these leading retailers.
Storms bring damage. Flex Seal brings solutions. Be prepared with the products that millions trust to keep them safe, dry, and secure. Use Flex Tape for quick emergency repairs. Flex Seal Liquid to keep everything sealed and dry. And Flex Seal Spray to stop all types of leaks. This storm season, defend against damage. Get the original Flex Seal family of products. Available at retailers everywhere because it works.
Do you want your vehicle to look showroom new inside and out? Cerakote, the industry leader in ceramic coatings, makes it easy with our complete car care system. Start every wash with Cerakote's high foam vehicle shampoo. Then clean the interior, coat your tires, paint, plastics, and even restore cloudy headlights and faded trim back to like new. The final result? Unmatched performance and long-lasting protection, guaranteed. With over 80,000 5-star reviews and more #1 bestsellers than any other brand, you can trust Cerakote. Buy now.
This is a story about the one. The one who looks to Granger to make sparks fly. Getting it done right is a craft. It takes experience, the right material, and the right partner like Granger with a wide range of professional-grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Granger.com, or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
CW Sports coming to you live from Charlotte Motor Speedway. Kind of a good news, bad news situation for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. The good news is the radar is promising, and we're drying the track. The bad news is hard to make a ton of progress as we look at the radar here because the ceiling is so low and there's just so much moisture in the air. But I can tell you, because trucks were washed out last night, we know we've got a really big day here tomorrow with the Coke 600. NASCAR is committed to try to get this thing going. So we're waiting it out. We're being patient, and we're making progress right now. It's just going to take some time before we're ready to go racing here tonight with the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series on CW. We return you now to last week's race from Dover, Delaware.
We told you Brandon Jones lost 7 spots in this cycle of pits, and here's why.
Yeah, so a little slow on the right rear here. You see the rear changers behind the front as they go around the car. He should be ahead of him. He's basically first to the tire there. And as you go to the left side, it's a similar story, just a little slow in terms of getting this left rear off. See multiple hits. It's far more than 5 hits. Struggling to get the tire off. Now hitting all 5 on the left rear. That's about 3 seconds slower than the average stop. Lost 7 spots. And then we have contact here between the 19 of Brent Cruz.
Cruz has got to get all 4 corners today.
He just make it perfect.
If somebody can get his left rear, we will have completed all 4.
Let's take a look quickly at Raja Caruth's Race Fit Health Report, brought to you by Breastreet.
Well, you see it right there. I feel like the PR guy might have filled this out more than Raja, though. I see Arby's. I see, yeah, a little pizza, chocolate chip cookies. I like the workout, though. I know he's into fitness. He does a really good job with all that. I think he and Mark Martin can head to find new music occasionally. Yeah, he and I send each other sometimes some new music, so we got some taste. All right, yeah.
Ready to start stage 2. Field working into the Echo Park restart zone. It'll be Ross Chastain, the control car in the outside lane with Taylor Gray at his left elbow. Back to green and Dover.
Still struggling just a little bit to get a good launch in that outside lane. Ross has had 3 shots at it today. You're going to see another Joe Gibbs Racing car right there. Taylor Gray trying to clear him, not quite off turn 2. They'll drag race down into turn 3.
And this is where Ross has leverage. Right, once again, it's just like the replay at the start of the race. That inside car gets a little loose. He then takes the lead around the outside in 3 and 4. If you're going to start on the outside, you want to try and clear them in 1 and 2. He has been able to do that, but he has all the leverage with that positive momentum down into 3 to be able to take the lead out of 4.
And we talked about that slow stop for Brandon Jones. You see him back in 8th right now, but the guy that had the fastest stop was Corey Day, all the way up to 4th. See what kind of adjustments Adam Wall made to that car. We saw how loose he was at the start of the race. Around the top.
Hey, and you know, we saw this same thing happen last year with another Joe Gibbs car with Taylor Gray. He won the first stage. They had a slow stop in stage 1, buried in traffic. They never really recovered. So important for Jones here to try to pick some off early. They know he's fast. He knows he's fast, but the hardest part now is going to be getting through this traffic and back to the front.
And what did Taylor say last year? He went from having probably the best car on the racetrack to the worst car he'd ever driven because of the dirty air that happens around here. That's really tough because you made adjustments thinking you'd at least stay in maybe the front 2 rows, and now you're buried in traffic and the car's going to handle completely different than what you probably adjusted for.
Good news is, as we saw in stage 1, track has widened out, so some options in theory for the 20 to try to pick some off here. He's up to 9th.
Fair amount of tire fall off as well. We saw 1.3 seconds over the course of the 45 laps in stage 1. We'll see if that gets better or worse. This run won't be near as long. We've only got 33 laps left in this stage, but that final stage, they're going to have a ways to go, and guys are going to have to balance that out.
Good race for 5th here. Jesse Love on the outside in the 2. William Sawalich in the 18. Both these cars have been in and around the top 5 all day so far.
So we get Justin Allgaier continuing to try and move
slowly,
forward.
Continuing to work his way to the front. It's hard to complete that pass. See, Jones gets that little bit of momentum on the outside. Justin, though, he's really good at running the bottom in all these places. We noted in qualifying earlier, he kind of ran a lower line than a lot, which is so hard because of the momentum the outside lane has on the exit.
And look what happened to Brandon Jones. Winning the stage to now trying to fend off just to stay in the top 10 with Justin Allgaier and Ryan C. on his heel. As Justin got a little loose there, had to back out of it.
4-pack on the left of the screen there is a good race. 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, all right on top of each other.
We think so.
Sawalich has been trapped. Yeah, we got a yellow. Sawalich was trapped on the bottom there. Oh, big crash. Blaine Perkins into the wall hard.
Yeah, this was a really hard hit.
Window net down. See Blaine moving around in the cockpit.
We're going to have a look at this. I wasn't quite sure if he had a little help, maybe from Anthony Alfredo, or if Anthony was trying to...
Then the rear end broke. Broke. I don't know what happened. I'm right there.
Blaine was running 18th at the time of this incident.
But this place, and everyone will tell you, it will test the weakest part of your race car. Everybody, we always see here in Bristol, 2 of the harder places on all the components, the suspension. Blaine referenced like something in the rear suspension must have broke and it spun that car around.
Yeah, I caught him as he was going towards the wall, and the 96 was up there.
Just no light impacts to this place either.
No. And you're going to see also how hard it is to avoid when a car is spinning. So we looking down into 3 here, you see he's already sideways, and look at Anthony Alfredo there, 96. He was chasing it up. Yeah, and he basically, as Blaine got sideways, Anthony was already committed to the outside lane, and at that point he just couldn't get it to slow down and turn down. As we look back here from Sandy Smith's 8 car, Now you see the smoke suddenly start, and then the car goes around. So that's
It's almost like the
something
grossing shifted,
Yeah,
and the tires start rubbing on the
pit
body.
road, something like in the suspension there.
Under yellow for the third time at Dover, Ross Chastain continues to lead.
Start the celebration this holiday with Blackstone fun and flavor that brings everyone together. Because all across the nation, Blackstone is the way America cooks outdoors. With an enormous variety for your whole neighborhood. Giving you the freedom to cook anything, anytime, anywhere. Only on a Blackstone, America's best-selling griddle. Celebrate this holiday with griddles and more at blackstoneproducts.com or your nearest Blackstone retailer.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? Meet the Viper Chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. The Viper Chair glides over any surface with large industrial-grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. Viper chairs are designed for every job or anything else you love to do in the garage. This Memorial Day, build the shop of your dreams. Shop viperindustrial.com. But don't wait, this sale ends soon.
You know this grill. It's Weber. The grill of get-togethers, Saturdays and summers. You know the sound, the smoke, the taste of that first bite. Food we're talking about long after the plates are cleared. Now it's your turn to get out there. To grill that steak, those ribs, those wings. Charcoal, griddle, gas, or pellet. However you fire it up, we're with you every step of the way. Weber, grilling begins here. Get Memorial Day savings now through May 27th at Weber.com or wherever Weber is sold.
Do you want your vehicle to look showroom new, inside and out? Cerakote, the industry leader in ceramic coatings, makes it easy with our complete car care system. Start every wash with Cerakote's high foam vehicle shampoo. Then clean the interior, coat your tires, paint, plastics, and even restore cloudy headlights and faded trim back to life. The final result? Unmatched performance and long-lasting protection, guaranteed. With over 80,000 five-star reviews and more #1 bestsellers than any other brand, you can trust Cerakote. Buy now.
There's only 47. Aneurysm. Did he have life insurance? Do you? No. You gotta get on it. Check out SelectQuote. Trust me, the peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy, for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Look, if you're an executive, this shirt is a must-have in your closet. I was tired of floppy collars and shirts with sweat stains, so I got this shirt I saw on TV, and now I don't have to worry. I got it shipped in no time, and I switched from regular polos to this immediately. The brand is called Collars & Co. They make a regular stretchy golf shirt, but the top has a firm collar on it. I got rid of so many problems by upgrading to this. No dry cleaning needed anymore. I'm free from uncomfortable long sleeves, and the collar stays stiff all day. Get 20% off today using code TV at collarsandco.com.
Welcome back. NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series racing live on the CW from Dover Motor Speedway in Dover, Delaware. Under caution in Stage 2 for an incident involving Blaine Perkins. He's been checked and released from the Infield Care Center. Let's check in quickly with Heather DeVoe on Justin Allgaier in the 7.
Yeah, we've been trying to document his way making it through the field, starting this race in 13th. But we've got some good radio brought to you by Starkey Communications on the handling of the 7.
Plowing by myself. I'll unhook as soon as I get to him right behind him. And if anybody's on my door, I am 20 out of 10 loose. So I don't know what to do to fix him, and I really don't know.
Definitely handling issues there for Allgaier, Kim. Heather, let's get a Toyota driver update. Stage 1 winner Brandon Jones now in the 9th position. The complaints minimal during Stage 1 out front, but traffic doing no good to the 20 car. Brandon saying, I knew it was going to be bad in traffic, but it's disconnected front to rear. Had no stability riding around the 7. Think it was going to be continuing to trend tight if we went green in the center. And he also said not much confidence in the lower end of the corner. And when I do have to go, it's too much, too late. So they're battling way more issues in traffic than were out front in clean air.
Clean air is king. Field back through the Echo Park restart zone. Chastain and Gray control the field once again. Better restart for the inside line.
And Chastain's been able to maintain the lead on sticker tires each time, but last time on the set of scuffs, we saw Brandon Jones able to sneak by, but
way better that time.
Yeah, Ross did a great job through 1 and 2, got a great exit. See Jesse Love pop up, just trying to get some clean air. It's incredible the difference, the balance in these cars. Brandon Jones, a great example. You mentioned Taylor Gray last year, kind of the same thing. Being out front, it's hard to get a good read of what you're going to need back in traffic.
And those reports we got from Heather and Kim on the 20 and the 7 almost sounded identical in that they both were struggling mightily in the dirty air where it makes the car unpredictable. That's typical Dover in a lot of respects. For the crew chief, almost impossible to fix because you're one thing for clean air, but it's a totally another different thing when you're in traffic in this dirty air. And something that unpredictable isn't usually something the crew chief can fix. You just have to find somewhere else to run on the racetrack.
Taylor Gray and Raja Caruth here racing for second.
Raja having a great run. Yeah. Mentioned him having to bounce back and forth through multiple cars in the season as we ride on board here, the GovX on board with Jesse Love. Mentioned how smooth his wheel looked earlier in the race. We've seen him kind of run up the track, down the track. He's right behind this battle.
Look at that pass. It was beautiful there by Raja Caruth, able to drive by Taylor Gray. I'd say Ross Chastain might have some company here soon. The way that 88 looked, just wrapping the bottom so effectively.
Carson Quapple in another JRM car has been quietly fast, I think, today. Seems like every time we see him, he's on the move, making passes up to the 5th spot there as he disposes of Corey Day in the 17.
Yeah, Corey just cannot get the 17 car to work around the bottom. He's kind of forced now to run the top, but it's just not the fastest line when guys are on fresher tires and are able to really run the bottom and use plenty of throttle. That top only comes in as the pace starts to slow down to like a 25-second bracket. They're still running 24:30s right now.
Yeah, that's going to make it really tough today on any sort of restart or short run if you can't run the bottom, if you're so top dependent. To your point, when we go under caution, it's not even just new tires. It's anytime we pick up all that rubber, the bottom's going to be dominant for 5 or so laps, maybe 10 laps. He's just going to have to do his best to hang on, but it's really going to impede his progress.
Allgaier trying to hold off Sieg here for 9th. Brandon Jones out back looking on in the neon yellow number 20. Sawalich right there as well, the 18. Has slipped back over the last couple laps since this restart.
You always see the struggle for the drivers here is being good on short run. Do you want to be good on the long run? You see Allgaier now going all the way to the top. He's frustrated with his car. He mentioned how tight it was in traffic, and then if anybody got on that right rear quarter panel, exactly how loose he would get. And as he tries to make the bottom work, and then you get side by side, on especially the exit of turn 2 here, you get loose anyway, but if your balance is free in that position, it just magnifies it so much.
So we remarked on Andrew Overstreet standing before the start of the race. I thought that was maybe a start of the race thing. Nope, it's all right to stage 2 here. We've got him still standing. It's hard for our team here to font him because you think it's maybe those two on the left. Those are his engineers. Andrew is the man standing in the background, just watching his race car go around and trying to come up with a plan of how he can hopefully help Justin, his driver, find some speed in that car.
Great look there at the O'Reilly pit crew view of the 7 team. Watching their driver try to march forward here. Still in that 9th spot as he searches for grip around this racetrack. Raja Caruth has pulled away a little bit from Taylor Gray there in that 2nd spot, but everybody's still chasing the 9 of Ross Chastain.
And look at the line difference, though. Parker and I would agree on this. If you had to pick a car, you would take the one that's running around the bottom right now. Raja being disciplined, able to run right on the bottom of the racetrack. That's where everybody would like to run. Ross would like to be down there, but just can't find the speed. But Raja right now about a 10th quicker than the 9, so Ross is going to have to move around, see if he can find a little bit of lap time.
Yeah, Raja was the quickest car on the racetrack last lap, and this is what I saw when he went by Taylor Gray. It was so calm and on the bottom, was able to rotate so well and just wraps that bottom so well as he goes directly to the top, refuting everything I've said, to test it out, of course. But I think that shows the versatility possibly that he has. That's the other way a commentator can spin that for themselves. But look, they're back to the bottom. That's the thing, though. If you are able to wrap that bottom late into a run, that is really powerful.
Carson Quapple, Jesse Love racing for 4th. And as we watch these battles in the top 5, it's time to go full throttle with Sound Gear. Wherever sound is a problem, Sound Gear has the solution. Scan the QR code to learn more at soundgear.com.
I'm back. I got shaved. I took a shower. Put on my same clothes back on, but
Stage 2 are thanks to Sound Gear.
tried to take a shit, but I couldn't. Yeah, it's weird.
How these drivers are managing this racetrack. Rogers closed in a little bit on the 9 of Chastain. Yeah, still just under a half
Constipated.
He was almost 2/10 faster than him in that last lap. So, getting real close to him.
But I'm clean shaven now.
This is one thing to catch him at this racetrack. It's another thing to pass.
I was a different person than I was 30 minutes ago.
It's incredibly hard to pass here at times. You have to get positive leverage on the car ahead of you. That's so tough to do, especially if you are in the position that Raj is, where his car looks better on the bottom. When he gets beside Ross, that will put a lot of leverage.
Yeah, still waiting under this rain delay. Been under a rain delay now for 2 hours and 48 minutes.
Cruz trying to march forward from that early wall contact, and Sammy Smith, who has rode
Been a long one.
15th spot for most of the afternoon.
Yeah, Brent's going to be able to salvage a really decent day based on, we almost thought he might be done. The damage we saw, not just on the right rear, you see all the tape they put on it, but also the right front. There could be some suspension damage to the right front of that car, but 19's a nice job. You see him slide in there, drive all the way up the racetrack, just trying to clear Sammy Smith.
How do you feel if you're Sammy and you see that car?
So
It's not a good feeling.
Yeah.
You're like, wait a second, that car's wrecked.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's been a quiet day for the 18. Been outside of the top 10. Here's the race for the lead, coming to 5 to go in stage 2. Chastain has led the entire distance in this second stage, but Caruth is keeping him honest.
Well, and Roger's moving around right now, trying to figure out, as Parker referenced, if the car in front of you is running the bottom, you get to their outside.
I took one shot like an hour ago. I wonder if he didn't even process on the fucking breathalyzer.
The fact that Ross is just running a different line every lap right now, so that Roger has to take a little bit of a guess here, tries to put him in a bad position or not get in a good position.
And that is classic Ross Chastain. He is one of the best at aero blocking in all of NASCAR. I've raced against him many times where he seems almost superhuman in his ability to change his line at the last second to trick you into going to a place where he covers you in a way that you think, that was annoying. How did he do that? So he's so good at this. This is going to be a really tough pass.
Did not process at all.
He's definitely got the speed.
Well, what a great opportunity for Raja to learn from a Cup Series race winner as well. And all of those things that you just mentioned that Ross does so well. Great chance for Raja to learn and try some things as he continues.
I think this might end up being my longest O'Reilly stream.
In the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, he is right there on
Once all is said and done.
2 to go in stage 2.
Like I said, the trucks is going to be a separate stream from O'Reilly. Because they're going to have to spend at least 30 to 45 minutes in between the two races getting everything set up, taken down, set up, all that. So, I actually haven't smoked any weed today. No, I took a few hits from my sister's joint earlier, but that was like 7 hours ago.
Ross did a nice job being able to clear both of those lap cars. I thought that was going to play into Raj's hand, but Ross was able to pass one on the top and one on the bottom and actually built a little bit of a gap.
Some of that Cup experience right there of having to deal with traffic so effectively and so quickly allowed him to get away from Raja.
Most laps
You can put on some
over for Chastain, and he'll cap it off with a stage 2 victory.
playoff basketball.
And here's O'Reilly Auto Parts Series career in second here at the Monster Mile.
Combination of lateral quickness to guard smaller guys, elite scoring guards, but also
Got the Cavs and the Knicks going on right now. This is game 3 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks are up by 5. 22 to 17.
fake, sidestep, three-pointer. Can't get to the ball, and Josh Hart pulls it in. And the Cats have had a lot of good looks that normally go down. Brunson, step back, kicks it out to Hart. 7 on the 24. Brunson's 3 misses. Towns tries to tip it, knocks it out of bounds, and Cleveland gets it. We'll take a timeout. Nope, no timeout. Well, again, look, Brunson's a contractor strength wonder cleaner that removes the toughest stuff on the planet like magic. And finger Robert Gasser here. Pats shooting 8 from 14, 57%. Knicks have been 7 of 10. Garrett Allen blocked by Towns, but a goaltend. The backboard, but it appeared that it did hit the backboard. Awfully close. It's a good aggressive move by Jared Allen.
Maybe you should update these random. Yeah, that'd be a good idea, Jaden. I actually like that idea.
Oh, no. He took it to the glass. The officials are going to look at it.
So I got this friend that said T-Mobile's network used
You could do like 5188
But things change. It turns out
or 8185.
best network by like a lot. Hey, dude, you won't believe where I am.
Personalized service plus our award-winning app, State Farm.
Nasty barbecue with Abracadabra. Just dip it and strip it, and you'll be grilling in no time.
Oh, I like Rowdy Jaden. I do like Rowdy Jaden. Or you could do Rowdy Jaden and the numbers. Rowdy Jaden 18 or Rowdy Jaden 8.
Well, I think
or all of them.
Second start in a row, we've seen him throw his slider successfully. Last start, they were 0 for 5 against it. He threw a season high 25 of them. Tonight, he's got 18 of them, and they're 1 for 5 against it. I mean, it's the hitters tell you what you need to work on. The hitters tell you what works, what doesn't work. I think the hitters were telling him the fork ball up in the zone, not so great. Split down.
Oh no, it's updated right now. There you go, Jaden.
Fastball down, yes. He gets his fastball up. His fastball doesn't have really any carry to it. It's just a very average, as far as analytically goes.
It's different from how it used to be. It used to take like,
The zone's kind of tough.
I don't know, I feel like it used to take like at least 12 hours to update whenever you would change your username.
Then he can throw his slider down off of it. And he can throw his
I don't know, I remember this channel used to just be called my name, Samuel Wilson. And then when I changed it to Samuel Wilson 615, it took like 12 hours.
Right back there, grounded past him. Rojas behind the bag. 2 up and 2 down. The greatest spectacle in racing is coming. 100.
Track ride continues here at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
It's looking better.
It's been a long day. Garage opened up early.
It's looking a lot better. The track's looking a lot better.
Qualifying was washed out. Went green on schedule right around 5 o'clock Eastern time. There were 12 laps to go in stage 1. The rains came, and we've been waiting it out ever since. But they're drying the track.
I don't like that either. Yeah, I don't know why they did that either, Jaden.
We feel like we could be racing just over an hour, maybe 90 minutes. And if you look at the radar,
hey, no matter what filter we have on, it looks pretty good right now.
Yeah, no, that's.
Like it's moving out.
Yeah, we don't have to figure out which shade of green it is. That's right. It's just clean right now. And hey, earlier, we went back and relived what happened here in 2020. Neat moment for Kyle Busch, who picked up his 97th career victory. And I almost said at the time, I hope Austin Cindric's not watching.
I thought the same thing, Adam.
And evidently he was, because he reposted this. But you know what? We talked about this earlier. I mean, it is so good for all of us to have a chance to go down memory lane and relive some of these great moments from Kyle's career. And I love what Austin said here. It bothered me so much at the time. But with what we're dealing with this weekend, it's nice to go back and relive some of these things.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that stung in the moment for Austin Cindric, but you know, Kyle just had so many great memories. When we talked about that in our pre-race show earlier today, it was hard to think about just one or two that stuck out to you. There were just so many moments, whether it was on track like we saw in that race with Cindric, or one of the moments that I remember was him laying on the stretcher at Texas Motor Speedway when they made the drivers go to the infield care center, no matter how bad the wreck was, and he really wasn't involved. He just stepped the fence, and he was just messing with them. But great personality.
Yeah, I mean, just that quick wit, plenty of sarcasm, and as you said, it provided some really funny moments for all of us. So we continue to drive the track. We'll keep you posted from Charlotte. Now we go back to Dover from last week.
Switching back over to basketball.
From Carl Anthony Towns, he's got 7 points. Jump shot, but James Harden's pretty good in the post. He's not going to be back down, but Carl Anthony Towns 6-11. Mobley misses, screws the rebound, Harden fakes. Kicks it back out, Bridges deflected out of bounds. 9 to shoot for Cleveland. We talked a lot about Harden in game one. Out of the perimeter against third guard's difficult. He's very strong down there. Does not give any ground. But with nothing else there,
we've reached the 4-hour mark on the stream, though. Feel a little better after I took a shower. Feel honestly the best I have since I found out. But still not feeling good. Not even good. Just feeling a little better.
Getting some early action here in the first. Robson drives on Strus. Towns very offensive oriented, looking for a shot.
Shaved, clean.
He's in double figures now.
Still got a long ways left of racing. A lot of racing left to go.
Is that Strus stayed with Brunson. He went under the screen. He didn't concede that easy switch. Mobley loses it. Shaman fires. Shaman hits a three-pointer. And a 10-point lead, timeout Cleveland. Kenny Atkinson very upset down the other end. He thought there should have been a foul call. And the Knicks' red-hot shooting continues. They're 10 of 13 from the field. Carl Anthony Towns off to a great start. Very aggressive. Nice patience right there to go around Strus. And then numbers in the open look. Cleveland's got to do a much better job of matching up early. My Bible got me looking proper every single time. Fresh big, then I top grade. You ain't rocking out of life.
Yeah, CW said it could be another hour to 90 minutes.
Are stitched by experts in Maine. To be by your side every trip out.
I don't know. I mean, we will be running this race tonight. I feel pretty confident about that.
You ain't never had an enemy.
I don't know about trucks. I don't know about all that. I'm assuming we're probably going to get a call about that within the next, I would expect 20 to 25 minutes. But, I mean, I also kind of expected a decision to be made on that about an hour ago, and it didn't happen. Yeah, obviously the truck race is not starting at 9 p.m. The O'Reilly race won't even be back underway by 9 p.m.
And they're down by 10. The Knicks offense has been unstoppable. Well, also, the Knicks have been so outstanding all season long, especially in this postseason. But there are 4 or 5 plays where they've got behind the Cleveland defense, and that's on, some of them are on makes. Strus, Chris catch and shoot.
Ooh. Max Strus.
He was so important to this team. That's huge. And his defense.
I'm feeling good enough to watch another sport right now. I could not watch the Red Sox yesterday. I could not watch any basketball on Thursday or today. Like, I just couldn't watch anything else. I couldn't focus on anything else. Which is so weird for me. Because I've always got, 4 different sports going on in my head at one time.
That happens. That's nothing. Well, and I think sometimes the referees, if they see too much for a full court, then all of a sudden you get into the shooting position and then they'll give it to the...
Definitely not in the mood to call a game right now.
Going downhill. You want to pressure him, but once you get on the other side of half court, you want to kind of reset and give him.
I mean, the only reason I'm even doing this race, calling this race, is because I feel I have no choice. You know.
In for the first time, so Schroeder, Merrill, Mitchell, Mobley, and Struess out there. Deuce McBride also seeing action. And both teams have used their benches quite a bit. And Brunson able to hit the second. And the Cavs will put Schroeder as an initiator at times in this particular set. Let Mitchell get off the ball so he catches it in a better spot on the floor. Doesn't have to work quite as hard to handle. Shamet staying nicely with Mitchell. Plays catch with Schroeder. Now McBride on him. Mitchell, shake and bake, pulls up, jump shot. It's good. Sweet move there from Donovan Mitchell. Right now, it's not about the Cavs offense. Their defense, right now, they're on pace to get this Knicks team 38-40 points in the first quarter. Schroeder, right off into Brunson. 7 on the 24. Brunson, beautiful pass inside. Shaman out to McBride. Corner three, got it. Ball movement for the Knicks. Once again, they're back up 10. And the cutting off ball, that's what created the entire thing. That cut into the lane, and everybody retreating to prevent the layup leads to an open three. Mobley goes out. Towns almost pokes it away. Schroeder thought about a three. 5 on the 24. Mobley across the lane, gets bumped, kicks it out. Struess lets it fly. And Brunson grabs the rebound. Towns is the trailer, steps into a three-pointer. Under 2 to play here in the first. Some hot shooting from both teams. Mitchell pulls up, and that shot won't count. Foul beforehand. Deuce McBride fight through a screen, foul Merrill. Well, this is that off-ball move we were talking about. This is guard-on-guard screen, just a very switchable play. They don't need to because the screen wasn't set, but for Shaman to beat Merrill on the back cut should not happen, and that's what forced you to help off that corner, and it's a wide-open look. Mitchell Robinson comes in, and he comes in with under 2 minutes to go, so they can't do Hacker Robinson.
I think my longest O'Reilly stream ever was that Darlington race. I think it was 2022. That was the one where Sheldon had that great finish with Gregson. Sheldon ended up losing. But
Three-point shooting is a struggle, Richard. 1 of 8 for the Cavs.
This, I think, will surpass. It will surpass that.
Especially in the first half. They've gotten going a few times, but in the first half of game 1 and 2, they've really struggled. And now, 15 for 51 from the three-point line in the first halves of these games. And these have been good looks, and what a difference it would make for their offense. Brunson called for an illegal screen. Not a lot. Cut him in the ribs a little bit, but that's not a lot of movement on the part of Jalen Brunson on that screen. We're going to see a lot more physical screens than that, I think, throughout the game. Shamet gets the deflection. But again, they're trying to get Brunson.
I kind of hope we run the truck race tonight. Or if not tonight, then on Monday. I don't really want to do it tomorrow.
Winding down again. Struess to Schroeder. He's got to put it up. Shot clock winding down. Just gets it off in time. And it goes down. I don't think he knew it at first. Just beat the clock. I think also that's Jalen Brunson has to be up on that. You've got to know that you're that deep into the clock. He gave him too much space in that situation. Hart wide open for 3. Josh Hart was so hot from three-point range in game 2. Hit 5 of them. Knocks down his first here in game 3. And a moving screen on Mobley. Boy, they are really clawing things tight here in the first quarter. 2 fouls on Mobley. Again, this one, you got to give them half a step. Well, look, they already called the other one on Brunson. If they're calm and consistent, but right there, you just can't hit his shoulder and go flying. Why are you looking at me like that? No, yeah. Why are you looking at me like that? Because there's 300 screens set per game. Yes. And those ones did not seem, either one of them seemed like it. I think you're both right. And I think here we go. Here we go. Mike's first point is right. If they're going to call that one down here on Brunson, then you've got to.
We still do have 12 laps to go in stage 2. Or stage 1, sorry.
There's about a 5.5 second difference, shot clock and game clock.
Probably, when we go back green, it'll probably be about 6 laps to go in the stage.
McBride has to put it up quickly. Comes up short. Towns. Did he get it off in time? Yes.
So have to dry pit road and all that.
No fouls to give for the Knicks. Merrill flips it up. That misses. Hart gets it. And the first quarter comes to an end. The Knicks put up 39 points on the board. 72% from the field. Also 4 of 8 from three-point range. They have been an offensive juggernaut. First quarter complete here in Cleveland in Game 3.
Rowdy Jaden is goated. It is. Okay, I'm going to switch over to the...
Race for William. And these are the first laps that he's led.
Yeah, it's just showing that rerun still.
Fourth, Corey Day and Sam Mayer.
Oh, Fox. Baseball. Dodgers and Brewers. NLCS rematch from last year.
There goes Freddie Freeman. Throw down won't happen. And a stolen base for Freeman.
I was watching him earlier. Freddie had a big lead early, and then they picked off. They threw over once to get him back towards first a little bit, but he was thinking about going that entire time. He had him timed up.
Second of the season for Freeman. They both come over the last 10 games. Walking a stolen base and Freeman at second. 1-2 on Will Smith. Here comes Anderson. Now a 2-2. Fouls it off and stays alive. Smith's been given a little more time off the last few days. He'll have tomorrow off as well. Don't rush him.
Everybody's saying this fog is like going to be bad. Look at that picture right now. Like it, I mean, yeah, it's noticeable, but like it doesn't look like you can see the backstretch from. I'm looking at the picture from the right underneath the tower. You can still see the backstretch, like perfectly fine.
It is. You have to play both sides. Care more about your pitchers than you do hitting. He'll figure it out. He's too good of a player to not figure it out. This is what Will Smith does. Every time I watch him, it seems like it is a quality at bat, especially with guys in scoring position. A chance to drive in runs. It just gives you a really, really good at bat. The other guy on that list was Contreras, who didn't get to play tonight, so could have had the top 2 in OPS on this game. Flying the other way, Felix going back on it to the track at the wall, adjusted up forward to bring the top of the 5th to a close. We're halfway home in Milwaukee. Dodgers by a run.
Weeds. Does anything keep them from coming back?
Roundup dual action.
Does that say prevents weeds for up to 4 months?
Mm-hmm.
So it keeps working and I can relax?
That's the point. Does this stuff work for 4 months? I'm just gonna go to the store now. There you go.
Kill and prevent weeds for up to 4 months with Roundup dual action. Roundup. This stuff works. Wendy's went back to the kitchen to give our famous spicy chicken sandwich a total upgrade. More crunch, more flavor, with heat that just...
I don't know where you're hearing that from.
Spicy chicken ever? Looks like a yes to me. Spicy chicken just got better at Wendy's.
I haven't heard anything about that. NASCAR seeming to make every attempt to get back going tonight, and it looks like we are going to be going back going tonight. Trucks, I kind of doubt that'll be happening tonight, but from YouTube? YouTube what? Like what on YouTube? YouTube's a broad, there's a lot of things on that website.
Advancing towards the Normandy coast. Are you absolutely certain? We have 3 hours. Go or not go?
50 days delayed, we will lose this war.
If you invade today, thousands of lives lost. Soldiers, we will accept nothing less than full victory.
Omaha Beach, do you read?
Pressure, the untold truth.
Only in school fight. That's fantastic, isn't it?
You okay?
Do you want to talk about it, Daddy?
Yeah.
Oh, NASC AIR. I see what you're doing. Hood event tutorial.
It's terrifying what happens when car warranties expire.
NASC air heating cooling. Today we're going to talk about hood vents, hood ranges, and removing the exhaust from the house. This is one the homeowner has bought, this hood range.
Oh.
It's a Fisher Paykel. It's a 6-inch, less than 400 CFM hood range.
Wow.
We need at NASC here to do the venting. We take the 6-inch vent from the top of this and through the roof and exhaust it out there, where we terminate it with what's called a roof cap or roof jack in the business, which looks like this. And the roofer, we use a professional roofer company to install this.
Oh, wow.
There's no issues with that. As you see, it's pretty large, and 6-inch vents into there. But this one being less than 400
Are you guys learning a lot about installing hood vents?
CFM is not going to require fresh air. Typically, when they're over 400 CFM that this motor removes of air from the house, we need what's called makeup air. And that makeup air has to be equivalent to the air taken out. We typically use about a 6 or 8-inch pipe, which gets close because some of these diameters are pretty large. So I suggest to my homeowners before buying these, look at the amount of CFM. If it's under 400, you do not need.
What else this guy got? HVAC coil corrosion? Should you be concerned? Let's find out.
Good morning. This is David Drew from NASC Air, and this is the week of May 20th, 2019. And this morning as I walked into my shop, I saw this is the equipment from this week only of what we removed out of houses. And every week we clean this out. Last week, I think it was last Wednesday, we cleaned it out. So this is from the week of May 20th, all this equipment. Anyway, as I was coming through the shop, I saw this old GE unit, and of course it's upside down right here. But I wanted to show you how rotted this was. If this was in somebody's house up till recently working. That wasn't working from what I understand, it wasn't working, but it's been attached to somebody's house. So this unit's over 30 years old.
Oh, wow.
Same here. Here's a unit that's over 20 years old.
I learned a lot,
just in
Jaden.
horrible condition. And I'm assuming these are running up until or right before we did the change out. Same with this comfort maker right here. The reason I'm saying this is people are holding on to equipment way longer than they should. They're spending so much money on refilling them, degradation.
Yeah, you're spending that much money on, just refreshing it, refilling it. You might as well just get a new one,
How much electricity they use, how efficient they are, and again, yes, it's an electricity thing. These back then just had no SEER rating. Now the minimum SEER is 14 SEER.
Oh, wow.
And as high as 25 SEER, and that's the seasonal energy efficiency ratio. That is a measurement of work. So when something's this old, the air cannot pass through it and have the heat removed.
All right. No, that's fun. I learned a lot. I'm over it.
Move by Corey Day there, trying to go 3-1 inside of Sam Mayer. Didn't quite work out as he falls back behind Carson Quapple, but really aggressive move.
Look at Taylor Gray on the inside. Ross, he's loose again. Ross has struggled on the restarts. He lost the lead to Swalch last time. He's barely hanging on right there. Taylor Gray back to his inside.
You can ask me questions too. We both have mics.
Knicks up 41-33, up by 8 points here in the second quarter. 9:26 left.
Quarter's over. Next 3 quarters were perfect. Next 2 quarters were perfect. Come on.
He's been doing this all year. This game, another possible defining game for this special talent who was able to overcome one thing he strived for, got to the conference final. Now, of course, obviously wants to take the next step.
And I think sometimes people look at, okay, he got to a conference finals, he got that monkey on his back. I'm not going to speak for Donovan Mitchell, but he's not looking for an Eastern Conference Finals. He's not looking for a conference finals. This is a player that trains and works to try and win a championship every single day.
Mitchell Robinson in for Towns. Merrill putting some good pressure on Alvarado. Merrill's a very underrated defender. Now the shot clock already down to 6. Alvarado drives on Harden. Gets inside. Fell down. Turnover. Here comes Mitchell. And Mitchell lost it. Tried the crossover. And that's number 6 turnover for the Cavaliers.
And he had a lot of space on the left side of the floor. If he was able to get that crossover to go, he could have headed downhill and probably gone into that step back to the left that he loves.
Bridges with Tyson on him. Tough fall-away shot, gets it to go. Bridges once again hits a difficult shot. He's 4 for 4 from the field.
Sometimes you just tip your hat to the offense. He's in rhythm, but as a defender, that's where those easy layups. You don't want to give those easy buckets early because then all of a sudden shots just become that much smoother.
Nice pass, Tyson, and Allen the finish.
Really nice ball movement, and that time it was Tyson with the cut as James Harden tries to pressure up and get a steal.
Alvarado wide open for 3, can't get it to fall. Robinson tried to tip it, Merrill comes away. Good screen set by Allen. Long 3. And Allen the offensive rebound. Crossover. Tyson lost it out of bounds. Brunson's going to come back in and Anunoby for the Knicks.
Legs. When you start looking at the Cavs, we've done every single game of this series. They're going to need somebody to step up and give them that lift. You've seen it in other games, whether it's Jalen Tyson, whether it's Merrill, but on the other side, Josh Hart is playing outstanding. Mikal Bridges, the ancillary players around the superstars, they have been the difference in this series.
It's been impossible for the Cavs to try to expose something for the Knicks by forcing the ball to somebody because everybody's in rhythm. You're right. I think Merrill and Strus are the 2 most likely candidates to get it going.
Merrill very aggressive on his defense. They call that one. It's almost daring Tory Brothers to call it. Leading his case.
I like it that Brunson's out there just kind of rolling his eyes. Because you know some of it is just intensity. Merrill doesn't really want to play one-on-one 50 feet away from the basket.
2 fouls on Merrill. That's the first team foul for the Cavs. Dean Wade's back in. Brunson turns it over. Wade and Hart. Pass inside. Tyson through his hands. Deflected out of bounds. Last touch by Robinson. As Strus will return for the Cavaliers. And Donovan Mitchell will sit. Mitchell 9 points, 4 of 6 from the field. Baldwin out. Tyson gets some separation. Clarkson almost runs away. Tyson gets away from him, goes inside. Robinson brings him, and down goes Tyson. The bucket is good and a foul. He took a hard foul. And the court even harder. And a chance for a 3-point play.
And this is what we were talking about. Can they get a lift from their bench? Jalen Tyson, one of their young, talented players, going through the contact with the and one. That helps get the building going. That helps get the team going. They're going to need more of this from other role players.
It's the free throw. Jalen Tyson didn't play in game 1. Played just 10.5 minutes in game 2. As we said, he played a lot of big minutes in the regular season when they had injuries, and he played well. Bridges pulls up. Can't get that one to go. Tyson comes flying in. Kenny Atkinson says his #1 skill is he plays so hard.
Harden adjusts, and Harden banks it in. Cavs have cut it to 2.
Damn.
And the defensive pressure has picked up the activity level with the Cavs. Their feet, their hands, they're being much more disruptive for the Knicks right now to get into their sets. Hart putting some pressure on Brunson. Shot clock at 5. Brunson gets past him, strip ball out of bounds. It's still Knick ball with 3.9 remaining. And we're going to take a timeout. And James Harden doing a little bit of everything for this Cavs team.
Your Trek stock.
Oh, it's beautiful. I wish I'd done it sooner.
Thought about Treks. I've never minded doing a little maintenance. It's rewarding.
Well, whatever floats your boat.
Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
How was school today? It was good. They want to catch me until we You okay? Do you want to talk about it, Daddy?
Yeah. Yeah.
The storm is inevitable. Being a victim is optional. You secure your perimeter. You secure your power. You secure your food supply. While the rest of the world goes dark, you hold the line at home. For Patriots, generate your own independence. Tomorrow's legends revealed today. One lap, one race, one opportunity at a time. This is the proving ground. Pure, raw racing. The future grinds here. Just past 9 o'clock on the East Coast, CW Sports back at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Here's a live look at the radar. Very optimistic when you look at that. Now the bad news is
now it's getting kind of foggy.
The ceiling is very low, and so that moisture in the air has halted NASCAR's progress as far as drying the track. They're still working on it, doing some unbelievable stuff, but it's just taking longer than it normally would because of all the moisture in the atmosphere here in the Charlotte area. But the guys are working hard, and we really appreciate their effort. And
they haven't stopped their drying.
Got an unbelievable crew.
They said that they were stopping their. Adam just said that they were stopping their drying efforts, but they're not. They're literally doing it right now.
Race at 8 o'clock this morning. So everybody, all the men and women from CW and Prime and Fox Sports have been out here doing their thing, and we appreciate everything they have done to invest and try to make this happen for you at home. And I referenced the fact we thought the trucks might race at 8 this morning. I saw fans coming in here at 7:30, and here they sit after 9 o'clock on a Saturday night, hoping to see some racing. And we're rooting for it. We want to bring it to you, and we thank everybody for their loyalty and commitment to NASCAR. So as we wait it out, try to get the track dry, we'll send you back to the finish at Dover from last week, and hopefully we get cars on track and wrap this thing up from Charlotte Motor Speedway on CW.
Austin Green on the outside. The yellow car is your leader, Andrew Patterson, in the 30.
When Cavs look at that number from 2-point range, still struggling from 3. They came into these game 3 shooting just 39% from the field, 29% from 3. But right now, more importantly, Donovan Mitchell slowly going back to
Donovan Mitchell's headed back to the locker room. That's not good.
We'll get an update up for you as soon as we can. Keep an eye on that. I mean, you don't know what that could be, but he certainly was lingering back there on his way to the locker room. Bridges backs that one home. And Bridges now 5 of 6 from the field. Harden lets it fly. In and out, and again. James Harden with the 3. 9 points for Harden. These are the type of games that Harden was acquired for. As Anunoby continues his hot shooting as well.
You know, Kyle Busch interview would be fun right about now.
Harden has Downs pick him up.
steps back, three-pointer, short. Allen, offensive rebound, up and under, backs it home. Good aggressive move from Jared Allen. He's got 12 points, 5 of 5 from the field.
He's been so good in this game, so active, and as a result, the Cavs dominated points in the paint, an area that they have really struggled in the first 2 games of this series.
He misses, Harden comes the other way. Cavs have numbers. Harden gets inside, layup is good. Poor transition defense that time by the Knicks. And the Cavs have tied it up at 48. Grab back into it. Richards across the lane. Another difficult shot, in and out. Harden looks to push. Tyson catches, puts up a 3. Ball tipped and taken by Harden. Knicks had some numbers here. Bridges to Anunoby. Anunoby drives inside. And a whistle and a foul's going to go against the Cavs. Now, I'm not sure. I want to see that one again. But I know the top would have gone off that building if Tyson would have hit that 3. But it looks like he was there, and OG did a good job of avoiding him. Oh, yeah.
But in the restricted area. Even if the heels are up, it still counts as being in the restricted area. So Anunoby.
Well, it seems like we are getting somewhat close.
Eastern on NBC and Peacock. Last night, OKC taking a 2-1 lead. Shifted to San Antonio, so game 4 in San Antonio tomorrow.
Still haven't had an announcement about the truck race.
Sitting there on the Cavs bench, despite at times looking like he's been playing through something, as you guys pointed out in Game 3, Mitchell has continued to insist that he feels great. We did see him just go back to the locker room. He was walking slowly, but the head athletic trainer was not with him. And again, you can see he's back on the Cavs bench.
Yeah, Kenny Atkinson, Lisa said, he said, on the normal bumps and bruises, as Harden gets inside and scores, every player right, there's nobody 100% healthy right now.
There's nobody 100% when you enter into the postseason, let alone if you played a few
tie game.
All tied up at 50.
James Harden right now, so aggressive with the basketball, breaking down that Knick defense, really hunting for his own offense.
Fake drives, ball deflected by Harden. Anunoby tries a 3, trying to draw a foul as well. Allen grabs the rebound.
That was peak.
The Cavs score here. Do the Knicks want a timeout?
Mobley kicks it out. Wade tries a 3. Allen had it, lost it. Brunson took it away. Sidestep Brunson, righty layup, backs it home. Hart trying to swipe. Harden lost it. And an offensive foul is called.
Junior will win at Daytona.
They just said he clamped with that left hand, but this is the Brunson play in the open floor. James Harden, really tough spot, just backpedaling. Not much you're going to do. If he picks him up higher, he's going to foul him or have a blow by, tries to meet him at the rim. Good step through by Brunson. 7 points.
Yeah, this is actually already my longest O'Reilly race stream ever.
Passed up a 3. Spruce closes. Brunson drives. Trying that footwork. Travel. Excellent defense. Picked it up and then switched pivot feet as he was trying to get out of that situation. That's a good recovery by the Cavs with length. The fourth Brunson to pick that up. 6 turnovers now for New York. Listen, Harden keep going to work here. They've had a hard time keeping him out of the paint. 13 points, 6 of 9 from the field. Gets in the paint again. And draws a foul again. Well, Harden to the free throw line. 2 fouls on Jalen Brunson. First free throws of the night for James Harden.
Both teams are shooting 58% from the field. The difference is the Knicks are 5 for 12 from 3, and the Cavs are 3 for 14. And the Cavs have gotten quality looks. But to me, if you're the Cavs, it's a little bit less about your offense here and a lot more about your defense.
The Harden 190th playoff game. That's over 2.5 seasons of 82 games extra. He's had his highs and his lows in the playoffs, hoping to get his team a win here in the Eastern Conference Final. They're down 2.
The NBA Eastern Conference Finals.
This afternoon, we'll come back to Green with 68 to go.
Really impressed with Harrison Burton. You got that spinner.
Strike him out.
Start 3-0, then he paints that fastball in, and then he throws that very close slider right on the corner. Gary didn't like it, but that's what we're talking about. The inside third, up and down, Gary is really, traditionally, you just can't get to that ball, but if you get the ball out away from him, he loves to get extended.
Bowers are thrown away. Strike fastballs by at 92, but it's that what has become in vogue, high spin, hold its plane, invisible. I don't know if it's in vogue as much as it is now measured and more appreciated.
I just look back how many guys I played with in the minor leagues that never really made it, that threw that, they could throw that ball that was the high spin, but they were told, you got to throw the ball down. How many of those guys could have pitched at the upper quadrants? And they was, you got to throw it down, you got to throw it down, but they couldn't sink it. They couldn't really turn it over, but they could.
Yeah, we've been under a red flag now for 3 hours and 32 minutes.
Now it's a thing.
A long one.
Well, would it have worked back then? That's the question.
Race should be long over by now.
Different swings nowadays, you think? I don't know. Well, I think the high fastball came in vogue when the launch angle. Don't think or not?
Well, no, I think it came in vogue. You can measure it.
Okay, maybe that's true.
You can measure the high. It's always been, hey, 0-2, throw it up here, throw it up here.
But were guys able to cover that before or better?
Maybe it's both those things. Maybe it was response.
Should be trucking. Well, honestly, no, it shouldn't. Trucking should have happened last night.
Made that the response with the data that you're talking about, AJ. You guys can both be right. Isn't this great? That's so cool, Jim. Thank you. We're fabulous.
Just put a smile right on my face. Wayno's mad at
that's brighter, though.
Kind of like yours. Yeah.
All I know is 2019, we came to school, everybody says you have got to throw a four-seamer at the top to combat this launch angle thing, and it's just simply not true. You can still combat the launch angle thing throwing the ball down is up to it. You just can't throw it high. You just can't throw it thigh high.
2 to Bowers. Got him with the high fastball. Back-to-back Ks for Vesia. 2 gone in the 6th.
There it is. Four-seamer stays true. Bauer swings under it. It's because they can measure it, not because it was up.
It may not be 100, but that's premium Milwaukee squeaky cheese curd cheddar nasty fastball at the top with 4 or 5 inches of extra carry on it. You just can't get the barrel to that.
Yeah, I'm literally switching back between the
breaking pitch in for a strike
race broadcast, the finals, and then this fucking
He's still at first.
random Dodgers and Brewers game. I want to see Ohtani.
Yelich 3 stolen bases so far this year. Challenge coming here from Will Smith. Yeah, it was a good one. Clean that shot. And it's 0-2.
Thousands of those for me.
You know how happy it makes you as a catcher to the umpire.
Will Smith, one of the best in baseball, getting those calls overturned. 9 on the William Contreras.
Has a boatload of attempts also.
High volume challenger. Vesia to Freeland after a toss over. You think you would have been able to control yourself?
I was just about to say, I like what they're doing with the catchers because pitchers, you know, especially how good catchers are at framing the ball, we think everything's a strike.
Yeah,
because they are, you know, but catchers definitely have a better look at that. I'm glad to see most all the ones I've seen that way.
There's only been 62 challenges for pitchers all year total.
They've been wrong 61 times.
They're 32%.
Yeah, exactly.
Compared to the catchers are 60% right.
This goes back to the better athlete.
32% gets you in the Hall of Fame.
That's true. I don't know if that category does it though.
It goes back to the old catchers are the most intelligent people on the field, the best athletes on the field, usually the best looking players on the field, and they have the most stuff. And they know the strike zone. So it just never ends. They have the most, they get the most coolest gear, they get gloves, they get all the gear.
Let's go back to the best athletes part of that.
Let's go back to the 2-2 to Freeland in center field. Andy Claus is singing a song.
I'm gonna go up.
Kind of matching times. I think the 18 is one of those.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up.
Some clean air.
Get a beer. I might do something for a bit. I don't know. Might be a few minutes till I come back down.
Mayor the last time by, yeah. 210. Finally got some clean air out. The 41, super quick right there.
Great day going for Sawallich, who, when we talk about the Chase standings, he came in here 13th. He was 17 below the line. This has been a really solid day for them, points-wise, and just trying to finish the deal here with a nice run.
Well, Parker just mentioned it, and I felt like the 18 might be the best car, but Sam Mayer, again, 2/10 quicker, but he's got a big gap to make up. He's 3.5 seconds behind Allgaier, 2.5 seconds behind the 18 right there of William Sawallich, but continuing to run really impressive lap times. 2/10 at Dover is a ton.
It was 2/10 again.
Yeah.
That last lap, he's cut this deficit massively just in a few laps here towards the 7. Now he will have the 18 to deal with before he gets to the 7, which could be an impediment, but absolutely flying for Sam Mayer in that 41 car.
Well, look at the gap that he's built on Corey Day. Finally, it looks normal here, slowed down to 24.80, a similar lap time to what the leaders have been running, and they've been having to deal with a little bit of lap traffic as we watch them. You see, going by Taylor Gray again right here. This was really close a little bit ago with Corey Day, and Sam Hemming just barely able to fit through there.
Little side draft on to the extreme. That's the biggest fear there, is just cutting down that left rear tire.
Carson Quapple and Harrison Burton racing for 6th. Harrison and Dean Thompson, as we mentioned, both SHR cars in the top 10. Little moment there for the 24 off turn 2. Quapple has to fall back in line.
Harrison's still doing a great job holding on, even though, as you mentioned, a little bit different tires right here, maybe a little bit of damage from a wreck earlier, but still awesome job holding on right here. Got a good car today.
There's Taylor Gray, who was in the mix, but had that contact with Ross Chastain. Wounded 54 car, going a lap down. Another lap down. He is 4 down currently. Let's listen in on the 41 team. Got by Corey Day. They run 3rd right now, trying to track down the top 2.
I can't believe how fast it is with a hole in the nose. I was wondering if it might help us. Yeah, I said that as well. It's probably cool with the left front tire.
Yeah, so you can see they've got a little bit of damage, like right in the center of the nose there. So hit something on the racetrack.
Yeah, the left front, that hits it in. That's the damage probably from where he got into the back of Taylor Gray. Right. We saw them all check up. That accordion effect poked a hole in the nose.
He was the fastest car on the racetrack once again that last lap.
Yeah, and look at that right there on the left. You see that comparison of these lap times they've run. You see that final lap about a 10th quicker, and some of that's dependent on traffic and who you're around on the racetrack, but consistently each time you look at timing and scoring, the 41 to Sam Mayer is the fastest car on the track.
Gap down to 3 seconds behind Allgaier. And just 2 seconds now behind Sawallich. You can see it, that the gap is closing.
Yeah, the one thing about Dover, too, though, is you see Allgaier catching more lap traffic right here. You can get held up a half second easy here in one lap if you time out that wrong, or if they run a different line than what you thought they were going to run on entry. So 3 seconds sounds like a lot, but it can be made up as Mayer once again runs about a tenth quicker than the leader.
And Justin's about a half a straightaway from running into a large amount of traffic. So if this continues under green, 46 laps to go is a ton of time around this racetrack. He is definitely going to hit a huge amount of traffic at the end of this front straightaway as he gets up there. So that's going to only help Sam Mayer if Justin's able to get held up.
That's Josh Balicki, who's straight ahead here in the 07, but after that, this group right here, yes, that may pose a problem for the race leader.
And he's having a hard time getting by Balicki right here. The bottom is not where he wants to be. His car's running a little better higher on the racetrack as the momentum on the exit. We'll see his lap time right here. How much does he slow down? Yeah, that was about 3.5 or 4 tenths slower than what he ran the lap before. And as you look at that lap time difference back to Sam Mayer, it's down to 2.5 seconds now. So Mayer catching him quick.
Working closer to 40 to go for Allgaier and Sawalich, the top two.
The one thing Mayer has in his favor, guys, is he can run the bottom. You know, where we talk about Justin wanting to run a little higher, and I also feel like the 18 does a nice job of rolling around the bottom of the racetrack, but the 41 kind of run that middle to the bottom, and it gets you through traffic quicker because almost all this lap traffic is giving the leaders the bottom.
And that's the key for Sam Mayer. He's got to be super efficient through traffic, more efficient than the leaders. We talk about it all the time. The leaders have the hardest time potentially to make it through traffic because some of those drivers want to stay on the lead lap. They'll fight him with the second he gets by. Then they sort of let second and third back through a lot easier. But really, Sam Mayer just has to be as efficient as he possibly can and not give up any time in traffic.
Great look at the gap there between the top two. Closed captioning for today's race brought to you by Cerakote, the top detailers in the world. Trust Cerakote, shouldn't you? Top three, all with some clean racetrack to try to at least close that gap. And we go under yellow once again. It's Garrett Smithley for the second time today.
The rear of that race car is completely peeled off.
He had some damage from that first incident.
Keep working the bottom on the flat. Working the bottom on the flat.
To this.
Yeah, he's blown a right rear tire out. You see it's just blowing all the bodywork off as that tire just disintegrates.
You gathered up here. We'll get back in here. We got to get tires on and see what we got to get cleaned off that thing.
Well, Sam Mayer is loving this. This also maybe works into, we'll see how this works out for Austin Green. You know, he's going to have that set of stickers. And to me, you wanted more than 15 or 20 laps to get to have the advantage of the tires. He's going to have, what, 35, 37 laps to go when we go back green. So, no pun intended, that's going to be good for Austin Green.
He had fallen to 23rd, so is even still in that gain in terms of his average running position. So, this definitely can play in their hands in that sense.
Yeah, and he'll have those new tires, so able to maybe pick some more off here with 39 to go, this time by.
It's been a day for short run speed.
It
the longest green flag run being 28 laps. That one was 27.
And that's atypical of Dover. We don't normally expect that. You normally kind of need a long run car. Here's a look at what happened to Garrett Smithley.
Wow. See that right rear tire explode on the exit of the corner. It's fortunate that it hit the wall harder right there. And just the worst place that could happen.
You don't see that often in that fashion. Wow. The tire just absolutely shredded apart.
And he was
instantly
in the mix there of the 5th, 6th, 7th place cars. That's Carson Quapple right there, and Harrison Burton just coming through, hitting that little piece of debris. So it was in and amongst the leaders at the time of that tire blow.
A lot of debris on the racetrack there. You know, if you're one of the cars, one of the leaders there, as you came back around, you want to try and avoid all that, not pick any of that up on your tires. Let's take a listen to the Sevens radio.
We don't have any more tires left. We've made our bed.
What about that set ahead, like 2 or 3 laps on it?
I mean, if you want to come down and put them on, we can.
I'm good. You tell me, man.
Nobody else has tires either.
Yeah,
as a driver, you're out there and it feels terrible. But the reality is it's so hard to pass at this racetrack. Unless they all come to put tires on, you're almost going to be better off to stay out right here.
Yeah, and would expect the only guy to come down would be Austin Green, who these are his tires. He's got that set of stickers. 26 cars on the lead lap, and he's 23rd, so he's only going to lose 3 spots. And then he'll restart with fresh tires with 35-ish to go.
Yeah, and based on where he ran earlier in the race, this is a perfect scenario for the 87 team to get to have fresh tires. They're going to have similar track position to what they had earlier, but with better tires than everybody. So hopefully they can get a great finish out of this. We'll see how much of a difference tires make on that car.
On board with Jesse Love here, and he's going to head down to pit road 2 to continue to work on that 2 car that has some damage from the earlier contact with the 88. Let's go to Progressive Pit Road and Kim.
And remember, Austin Green last in on lap 95 for tires and fuel. So was getting a little closer to that fuel window. This caution came at the perfect time. Remember, they were looking for a big enough delta on the tires that he'd have an advantage. So they'll get those fresh sticker tires on that 87. Austin saying he needed entry security. Center was tight. Going over the bumps, the car felt a little light, and then it snapped on exit. They did make an air pressure adjustment. Fuel going in that machine. So this caution fell right to them, and you also see that chassis adjustment.
Austin's been in the top 10 in 2 of the last 3 races, including a week ago at Watkins Glen on a different strategy. We'll see what they can do under caution for the Scarrett Smithley spin.
How can I help? I'm here to tell us. Switch to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and even 401k. It's always such a headache, man. With Gusto, it's effortless. Like looking cool in this jacket. Okay.
Still using a poorly built shop chair? Aren't you tired of the discomfort and back pain? Meet the Viper Chair, America's #1 rated shop chair. The Viper Chair glides over any surface with large industrial grade casters. Alleviate lower back pain with a perfectly angled backrest and sit comfortably for hours with a thick, durable seat. Viper chairs are designed for every job or anything else you love to do in the garage. This Memorial Day, build the shop of your dreams. Shop viperindustrial.com. But don't wait, this sale ends soon.
Yes, I actually won!
See this? It just arrived from Deal Dash, a Nintendo Switch 2.
Look what I just won. I love Deal Dash.
With millions of auctions, you too can start winning, like this.
I got this amazing Japanese knife set for just 75 cents.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
And today, new users get a $50 bonus credit. Go to DealDash.com right now for huge savings.
And free shipping from our U.S. warehouses.
Maggie's finally in a good place. You think you'd want her to be happy?
What if she could be happier with me?
What happened yesterday? It can't happen again.
It's up to you to decide how our story ends.
This world of ours is bigger than life. It's gritty, it's fantastic, it's intense.
I love this business with all my heart, but it doesn't come without sacrifice.
NXT breeds on chaos.
If you believe in something, work until you have it. Never be content. Here we go! I have been down this road. I know what it's like. I don't care what you've achieved. Continue to push through. Fail forward. Dream big and strive to be better. The harder you work, the more you get out of it. The more you get out of it, the more you succeed. NXT, this is what you want to go to.
Hey everyone, heard this is where the action is.
You're the real deal.
Own it.
I spent my entire life trying to prove that I'm someone worth loving.
Love you bigger than the sky. Give me a chance. Give us a chance.
I love when you can help people. Makes it worth it.
You are so close to your dream. When are you gonna fight for you?
Welcome to Scrabble.
I've had enough yoga for a while.
Thanks for playing along with this.
Take it away,
We're doing donuts. Get it, please? Do you think anyone will miss us if we sneak back to the cabin?
I don't think so.
We are the next generation of entertainment.
Unbelievable.
Back with you here in Dover for the stretch run to the finish. 36 to go right now under yellow for the 9th time today. Here at Smithley bringing out the most recent yellow as the NASCAR safety team continues to pick up the debris over there in turns 3 and 4.
Quite an eventful day.
It has been.
Here. If this is any indication, tomorrow the All-Star race.
That's right.
Might be in for a real show.
That's right. Track has produced some entertaining moments today, and expect more of that tomorrow. Unique format, so can't wait to tune in for that. Check out how Dover's first All-Star race goes.
The Monster's been racing.
Yes.
Seen good
all weekend.
All weekend's great side-by-side racing. Just put a lot of the drivers in tough positions, which has led to some wrecks.
I think the intensity is only going to continue to ramp up here with just over 30 to go. Justin Allgaier, the race leader, looking for his 3rd Dover win. William Sawalich and Sam Mayer, everybody back to Harrison Burton in 7th with 8-lap fresher tires than the 7.
And the importance of these restarts as we get later in this race. We've talked about it with 100 to go, how important it was to get control of this race. Now from Justin Allgaier or William Sawalich, these restarts are so crucial. If you can get control of this race, it could be game over for that other car.
You want to have the lead down the backstretch.
Yes.
You don't have to have that guy on your inside entering turn 3, because as it gets closer to the end, people are going to be willing to take more of a risk. And got to look at Mayer, who chose actually behind Justin Allgaier right there, thinking that outside might be the place to be.
Quickly before green, let's check in with Carla Metz in the CW garage.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan. Well, it's pretty crazy to think that we are into week 14 and we still have not seen an overtime finish in the O'Reilly Series. It's the longest stretch to start the season in series history. The last time we saw one was in October in Martinsville, where Taylor Gray got his first career win. So just how abnormal is it? Well, since 2021, we've averaged 12 overtimes per season, but maybe don't expect that to be the case today. Yes, we've had 9 cautions, but we've only seen 1 overtime finish in the last 24 Dover races, Dylan.
Well, I'm curious to see if that
today has gone.
I had that note too about the last 24 races, only 1 overtime restart, and I was thinking earlier, well, we might have a chance to add another one to that just based on how the day's going. We will find out shortly. Field will come back to green with 34 laps to go. Justin Allgaier, the race leader, chose the outside lane. William Sawalich fills out the front row. Corey Day and Sam Mayer in row 2. Back to green at the Monster Mile.
Justin does a great launch right there. Is he going to be able to clear the 18? He is. Look at how far he drives it down in there. Sawalich have a little run on exit, but no, Justin shuts the door.
Look at Sam Mayer around the outside and Corey Day. It got really close. He almost got cleared, but nope. He has now cleared Corey Day down into 3 and can set his sights on William Sawalich and Justin Allgaier.
And as fast as Mayer was before that yellow, I think he knew he needed to get going there, get by the 17 as quick as he could to focus his attention on the 18 and the 7 out front. Good race here for 5th. Carson Quapple, Brandon Jones, Austin Hill, Harrison Burton all in the mix there.
We haven't mentioned Austin Hill much today. Fighting up here in the top 10 for 8th right now on the bottom.
It's been a really quiet day for Austin Hill. We've even mentioned his name today, but you said it. Top 10, having a great run here for the 21.
And they need a good run. Just 2 top 10s in the last 8 races for the 21 team. Sam Mayer, meanwhile, has dialed up the back bumper of William Sawalich for 2nd.
He's got to make quick work right here of William if he wants to have a shot at winning this race. I think it was critical that he needed to get by the 18 on that restart. We know how hard it is to pass. We've seen a lot of guys run drivers down, but he gets close to the wall. But actually being able to make that pass, especially with a fresh restart, guys can run the bottom a little bit longer right here. You see Justin Allgaier just slowly driving away right now. It's built up almost a 2nd lead.
Yeah, Sam Mayer's got to push as hard as he can to get to that back bumper of William Sawalich, maybe get him out of the groove a little bit. The longer he runs there, the more abuse that's going to put through his tires, take away some of that performance advantage he had before we had this last caution. So he's got to try as hard as he can right now as the left side of your screen. Brett Cruz super sideways as Austin Green tries to use those new tires to come through the field.
Cruz back in 21st. With that right side damage, been a long day, but had made up a lot of progress over the course of the afternoon. Austin Hill, Brandon Jones, racing for the 6th spot.
Yeah, Austin Hill having his best run of the day right here when it counts the most. You see Brandon Jones all over the back of him right there, all the way up to 6th, so turning it into a great finish here.
And this is a more typical Austin Hill day than we're used to seeing compared to what you mentioned over the last 8 or so races. just have not been typical for what we're seeing out of that 21 team in Austin Hill. But usually, even if they're not great to start, it's at the end that team comes online late and is a contender late in these races like we're seeing today.
Mayer's going to have to figure out how to make that outside groove work. It looks like to me like the 18 of Williams Wall just glued to the bottom. Saw him drive into 3 to signal he's a little bit quicker there. But he's just not able to watch. If William goes to the bottom, he'll lose the nose right here.
Oh,
He does.
Oh, there you go.
Moved him out of the way. Great move.
But now Williams going to have the leverage on the outside. You got to be careful not to lose the right rear here.
Seen these guys racing hard all day long for positions inside the top 5, and now it's for the runner-up spot.
Well, and if you're the 18, you're a little frustrated because he packed air on you and moved you up out of the groove, so you're going to race him a little bit harder here. Clearly, Sam Mayer's got a great car.
Well, if he can clear him here, this would be big. He does right there. Williams not able to get back to him. Great pass.
They brought Corey Day into the mix there as well. The 17, second, third, and fourth all right together as Sawalich moves higher to block the 17.
Now Sam Mayer's got a big task, though. 1.5 seconds behind Justin Allgaier. We'll see if he had the same speed he had the run before. He was definitely faster than the 7, but now, that was caught the 54 there very quickly in an awkward position.
Still was able to run almost match Justin's lap time, even with the issue of Taylor Gray being on the exit of turn 4. These guys are running 25 flat lap times right now. Seen it fall off almost to 25.50s, but I think the track's getting a little quicker as the sun's going down. It's cooling down. Corey Day
to go way up top.
In the grandstands, passing people on the outside. Can't get much higher than where he was right there.
Well, he did that earlier and passed, I think, Jesse Love, so he's not afraid to go up there and put the right rear up against the fence if he has to. Gap between first and second, just over a second and a half. Allgaier, with the laps led today, 51 of them, has now reached 600 career laps led at Dover, puts him 5th all time. He is so good at this racetrack.
Look at the 17 flies. He has found a ton of speed, almost 2.5 tenths quicker. Those spotters are going to need to tell both Mayer and Allgaier where the 17's running. It's a long ways around the top to the middle of the corner.
I'm back for now.
Watch the speed, right? It's a great perspective. Watch the speed that the 17's going to have.
Past the 5-hour mark on the stream.
Versus the 41. He's probably going 5, 6, 7 miles an hour quicker. He wants the top.
He kind of ran out of straightaway there.
Yeah.
Had so much speed.
And Sam's countered to look,
but he can't go high enough.
Gassed it up, got it outside. 17 is in a great position to go up and win this race now.
Clear behind him. Mayer raced it pretty clean there, gave him a lane off the outside of turn 2.
Look at how high he is right there, flirting with disaster.
I just drank a beer when I was upstairs and then came back down. I just chill. I didn't drink it fast.
An awesome job at making that work.
Watching some baseball.
The one thing you want to do also is just not abuse those outside tires too much. You can't hurt a tire up there this late in the race. How much rubber's been laid down? I don't think it's a big threat, but 21 laps to go is a fair amount of laps. To be running that high up, we'll see if that speed can last up there, but he's absolutely flying right now.
I tell him to go like hell. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out at the end.
And there is a little bit of a tire deficit as well for Allgaier. About an 8-lap difference between he and the tires.
0.054. Well, it was a tall boy IPA.
Team radio.
Yeah, more of those. Unc loved the memes.
All the way through the corner to top of the block.
Yeah.
Right,
Kyle did love the
just a
memes.
little bit lower. It takes a few laps.
He was an
to
Unc too.
To enter as high as what Corey Day is.
I miss Unc. I miss Unc. I really do. This one's for Unc.
He loves to run. So Justin's trying to do exactly.
Kyle did reach Unc status. At least we got to see him go that far to reaching Unc status. People. I feel like Unc status has kind of a negative connotation, but I don't think it actually should. You know, this one's for Unc.
Corey's first win to come at Bristol, where you need this bravado to move around and make speed.
Chester, what are you doing?
A place that fits right into that wheelhouse of searching around for grip and speed and just
Chester?
making it happen. However you have to.
Why are you being a
you can see
weirdo?
it there. The last few laps, Day has been much quicker.
Mind your own business.
Look, the best part of what we're watching right now is the speed is around the top of the racetrack, but it is a long ways from the bottom to the top.
Still awake, being bored. I'm watching weather report for Charlotte.
It leaves him so vulnerable
emulator that is the 90s weather. That's weird.
It's going to be awesome if we can get to the end of this and the 17 can catch him.
KB didn't spin. Yeah, Kyle Busch definitely did not spin. He's dead. So I don't think he's spun out. Also, he wasn't in this race.
So many drivers described Dover as Bristol on crack. And when I was talking to Adam Wall, he said, you know, despite Corey...
O'Reilly Auto Parts Series drivers are being called to their cars.
You have to be able to mentally slow things down. So his sprint car background plays right into that. The ability to just slow down things at a track that goes so quickly. And the other thing is, the goal for this team was, remember, they had a great start to the season, and then Texas...
Who was the 54, by the way?
Had a DNF last weekend, did not go their way. So Adam said the goal was to get back to...
They still haven't made a call in the truck race.
I would say a second place.
The drivers are being called to their cars.
No doubt. Well, he continues to move the
good to hear.
right in the middle of the corner. Watching higher. Every lap, it's about 3 more inches, and he moves
It's
up.
not over yet. We still got a bit.
Just a little bit straight.
Yeah, it'll still be 2 different streams. I honestly don't think the trucks are happening tonight. But even if it does, there'll be 30 to 45 minutes in between both races. So, if the trucks do happen tonight, so it will be. I used to like doing the one continuous stream, but now I don't. I like every event being its own thing. You know.
Not quite as high as the 7 and 17, but.
The other thing that's helped Justin by being able to move up there is that the lap cars are given the top until the top was higher than they want to run. And then they're like, well, you go ahead. You can have it all the way up there. I don't really want to be there. But you see Justin's now almost on the exact same line as what Corey Day is now. It looks to me like the 17's moved down a little bit on exit, just trying to get a straighter drive.
Maybe looking just for a little bit of cleaner air, trying to get away from the wake of that 7 car. You don't want to fall exactly in his tire tracks. Right now, as you get
So we still got a bit. I was still assuming it'll probably be about half hour until we're actually back rolling.
He was in the gray there. Now. He was in his own groove. On serious entry confidence. That is just not hadn't hit the wall enough yet, is what that is. Because it takes a lot of courage to get up there, but he has done a tremendous job of look at how much he closed in right there.
Something there.
It's almost like getting that higher gave him the speed that he needed.
The drivers are still working on the restart zone right now.
He does it again right here.
Fastest car in the racetrack the last 2 laps is the 17.
See the lap car, Dawson Cram right here in front of the 7. Needs to give him the top.
And there's 2 guys at the bottom.
And he may impede Day here.
Oh, it is.
There's 2 lap cars right in the way of the 17, who's got to turn to the bottom. And he lost 2 or 3 car lengths there.
That worked out perfect for
Justin.
7. But look at that, he's already running back down here. It's almost like the 17's just getting more and more aggressive on corner entry, able to charge the corner and have the confidence he needs. But it's going to turn as he gets down through the middle. Justin's got to move back up just a little bit. They're going to tell him that the 17 is about a...
What made me post the All-Star race as a video and not keep it in the live tab? Remember during the All-Star race, I don't know exactly what happened, but something happened upstairs where the power blinked in the living room. It didn't like blink in the whole house. It just blinked in the living room, and that's where the Wi-Fi box was. So it, fucked up the Wi-Fi and ended the stream. So I had to start another stream, but I combined it all as one big thing.
Just ever so slightly was right up against it. 7 to go, coming to 6 to go. Right here, 3 last lap passes this season, potentially setting ourselves up for another one here this afternoon.
And Jamie, you mentioned it, go like hell. It doesn't matter, whatever it takes at this point, you just have to go and see if you can find anything. He is there at the bumper of Justin Allgaier. What does he do this momentum?
Well, Justin's cheating the entry just a little bit, not entering quite as high as Corey. But it's going to be hard for Corey Day to make this pass. He's going to have to get that run and then commit to the bottom. He's not going to get to the outside.
Yeah, the rain delay itself has now surpassed 4 hours.
Look at this. That he wants as they now look at how the 17 can turn down though to get that. Look at the massive run he has down the straightaway right there.
Lap car Blake Lothian just out the front windshield there of Allgaier. 5 laps to go. That diamond has started to work for the 17.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be about 20 to 30 minutes. That's not any informed. That's just me guessing.
You can lose this by letting him get to your inside, but you cannot get him the outside. See where this lap car is going to go. Hopefully the spotters are telling them where they're
They told the super trucks to pick up their pace. Yeah.
to beat his outside here on the exit of the corner. Oh, real side, he's into the wall. He takes the lead.
No, definitely not. There's been longer red flags. Remember the 2014 Daytona 500? That was like 6 hours.
Both of the leaders for a loop, but Allgaier not giving up. Back to the left rear. Day clears in 3 to go. Well, that's going to be Allgaier's.
I mean, the Charlotte race in 2023, remember that one started in the morning, and then it rained, and then they ran the entire 600, and then they ran the rest of the O'Reilly race at night. That was like 9 hours.
He's got the gap he needs now.
And the momentum that Corey has on that top side now for Corey.
Exactly, Jade. Pick up the pace.
You have control of this race. It's going to be really hard for Justin to respond on the bottom or to gather.
Should react to these races like I've never seen them before. Not in the mood, man. You know, I'll do it. Oh my God, Corey Day. Oh my God, I had him as my win pick for this race. Oh my God. Corey Day, is he really going to win? And I'm going to be right about another win pick this year? Whoa. Dover's awesome. There's Larson. White flag. Oh my God.
See all clean track in front of the 17 right here.
Holy ball sack. Is Allgaier going to catch him? No. Not on the back stretch there. I don't think Allgaier's going to catch him. Oh my God.
They'll work the high lane through 3 and 4.
Oh my God. Allgaier closing in. No. Corey Day wins. Oh my God. Yeah. I don't know. If I was in a better mood, I would actually listen to you and fucking go more at it. But, oh my God, Corey Day wins. Oh my God.
Put together a race-winning drive. Had to search around all day, and he earned that one in the closing laps.
That was so exciting to watch at the end. The fact that he just kept moving.
I predict Allgaier's going to go argue with some random guy after the race. No way, dude. No, he's not going to do that. Why would he do that? Allgaier's a great guy.
See, Justin goes to turn to the inside. Watch both these guys. They know how important this is. Put them sideways right here. Corey bounces off the wall.
There's Adam Wall, the crew chief, Kyle Larson. This is the pass for the win.
I appreciate you trying to get me in a goofy mood, Cam.
Their driver was going to get it done. Great stuff today.
We always talk about looking drivers that search and find a way to go faster. And what you saw there in those last 20 laps was a driver who just...
Kyle wouldn't want me to be all fucking...
He didn't have the car.
I mean, I can't help it.
We talked about it.
What he did there, finding that line, pushing it higher, you know, all the risk it takes to do that and do it so well that you go and run down the...
But yeah, we're going to get going here. I think it's still going to be about 20 to 30 minutes. But,
in stock cars.
Yeah, we'll get going here relatively soon.
Like at the start of that run, he ran the bottom. Like, oh, he fired
There's
off
still
well,
been no announcement on the truck race. I highly doubt we're doing that tonight. But maybe NASCAR's fucking down for it. Maybe they are. Maybe NASCAR's down for that. I haven't checked the weather in a while just because... You know, I know it has been looking good. Yeah, I mean, weather's good till 4 a.m. So, and then it looks problematic tomorrow.
A much-needed 5th place run for him.
They might honestly want to run it because they might want to be saving Monday for the possibility of the Coke 600 being on Monday.
Anthony Alfredo 10th as well. Nice recovery for him. Second win of the year for Corey Day. He won at Talladega.
NASCAR estimates the O'Reilly cars will be refired at 10 p.m. That's from Bob. I didn't see that.
Once again, he is legit.
Where'd you see that? I didn't see that. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Since September of 2003.
Here we go.
So that's how it unfolded last Saturday in Dover, Delaware. And we are now back live here at Charlotte Motor Speedway with Jamie McMurray. I'm Adam Alexander. 33 laps complete in the opening stage, 12 to go.
And once you get these cars on track, it will help the fog. The fog isn't as bad as some people are making it out to be. You can still see the backstretch. Like, it's not perfect, but you can still see the backstretch.
Right around 5, and now here we are close to 10 o'clock in the east, but good news. Drivers heading back to their cars, getting strapped in, and we're hoping to go racing here in a short period of time. Let's go downstairs.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Yeah, here with Sammy Smith, just climbed in his car. You've had a lot of time to kind of sit and think about this race. What were the conversations like during that break?
Yeah, he's not a poker situation.
The first 33 laps, we were okay. We were able to get our car off the splitter there and was hoping to get going, but I think we've got a fast Alpha Craft Chevrolet, and hopefully we can go the rest of the length of the race tonight, and hopefully we can make our way up front.
Yeah, like I said, it's not perfect. It's definitely not a 100% view of the backstretch. I would say it's probably about a 75% view of the backstretch right now. If you're on the spotter stand.
I would say 48 hours. We've had rainfall, had significant rain here in the Concord, Charlotte area.
And then obviously cars getting on track will lift that. It will help the fog.
The weather lifted. We had a chance this afternoon. Got some practice in, started this race, and then the rain returned. But right now, in a good spot to go out and finish this race.
Yeah, the fog is...
Should you be 100% TV and less phone now? Well, I have a question. I have a follow-up to that. If you are 100% TV and less phone, does that mean that you're not watching my stream? Because
the hope is we get cars
I want you to be watching my stream.
Air moving around, maybe that will continue to get a little bit better. I think.
Yeah, 5-hour stream. We've passed the 5-hour mark on the stream. Probably gonna. We definitely are gonna end up passing the 7-hour mark on the stream. You're hearing me? That's good.
You don't even know if you're gonna race.
So at least I'm still getting that watch time.
Get set in. When your appearances are going to be.
Yeah, this is a big watch time stream.
You have this process and a schedule. And rain delays just.
That's one good thing about a rain delay.
You're just waiting. Like us in the booth, those at home, you're just waiting on this to get going again. The guys are finally going to get back in a little bit of a rhythm, get back in their cars, get ready to get going.
Not just the
no change has been made yet for the trucks.
As well, going to have to make
I low-key think they are planning on doing it.
Stage 1. Let's go down to Kim Kuhn.
A quick word with Jed Burton before you climb back in your car. We've had a 3 to 4 hour break, so what have you been doing, and now what's the concern as you get back in your race car?
I couldn't really hear all of that because our eardrums are suffering right now with the jet dryers, but I think what she said is, what in the world have I been doing? So we have been taking naps. I've drank a couple of Celsius, had a couple peanut butter and jellies.
Oh yeah, nothing is. My weather app says nothing is coming until 5 a.m.
Biggest concern as we go back green.
I just want my race car to be a little better.
So, I mean, there is about rounding from a 15 to 20% chance of rain every hour until then, but
my guys got a good plan, and
it doesn't actually say it's going to rain until about 5 a.m.
All right, it's time to go. Get in your car.
It's not actually official if it's going to happen yet.
Get him some hearing protection so that he can hear what we're
Arcade East race in a few minutes. What do you mean in a few minutes? Wouldn't that have already been over?
Work on that, but
It's on the East Coast.
Is a blessing as well. If you're off, because as a driver, you can go over and talk to your crew chief.
Truck teams don't expect the trucks to run tonight.
Of what you
I don't know.
want to change. Where on the radio, that communication is sometimes.
That's what Bob just said. Truck teams don't expect to run tonight.
Because I was Raja here. I always wanted to get in, get my stuff on, get comfortable. We saw Jeb, I saw Zilich all kind of walking around. Like NASCAR tells you it's time to get in, and everybody seems to kind of do that at their own pace. But I always wanted to get in and get buckled up so that I could just get comfortable and get ready to go.
You talked about the situation for Jeb coming down pit road. One of the thought I would have on that is with
we're going to get refired, engines at 10.
Somewhere inside of 10 to go. Do you have some guys
6.5 minutes from now?
You know what I mean? And how does everybody manage?
Well, they've discussed that. You have to think that over the last 3 or 4 hours, right, that they've went through all of these scenarios, and a lot of that's going to depend on where you're at on the track and what those in front of you do. But yeah, I mean, the complexion of this race could change greatly over the next 12 laps of if you flip the stage, if you go for stage points, what you decide to do. Our our leader right now, Justin Allgaier's got such a lead.
I don't know. Nothing has been announced.
Concerned about
Nothing has been announced, Andy.
You got to think that maybe they would flip this.
NASCAR says they'll refire engines at 9:58. That's 4 minutes from now.
All honesty, turn 3 to about turn 1, I can do. Middle of 1 and 2 to exit 2. If somebody wrecks, there's probably going to be 15 guys that drive into it.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, so that's going to be a
F1 25 gamers, now Rowdy Forever 8.
The role they're going to play here, keeping in mind sometimes, our cameras can paint a little bit more.
What's your name, if you don't mind me asking? If you don't want to say it, that's perfectly fine. If you would like me to, I'll refer to you by your name. But if you don't want to, I get it.
And some of those moves that you
it's like I do it with Andy. Like, obviously, that's not his username, but...
heard Josh Williams talking about his sightlines there on the 88 team radio.
When we talk about being able to see...
Daniel.
We're pretty optimistic.
Daniel on his second... Oh, yeah, that's right.
Perspective is, it's different. They're trying to not necessarily read car numbers.
Forgot that was your second
account. See the
account.
colors of those cars, and they want to have the best vision they can. But honestly, in just the last 4 or 5 minutes, it has cleared up a lot. I mean, I agree. Just judging
the fog... I mean, it's still foggy. It's not perfect, but...
I'm feeling really good about what we've got right now, that we're going to get going here and hopefully get all this in.
Well, we were standing here earlier, and what you're seeing here, I mean, this is pretty much the
12 laps to go on the stage.
The racetrack. And when we were looking out for the longest time, the haze was hanging down over top of the Jumbotron, and it was really, really hard to see that. But as you said, now things have improved.
Yeah, no. Honestly, the backstretch, even 10 minutes ago, I think I said it was 75%. Now I think it's 90%. You can see the backstretch from the spotter stand.
To do pit road, but I would say 90% of pit road is dry as well. Maybe the little bit where the cars are sitting, they're going to have to work on, but that is not going to take long at all with the setup that they've got here to get everything dry, and track's looking good.
Became a primary to get privacy from your kids and the annoying shit they watch. Oh, yeah. I get that.
Back, baby. Man. How about commitment? I thought zero chance he was coming back.
How was your break?
I don't even have kids, but I understand, somebody else using your account, be annoying.
Tune into you guys. Just, make sure y'all had it all.
I'm trying to be a weatherman.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I saw what Jamie put together for me.
Denny's back in the booth.
It might make social media one day.
Yeah. I figure I either sit there and watch this race, or
you're gonna watch it at home anyway, or in the bus, right?
I can't leave y'all hanging like that.
We're glad you're back. We want your perspective.
Yeah, and you know what? We were talking about this. You get 3 hours to talk strategy. We could have a play right here because we're
4 hours
near the end of stage one. We talked earlier when this race began because there was no practice in qualifying. You get an extra set of tires kind of that carries over. It's crazy to think that we're going to be close to midnight talking strategy, but that could play a big role in how things shake out here tonight.
I think this race is going to pass midnight.
It was. When you left earlier, it was past Jamie's bedtime.
Well, we were up here, actually. Adam talked about what a long day it was for all the teams. All our camera crews, they got here like 4 a.m. and we were kind of laughing because, they were laughing just because they're so tired. They're punch drunk, we feel like, right now. So it's been a long day.
We're going to do it tonight, though. We're doing it.
We are. Right. We are ready.
Yeah, we are in it. We're going to go, and we're going to make this happen and check one more box for what is a very, very busy weekend for the entire NASCAR community here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. So we're going to fire the engine soon. They'll roll them off. I'm guessing we'll get a couple of laps in maybe before you would think they would open pit road here to see what teams might do as far as a strategy play at the end of the stage. And then we'll wrap stage one and be on with our night. Here's something else to keep in mind, just a reminder of the NASCAR rule book, because there have been scattered showers around, and it's not out of the realm of possibility that another pop-up shower could occur. If we get to the end of stage two,
Refiring the engines.
I would tell you also, Adam, from the team's perspective, it's not even always going to be about looking at the radar, because the
engines are refired.
Be what ends this, right?
Absolutely.
And you can't judge that on a timeline of when that's going to happen. So I think that frantic is going to be the word of making sure you're in the right position when the second stage is over, when the race ultimately could be called official.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to before we got the cue from NASCAR to fire the engines. Once we get to the end of stage 2, this race is official. And, you know, if there is something popping up on the radar at that point or the fog's rolling back in, that's another thing that teams will have to be mindful of as they make all the decisions on where they are in regard to track position and the decisions they make in that area.
Well, you're ready to pull that red flag and get going here.
I remember this from a few years ago. I think it was, was it Dover last year, Denny, when you won and we had the rain delay and you went and you changed your suit and basically did a full reset. I mean, philosophically, do you handle all these situations the same as you try to come back and restart a race?
Somewhat, yes. I mean, you know, it's a little bit different on Sundays, but generally, you know, these guys have, you know,
making sure everybody's in and ready to go
for this series as well. So
then we'll lift the red flag.
You know, they probably have been looking at that. It sounded like everyone's car was very similar in the first part of this race.
Red flag has been lifted here.
I personally believe because the track was green like it was, what happens is the pace is higher.
So we are under yellow again, back under yellow after a 4 hour and 22 minute red flag. 4 hours and 22 minutes.
Be careful not to over adjust your car.
There's fans that have stayed.
For what
Love to see it.
In those first 25 laps or so. Well, and it's a complete reset now. You know, we talked about Denny's referencing how quick the track was to start with. Well, it's rained.
Truck teams have been sent home.
Complete reset. We're 33 laps in. It's gonna be a quick run here to the end of stage 1, and then you get that option if you.
That's what I'm hearing.
Back down and put another set of tires on. You got to think the wear is going to be a little more.
I haven't got an official announcement,
green, so
but that is what I'm hearing is that the Truck Series teams have been sent home.
What's going on down there, Dylan?
Well, just was chatting with some crew chiefs down here about maybe the thought process of what you do on pit road, and it'll be interesting to see how many caution or pace laps we run here. There was some thought of maybe.
Spider.
Can you try to run it out to the end of stage 2?
There's a spider on my wall.
At the end of stage 1 and go all the way to the end of stage 2 if you're worried about weather again, if you're worried about rain or fog or whatever the case may be. So I don't think that that's going to be the case because there were some teams with that were talking about the tire wear being already significant enough that you'd want to come down and take tires any chance you got. But I do think if you're feeling ambitious and you're a little bit further back, you may be able to do something like 2 tires or something like that just to get some track position. So there may be some different approaches or different strategies when we do get to the end of this stage. But a lot of it depends, too, on how many laps we run under yellow here and what that does for guys' fuel numbers as well.
You know, the other thing we saw in this race last year was someone came down in this situation. There were more laps left than what we'll have here. But you came down, put on your tires with the thought of even though you're giving up a set, you've got those fresh tires and maybe you can run your way back into the top 10 and get some stage points when you wouldn't have otherwise been able to compete for those.
Yeah, but I thought Jamie had a great point. Your tire wear is going to be a little worse here in this little short burst right here. So I think the call would be go ahead and pit again, get those tires off. And if you need them later in the race, you use them. But I'd run this out. You know, these tires are going to have the wear. Get them off.
It was a 4 hour and 22 minute rain delay there. That was longer than I expected. I thought it was going to be about 3 hours.
Every driver we talk to,
2.5 hours to 3 hours.
When you don't have a good handling car and you hit those bumps, it's just magnified the issue that you have. So you might get a short time gain by staying out here. But if it runs green and they have to run the next 35, 40 laps, you'll be wishing that you had tires. It's going to be fun for us to watch what these guys decide to do.
Officially, red flag was 4 hours,
NASCAR's
21 minutes, 59 seconds.
NASCAR's probably still going to work on the entrance to pit road for a couple laps.
I already know the answer to this, but once you get back to the front, just give me an update. It's fine.
I assume it's probably going to be about 6 laps to go when we go back green.
We agree. We are ready. It's not necessary. He's not a good game.
I'm going to go pee real quick.
Dirt and you can't see anything anyway. Yes. So, we can't be asking him. He's got a lot of racing still yet to do this weekend. I mean, have y'all... Sorry for getting here late again, but have y'all mentioned, like, this is going to be a challenge for the spotters.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And what we were saying when you walked in, is that we've been using the back straightaway and the Jumbotron kind of as our gauge better now than what it was an hour ago. I mean, the ceiling has lifted, I wouldn't say considerably, but it definitely has lifted compared to where it was when they really started regrind the racetrack.
It's questionable, but it's fine right now. It's better than what it was, and you can still see.
Yeah, they can run right now, no doubt.
Allgaier leading this thing. Nice presence of Junior Motorsports up there inside the top 5. Corey Day from Hendrick Motorsports. Got Brandon Jones, the best Toyota, coming from Joe Gibbs Racing. Our Arby's onboard camera riding with Allgaier.
That perspective from inside the car as we were riding on board with Justin, you can see the fog, but it's so much better from in the car what you're seeing ahead, because you're only having to look, half a straightaway or so ahead. When it's the spotter's perspective, you're talking about a half a mile away, from where we're sitting or standing right here over to turn 3 or to turn 2, the exit. But as you look at that, vision's great from inside the car. All that looks good.
We knew that Jeb Burton was going to pit. Saw him come down.
Connors Village warned of a little bit of moisture on the dog leg. What's the dog? Oh, the front stretch. Because it's a weird front stretch.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Here with the crew chief.
Just in case they fan out, it's a little wet on the turf.
Right now, not your first rodeo with a rain delay like this. What's important for your driver to remember as we get ready to go green?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing right now is we're just so close to the end of the stage, you don't really know what's going to happen.
Yeah, still haven't gotten an official announcement on the truck race.
Green flag laps on time.
But I heard that
it was it. Here and see how our car is. We were a little bit too tight to start the race, but feel good about what we.
Josh Rayum said that they have been sent home.
We got the right guy behind the wheel, and hopefully we can get one tonight.
We asked a lot of drivers about track conditions. How do you expect the track to change as we race late into the night?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like these cars actually change a little bit different than the Cup cars did. For 3 years, I was kind of used to the way that those change, the Cup cars change, and I feel like these changed a little bit different throughout the race. And that's been a little bit of a learning curve this year, but, overall, we've got a little bit better at that over the last few weeks, and hopefully we can do that again tonight.
Thank you. We'll let you get back to it. Adam?
Yeah, we're going to get one to go this time around, so we'll do the choose.
Okay. So we're going to be going back in with 8 to go.
On the stage right now. Do the choose with 9 to go, and then we'll go green.
Kyle, I think, was supposed to be in the CW booth in a few weeks.
There were 3 or 4 other cars that made pit stops from deep in the field, but nothing significant there when you talk about strategy plays nearing the end of this opening stint of the race.
Well, and Jeb talked about they weren't coming down just to do a normal pit stop.
5.5 hour long stream now. We're going to reach the 7 hour mark.
To drive just a little bit better, and from Rodney's perspective, he mentioned 5 laps. You did the math. It's technically going to.
I think this will end up being a 2-day race.
The strategy is going to play into: do we get a caution right away? Right? Do we get a caution here and you run 4 or 5 more laps? It's a no-brainer if you're going to stay out and not give up all that track position. But it's interesting to see what those guys decide to do if we do run a full 8 green flag laps and how fast those laps are going to be. I got to think
Derek Neelan said he was okay from the spotter stand. He said, I can see good enough to get this day over with. It's been a long one.
The temperatures.
It's been a really long day for more reasons than one. Not even just this rain delay. It's
no rubber on it. They should be hammered out at this point.
It's been a long, long day.
Captioning for today's race brought to you by Cerakote. The top detailers in the world trust Cerakote. Shouldn't you?
Been a tough day. Been a tough weekend. Lights are out on the pace car. Getting ready to go back green. Caution originally came out at 5:25.
See if Connor can adapt on that outside lane and what that's going to feel like. They're going to run through that traction compound, and it's always a little sketchy up there until it gets a couple of laps on it. So these guys will have to adapt to that as well.
A lot of good flavor up there when you talk about talents in this series. Guys
Here we go.
Race on Sunday. Some guys that are very, very early in their career, like Brent Cruz, trying to make something happen here in his first ever start at Charlotte.
Here we go.
Field is set for the Echo Park restarts.
Green flag is back in the air. We are finally back underway from Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Here we go to end stage 1.
Zilch does an awesome job.
8 laps to go in the first stage.
It feels like that bottom row, though, it's hooked up. You see Corey Day giving Allgaier just a little bit of a shove.
outside lane. Jesse Love getting with it out there.
Justin Allgaier has the lead at the moment. Connor Zilisch running in second.
Right in his hip pocket, Connor Zilisch. Side by side for third.
Ooh, Brandon Jones.
Three wide in the middle is Cruz as Chastain comes through tonight.
Cruz was moving around the back of that car, not very stable as he went across the bumps. He does a nice job to keep a hold of it. Lost a little bit of momentum, though, as they head down into turn one.
Yeah, that's experience versus Brent Cruz there. You know Ross Chastain knows those conditions that I was talking about, that this is going to be as fast as you're going to go. He was in the gas, and Brent's just, by this time, you know he's got a really fast car. In that first stint, we saw him drive up from the teens up into the top, middle half of the top 10. So I look for Brent Cruz to make his way to the front here before this race is over.
And Timmy talked about it being the fastest laps they're going to run tonight. The pole here, when we were here last year, was a 30:59. Zilisch just ran a 30:20. As a matter of fact, the top 5 cars all ran faster than the pole speed we had here last year. So track is incredibly fast right now.
Love shooting out of line, going down below Raja Crew. Those two have had a history. Sheldon Creed getting with it, and now the battle for the lead. Here comes Zilisch to the inside in the one, trying to take it away from Allgaier. 7 wound up in the outside lane, 5 to go.
Yeah, I watched.
Yeah, everyone's best lap has been since this restart, except for Anthony Alfredo and Ryan Ellis, and JJ Ailey and Joey Gase and Dawson Cram.
But the 7 car here
and Nathan
got
Bird.
a little bit too much on that outside.
But outside of 1 and 2 is really quick. They can get into where the traction compound's been laid down. You see Justin hit those bumps. The back of that car stepped out, and when it did, he had to catch it. He walked up the racetrack just a little bit. The 1 seems to get through the bumps just a little bit better than he is right now.
4 to go, opening stage. Allgaier
Seem to be racing super hard now. Yeah, they are.
You think about what he's done this year as the championship leader.
So we just race. There is still, I guess, scattered showers that could be possible. Ooh, Allgaier! Allgaier gets really loose. Here comes Zilisch for the lead.
Justin's car is terrible.
And Connor Zilisch will lead that lap.
Sparks flying in the back. Is now Corey Day. He's going to use the momentum he has on turn 4. Going to follow Zilisch through. Justin just fighting that car on the outside. Look at the run he's going to have on the exit of turn 2 right here.
I tell you what, these cars are a lot looser than what they were to start the race. So those adjustments that all these teams made after that first pit stop, you're starting to see, could it be a slight over adjustment?
Look at Chastain. I mean, it was like, where was he, right? And all of a sudden, he's right back in the game, up to 3rd, looking at 2nd, 2 to go, stage 1.
The car looks decent through turns 1 and 2, but the back of that car is
Got 2 laps to go on the stage.
Turns 3 and 4, and I can't imagine that's going to get better the longer we run right here. All 3 Junior Motorsports cars running 1st, 2nd, and 3rd right now.
Even door, quarter, still there.
Talked about the role the spotters will play. Challenges seen with the
Coming to the final lap of the stage, Connor Zilisch with the lead. He is running. Didn't he run the truck race lap? Or fucking obviously the truck race didn't happen. Isn't he running the truck race? Zilisch.
Chastain slides up the track, missed the bottom just a little bit there. Justin has done an amazing job of hanging on with a car that just does not look like it's handling very well. You see sparks flying out of both those first 2 cars.
Here comes Zilisch for the stage 1 win. And Connor Zilisch will win stage 1 at Charlotte.
And he's got a stage victory at Charlotte. Finishes in front of his teammate. In fact, it's a 1-2-3 finish in the opening stage.
So that was about a 4-minute and 14-second green flag run
Last week's
to end the stage there.
Sam Bayer gets back to the top 5.
So yeah, Connor Zilisch will be running 1,100 miles this weekend. I'm going to go outside and smoke. I'll be back for the start of stage 2.
With a highlight reel.
Jesse, remember Danny? Hey. Nice fit, bro. Thanks. Here we go. How are you doing that?
4 parks. 1 vacation that changes everything. Universal Orlando Resort.
You fought against the odds in every inch, from
of every race. With endless determination and grit, all of your hard work and dedication have brought you to where you are today. Keep moving forward. Talk to your doctor about Breztri, 3 medicines in 1 inhaler. Learn more at Breztri.com.
If you're living with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis or active psoriatic arthritis, symptoms can sometimes hold you back. Now you can be in the moment with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. And those who have psoriasis can show up with 90% clearer skin. And if you have psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi can help you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Skyrizi is only 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight that may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Tahini chile lime sauce, mild with major chile lime flavor. It takes snacks to a whole other level. What's your way to tahini?
Christopher David Bell. He's 4 years old.
Bell has driven to victory. That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
Start the celebration this holiday with Blackstone fun and flavor that brings everyone together. Because all across the nation, Blackstone is the way America cooks outdoors. With an enormous variety for your whole neighborhood. Giving you the freedom to cook anything, anytime, anywhere. Only on a Blackstone, America's best-selling griddle. Celebrate this holiday with griddles and more at BlackstoneProducts.com or your nearest Blackstone retailer.
Been a long day for our crew, long day for the drivers, teams, and the fans. But we're soldiering on late on a Saturday evening. It's the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the Charbroil 300.
Well,
Connor Zillett,
Kenny and I both agreed we thought they would all come down pit road right here. It looked like a lot of guys were hanging on.
Oh, yeah.
I think so, yeah.
Pit road is open, and here they are coming down the progressive pit lane, Dylan.
Connor Zillett was one of many that got a little bit free on that run, and that was his exact words. Just a little free, need some more rear grip. They're going to take a half pound out of the right rear, 4 tires of fuel, Kim.
Free was also the word for Corey Day in the 17. Said just a little free when I load, right rear hard. You also see Justin Allgaier in. No surprise there. Super free this run, he said. Lost a bunch of rear grip. A 4-number shift, he said, from the beginning of the race. They didn't drop the track bar. Ross Chastain fired up tight. Hit the ground quite a bit, he said, adding tape to the left side as well as air pressure adjustment.
And now the race off progressive pit road. Justin Allgaier wins the race off. +9 for Austin Hill. Some strategy going down here. Zillett, because those 2 up front did such a nice job, loses a couple after winning the stage. Status quo for Corey Day, +1 for Love. Let's go to Carla Metz.
That's right, Adam. Powerball is here at Charlotte Motor Speedway this weekend, taking over the CW Sports Bar, where they're giving fans the chance to win big with the Race to the Chase sweepstakes. Fans visiting the CW Sports Bar in North Carolina Education Lottery ticket booths can enter 3 prize drawings throughout the weekend, with today's grand prize sending 1 lucky winner and a guest to NASCAR Championship Weekend in Miami. Don't forget to head to your local lottery retailer to get in the game for tonight's estimated Powerball jackpot of $131 million.
Thank you, Carla. A couple of drivers looking to hit the lottery with their strategy here. We saw Allgaier get out quick, and we weren't sure exactly what strategy they played. Allgaier comes down, goes fuel only. That 4-second pit stop. Shocking wins the race.
Looking at the balance of that car, yeah. That's all they did.
They did make a little adjustment, but no tires, And then it was 2 tires for Austin Hill, who came off second. So 4 tires, the first off there, the man that won the stage, and that would be Connor Zilic. Let's get an update with Kim.
Yeah, for Justin Allgaier, you said it, Adam. No tires. They did drop the track bar because of that free condition, but checked in with Andrew Overstreet. He thinks the tires are going to hold on from when they stopped at lap 28, and then he wants to be really aggressive later in the race, so this gives him an extra set of tires compared to the rest of the field.
I'm always torn on whether the extra set of tires is good when you're the only one.
You have to be in the group. Yeah, you don't want to be that.
You know what I mean? Like, it just depends on, was there going to be 25 on the lead lap? Is it, you can't afford to restart 25th or 10 to go, right? It's so it's interesting strategy. I think he will probably pay a price here on this run, and we talked about, does it go long? If it goes long, he could really lose some track position.
So here are a couple things I would say. As you think about this could be a shorter run, right? Because we're running these laps early in the stage, so we're going to have less than 40 to go in the stage once we go green. The other thought I would have here, though, when you make a call like this is, if you play the long game, but we know tonight's race maybe doesn't go the scheduled distance, so you never get that opportunity. So a whole lot to think about here when you make a call like that, and we'll see how it plays for the 17.
We have seen saving that extra set of tires.
All right, getting the choose, getting one to go here.
Played out that way, where the caution's all going to fall just right for him. To me, it's all going to be about what does he lose right here. We talked about those lap times being quicker than the pole from last year, but they faded pretty quick. I mean, it was about 3/4 of a second they gave up over those 8 laps.
So the good news is for him, he's got
you're 6 and you're 7.
Of a buffer, right? He's got the 21 behind him with only 2 tires. So the really important thing is when you're staying out, or you're going to be at a tire disadvantage, you don't want brand new 4 tires on your bumper or beside you. So it's about the first couple corners. If you could just hold off the bulk of the cars for the first few corners, you usually can level out somewhat, but I still think he's going to lose.
My fear is the launch. He's not going to get to have that launch that we talk about the inside car having the advantage of. Now I think he's almost going to be at a disadvantage.
Lane Perkins, though, stayed out. They pitted after the red flag, right? So, I mean, that helps him too, right? I mean, as we talk about buffer, it's not huge, but every little bit can help in this situation to get that clean air, take control of the race. So Allgaier will be outside here. Perkins, the control car goes from the inside.
All right, getting ready to go back
outside
green.
of row 2, Austin Hill is on those 2 tires, and the first guy on 4 that came down there winning the stage, Connor Zilic, number 1 inside row 2.
It's going to be fun for us to watch and kind of learn with them.
All right,
how
here we
much
go.
advantage are they or disadvantage are they?
Bold prediction.
Back green.
Zilic is 3 wide into turn 1.
Green flag is back in the air.
Here they are, the Echo Park Automotive restart zone, back to green for stage 2.
See that outside row stacking up just a little bit. Some of those guys having better tires behind. They're trying to get inside. Blaine does a nice job, though, not allowing him to get there. But you see the 31 washing up. The ones that fill that gap down the backstretch. 4 wide. Are you kidding me?
Man.
Down the back straightaway.
Oh, trouble. There we go. Oh, man. Oh, a big crash. Oh, man. Brandon Jones, Brent Cruz, Harrison Burton all involved. Big wreck.
The first to go around.
This is huge for the 19 of Brent Cruz. Because they came in right.
That was a 26-second green flag run.
Those 4 races, and their margin for error is just not where they would want it to be. Heavy damage for Brandon Jones, and the other car involved here, another Toyota, the 24 of Harrison Burton from Sam Hunt Racing. They were right around the 10th position when the crash took place.
Yeah, I think we're going to see they just kind of ran out of room there into turn 3, but this is a tough break for Brent. I thought in the very first run he probably had one of the best cars. Looking at the lap times and how far he drove up the field.
Tonight's NASCAR Truck Series race has been postponed according to Spire Motorsports. We will try again at a time TBD.
Yeah, I think that actually started from Sheldon Creed getting into the back of the 20, and that's who hooked. You see Brandon Jones right there. Sheldon Creed is the car right behind Brandon Jones. The red and white.
Well, Chris Knight said earlier that it would be Monday.
Yeah, it's like he realized we don't want to be 4 wide, and he tried to get back in line, maybe. Yeah, just slight contact with Brandon Jones and spun him around, got him into Brent Cruz.
I don't think
and then
4M truck race.
Harrison Burton.
Hate that for Harrison Burton. It's been a tough year for him.
What program is this race interrupting? I love this segment. I love doing this.
Congratulations, to his dad Jeff, going to be going into the Hall of Fame in 2027 as a part.
We are into the news. CW 6 first at 10. We will be going into season 21, episode 32 of Made in Hollywood. We will be going into
I can see where his thought process was.
Movie Phone TV, season 5, episode 32.
It's almost like he thought better of it.
We're going into
by the time, that decision happened.
Tile Town Carpet 1. And then we'll be going into paid programming.
In to our second
And then I highly doubt it, but maybe a Woman of Wrestling. But I highly doubt that.
Kyle Sieg as well got sideways on the apron. You can actually hear Sheldon lift out of the throttle, trying to just get back in line. I think he meant anything by that.
We'll take a break. Early portion of stage 2 at Charlotte for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. All Guy are in charge of the field.
NASCAR Powerball. The chase to 1 million is on.
Finalists, are you ready?
Don't miss your chance to collect cash prizes on your way to an all-new destination where you could take home $1 million.
Insane! The winner is contestant number 2! I can't believe it.
The official lottery game of NASCAR is back for the chase. Powerball. The chase to 1 million starts now.
From the moment you took your first breath, you had something to prove. And boy, did you ever. Roads worn, clocks punched, sweat mopped, up and down, back and forth, over and over and over again. And when it was finally time to enjoy it all, COPD thought it could stop you. Well, COPD never met someone like you. You kept right on going. Breztri has 3 medicines and 1 inhaler with better breathing starting within 5 minutes and helps prevent flare-ups.
My win pick Austin Hill's in 2nd. My guy Sheldon Creed is in 11th.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems.
Remember, and my boy Kyle tonight cannot ever. I think I'll literally mention him in every stream for the rest of the time. Kyle.
Pneumonia and osteoporosis. Call your doctor.
Can never
chest pain, mouth
not mention that guy.
Problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Can't afford your medication?
Human highlight reel.
AstraZeneca may be able to help. Ready to take back your breath? Ask your doctor about Breztri.
How can I help? I'm here to tell us. Switch to Gusto for payroll, benefits, and even 401k. It's always such a headache. But Gusto, it's effortless. Like looking cool in this jacket. Okay.
This steak is so good, I'd invite it to my barbecue and let it DJ.
A blown ambulance engine? What?
Is good. Excuse me. You know this grill. It's Weber. The grill of get-togethers, Saturdays and summers. You know
the ambulance is trailing smoke and limping back to pit road. You can't make this up. Oh my God, you're right.
Long after the plates are cleared.
You're right, Andy.
It's your turn to get out there. To grill that steak, those ribs, those wings, charcoal, griddle, gas, or pellet. However you fire it up, we're with you every step of the way. Weber, grilling begins here. Get Memorial Day savings now through May 27th at Weber.com or wherever Weber is sold.
Tuesday. Opportunity strikes NXT on the CW.
Polarized will defend her NXT Women's title against the colleagues Izzy Dame.
NXT, all new this Tuesday at 8/7 Central on the CW.
It's time to go racing under the lights.
It's going to be a great night for racing.
We're going to bring home a trophy tonight.
The NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Next Saturday night from Nashville at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the CW.
NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by Golden Corral. Golden Corral honors our nation's heroes. Progressive Insurance. Get in the savings lane today. Visit progressive.com. And by Toyota. Let's go places. This weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway has been all about celebrating the life of Kyle Busch. We lost him on Thursday. Thoughts and prayers to the family. And so good here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, winning 9 times in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. Coke 600 tomorrow. He won that crown jewel race at NASCAR's top level back in 2018. And we're thinking about him all weekend, the weeks and months going forward, and that entire family. So there were 6 cars involved in this crash that produces our 4th caution of the evening. Justin Allgaier's leading. Let's get a little Starkey radio
Get
here.
some M&Ms.
This is better hearing.
You want to know something even better? I actually already have
Do your
M&Ms.
best. Scan the QR code to take a short free online hearing test at Starkey.com.
So,
now let's listen
I
in to
one-upped you
Starkey
there.
Radio communication.
Damn, this fog is thick. I'm not gonna lie, this is a challenge. Yeah, copy.
Yeah, they're referencing the spotter being able to see the cars. Adam used a highly technical weather term, the ceiling. It is getting lower. You know, we talked about it when we first went back green. It looked really good, but
oh yeah, it's
it
dog.
is marginal right now for these
Hi,
guys.
dog.
You
were dog.
It's foggy, no doubt. Looking out the window here, yeah, you get a good look at
You
what
are
the
dog,
perspective.
right?
This is what a spotter will most likely see. And,
Yeah, no, he is dog.
and it's hard to distinguish your car from those others. Obviously, like if you're Brandon Jones, you see that neon colored car, it's easy, but a lot of white cars out there, a lot of red cars, and they all look the same when the spotters don't have a clear perspective. I'll tell you what, I was actually
We go red because of fog. Is
surprised.
yeah,
The
right.
7 went through turn 1.
Right, Daniel.
Pretty good there. If you look, Connor Zilch back to the 9th. He got boxed in behind Blaine Perkins through turns 1 and 2. We saw him try to go 3 wide, thought better of it. Unfortunately, what that does just kills your momentum for the inside line there. He got boxed in all the way back to 9th. I mean, he's got a rebound, but I guess he's about 8th now. So, but overall, just really surprised that the 7 was able to hang.
No, I
on
love that you
runners
changed your
when he
profile
did
to Kyle.
too.
And the advantage,
I love that.
I always felt like once you had a few laps and the caution came out, the advantage of the stickers is a little bit less. It's
Red
not
flag
as
or
big of an
fog would
advantage.
make the
So
night longer.
Connor
Yeah,
having
this night's already been long
track
enough.
Position and not having that.
Yeah, it's
just
going to be
brand
much
new
longer too
sticker
anyway.
tire.
So
But
we're going to end up
Allgaier,
having a
the
2-day
7
race, I
team,
think.
It's working out well for them here. We'll see just kind of how
Pretty
that
sure.
translates into a 15 or 20 lap run. But he did a great job being able to get the lead. See, once again, they chose the bottom. That doesn't even seem to be a discussion right now. Everybody, the leader is automatically going to the bottom every single time right now. Even though we've seen the middle of turns 1 and 2 have really good speed, if you can say side by side on these restarts.
You guys referenced Connor Zilch, inside lane for the last restart, outside here. Here's one radio.
Just a heads up, my visibility in 1 and 2 is probably the worst it's been, for sure. Yeah, 10-4. Visibility is still really bad.
I wouldn't okay, from what I'm hearing from Bob is that I wouldn't expect a
He's referenced what we talked about with the weather. And the
official
ceiling
truck
lower.
series
Then you
announcement
mentioned
until
being
past
wide on that
halfway
last
in this
restart.
race.
You can almost guarantee it being on the outside lane. We saw Jesse Love do this earlier. The top of 1 and 2, if you get back 4 or 5 rows, just getting in clean air is such a big advantage. Pay attention to the one car here, you'll see him.
He's still behind the 31.
Allgaier in
Back
charge
green here, lap
inside
14.
lane as he comes through the Echo Park Automotive restart zone. Austin Hill doing right.
Chastain
In the stage, lap 59 in the race.
Day, the second car on the inside has done an awesome job of being able to push that leader multiple times. But look at Austin Hill staying right on the quarter panel. Allgaier sliding up the racetrack a little bit.
Here comes Zilch on the outside.
Chastain outside lane. Hill gets to the lead. Reference Zilch, she's right there. Jesse Love in the game. Painting that blue and white line inside of the 2 car.
Oh, and this is where it's going to be a struggle for the 7 because now he doesn't have that clean air we talked about. It's a huge advantage to have that. So he's on a little bit older tires, and now he's got some cars in front of him. Fortunately, they're far enough out that, the 7 is super loose right there. Through turns 1 and 2, the car, that balance is not tightened up since we started this stage.
Chastain trying to get the top spot away. 9 digging inside. He goes back to
Ross Chastain to the lead over Austin Hill.
Dover winning a stage after starting on the pole. Number 9 has it in the wind again.
we've run, I think the 9 probably has the best car. He's come from kind of mid-pack at the start. Oh, look how
Oh, trouble in the wall. Sam Mayer, caution. Caution is out for Sam Mayer.
He tried to save that, kind of overcorrected, and you saw it shoot up in the middle of the corner.
He was 6th. Wow.
He's just got
Sam Mayer's done. That's what he said.
You know, from a driver's perspective, when it gets loose, you start counter steering, and you got to almost then start going the other direction before it hooks, because if it does hook, you'll see right here when that.
It was about a minute and 18-second green flag run.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a 3-wide battle and bad aero spot. You're loose anyway, and this is the end result.
The damage up front suspension is bouncing on and off that car, and he's saying
Welcome
they're
to
done
the
because
caution
he's a driver.
200,
You
yeah.
kinda know based on
The
those
race that
impacts.
never ends.
The damage. We'll take a look right here. Gosh, that view is tough for these guys. See Sam in the middle. See, he's already loose right there. Got Corey Data's outside, and
move over here.
Just huge impact to the right front of that car.
Yeah, I think he was really close to the 17 corner entry, and with these O'Reilly cars, I'm telling you, they get so loose when you got somebody right on the right side door, and it was a tight spot for those 3 cars to be.
Still have more
Did you see that safer barrier start moving as soon as he had the impact? It's been a tough year for Mayer as well. You think about all the issues they've had. I remember the fuel pump, the flat tires. It's been just a little bit of everything for the 41. They thought their luck had turned around. Look at this. Watch that barrier. Ooh, see that steel slide in the
Okay,
foam
I'll give you this
compress.
last one, but you have to lay down over here.
But you know, if you think about Mayer, they had started to come on 2 of the last 3 weeks. He had finished up there in the
We have
top
to stay
5. I scored a lot of stage points, and we're starting, you felt like, to put things together.
You know, I just looking at that, the 17 was
No more.
maybe a little bit
No
low
more.
on the racetrack. I mean, he's 3 wide. There's enough room for 3 cars there, or 2 cars below him, but, you know, it just puts that 41
No more.
in just such a bad aero spot. You'll see him get really close, right on corner entry here.
No more.
And that's the point where you just, as a driver, you got no ability to control the car.
And Sam drove the hell out of that thing for about 4
It's a
seconds.
4-hour,
sideways.
22-minute red
Not
flag.
too long, he gets sideways here. Right here, gets out from underneath him.
Daniel.
He's chasing it. It starts to get even a little bit more yawed out, and then it grabs right here. Ooh, massive impact into the right front.
Let's check in with Carl Metz.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, Brandon Jones just released from the medical center involved in that first incident. We've talked a lot about the fog since we've restarted this race. What was the communication like with your spotter right before that?
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly not Lambert's fault on top of the roof. I was initially a little frustrated with the 19, put me 3 wide, but after I get back and I watched that a little bit, the 00, I don't know, it just kind of never lifted, and I guess probably thought he was just going to regenerate my momentum, but when he did, it just shot me dead left into the 19 car. So, I mean, sitting around here all freaking night long, and this is how it ends. I was pretty frustrated about that, but I don't know. I guess I should have been closer to the front than I was there as well. So, hate it for Benetton and Menards. We haven't had very many DNFs this year, and we've been doing really good about getting a lot of points. So, today's kind of a wash, I guess, for us. But whenever we do get the truck race in, I've got redemption, hopefully, in that. So, looking forward to getting in the next one. Hate it for our guys, though. This one hurts.
Thanks. A little frustration from the 20, Adam.
And Brandon, as he referenced, one of the many drivers running multiple races this weekend here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Hopefully trucks can get going here tomorrow morning. Under caution for the 5th time here at Charlotte. Let's get our Mobile One leaderboard. Leading this race, Chastain in front of Hill, Love, Allgaier, and Corey Day.
This is Arby's pulled pork and chopped brisket. This is the juicy result of slow smoking meat for up to 13 hours. And this is you forgetting time exists and getting lost in the sauce.
Arby's, we have the meat.
Christopher David Bell, he's 4 years old.
Bell has driven to victory. That check is for $1 million.
When every mile matters, where will your journey take you?
The Backyard Grill at Golden Corral. Summer is coming, baby.
Hope this summer turns out better than last.
What do you mean?
You lost at cornhole and cried in front of everyone.
Thought we agreed we wouldn't talk about that, especially because we're on national TV.
Oops. My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis held me back, but now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy.
Most people achieved clearer skin from head to toe. Many were 100% plaque-free. And many were completely clear, even at 5 years.
People also saw significant improvement in pain, redness, itching, and burning.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
You've got to try the softest sneaker ever. Hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins. Sneakers that are as soft and comfy as your favorite slippers. Just step in and go with no bending down or touching. Wrap your feet in hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
I'm Chad. I work for a professional football team, and I earned my degree online from SNHU. It fit with my schedule. Mondays, Tuesdays, those are packing days. I can get all my assignments done. Wednesday, we're on the practice field. Thursday, initial discussion post is due. We're going to leave on Friday. We're playing an East Coast trip. I'm going to take advantage of the time spent on the bus and even in the hotel room, finish any of my other coursework that I needed to do prior to kickoff on Sunday. SNHU and the support system, they make it possible. Go to snhu.edu.
The wheel and caution lights are on. What you're seeing on the track right now is the same wheel and emergency warning technology used by police, fire, and EMS vehicles across America, trusted every day to protect those who protect us. Let's go down to the medical center one more time. Here's Carla.
And Brent Cruz also just released from the medical center. Brent, we were talking with your teammate Brandon Jones. He mentioned going 3 wide with you. What, from your vantage point, what happened?
Yeah, he just talked to me about it after he got finished.
Visibility is becoming an issue for the teams.
That he got. So we talked a little bit right after the wreck, and I think we were both like a little upset about the situation. And I don't think he knew what really made him get hooked, and if I left him enough room. But we just talked it out right there, and he said it was a bad push. So we're all square there. It sucks. I hate it for our team. Our Young Life number 19 Toyota Junior Super was really, really good today. We drove, holy smokes, that was hard. We drove from like 18th to 6th and like 15 laps at Green Flag Racing, and only got a couple laps there before that crash. But sucks we had to go through this when we had this good of a car. Wish it would have been on a day where we weren't as good, but blessed to be here and to be racing tonight.
Let's get 17 radio prior to the restart.
My only fear, if I have one, is we get to halfway or the end of stage 2 and they call it because of the fog. That's my biggest worry right now, if I'm being honest with you. I understand.
Lights are off on the pace car, though.
Well, Justin should have pitted. I'm not really sure.
Well, we'll wait and see. We got a long way to go.
I think he's going to wish he pitted in about 6 laps.
Back green.
It's going to be a tough restart right here. Chastain in control from the inside lane. Halfway point, stage 2.
Restarts, he has been so strong, not just on the launches, but really just these first few laps. When I looked at the lap times, he ran the fastest lap of the race just in the last restart when he took the lead. He's just been so strong for these first few laps. 3 wide, though.
Yeah, we talked about JRM cars and how fast they've been. What about the 2 RCR cars? You see Austin Hill, Jesse Love going for the lead. Austin Hill on the outside got the lead on the last restart. So RCR having a great night as well here.
Jesse Love flashing through.
Little wave.
Peace sign the window. Thank you very much. Rainey Camp on point. And you think about the significance of this. You know, RCR and everything this organization has done with the last couple of days with the passing of Kyle Busch, and now to have 2 of their cars in the top 4, and Jesse Love, who talked about
that fog is kind of
hero
wild in turn 3.
See, Jesse Love was all the way on the bottom. Chastain ran the middle, carries all that momentum now down the front stretch. See Jesse can race him on the outside eight, the preferred lane.
Ross Chastain and Jesse Love racing for the lead.
It's going to lose a little bit of his momentum on exit. Pulls down, is able to block Jesse. It just seems like now that we've run a few laps and that traction compound, well, now they're going right back. Ooh, Chastain missed the bottom. The two's going to be able to get right back inside of him here.
Yeah, lots of times what'll happen too, if you miss the bottom, you'll get that right front hung in that seam, and you can't get it down there.
Love not going away. What a good battle for the lead.
Oh, and he did the same thing.
And Jesse Love to the lead.
Crossover from the 9.
Nice crossover.
In front of
Now they're side by side down the backstretch.
on point, 17 rallying now.
You think everybody's frantic?
And into turn 3, still side by side. Love and Chastain. Corey Day's trying to get into this.
Chastain's not clear right there. It starts to slide up again. Jesse Love still being on his outside.
Corey Day
Spotters letting him know that he's holding you tight.
is now
So
part of this.
You got to slow down your pace a little bit. Make sure you keep your car under control.
Corey Day doing the same thing we saw last week at Dover that allowed him to get to the lead of that race, running really high, getting some clean air. This end of the track's a little bit rougher. Oh, you see him get a little loose. How high the 17 is again. I think Chastain's even defending right there. I think his car just slid up in the middle of the corner.
What a great race.
Corey Day, no practice, no qualifying, go to school, get it done.
There's no denying that the races on Saturday in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series are...
Chastain on the inside.
We talk about how
Now getting the push from Corey Day. Oh, got a little bit of a push past him.
He won the Coke 600 last year, and Ross Chastain leading the defending champ, and then a guy that's a rookie in the series.
And now Ross Chastain secures the lead.
We're in different lines on the racetrack.
Leads that lap.
Kids from California, second and third going at it, didn't he?
Well, with this platform and race car, this is what makes the O'Reilly Series so good, is that look at that.
Chastain in
Contact.
the wall.
Everyone went up the track.
Yeah, I mean, and the reaction behind it, obviously something was going on there.
Still green, though. You got to wonder.
There's cars in the back of the pack in the wall. If there's something on the
Caution.
tracks. It might be wet, guys.
Wheel and caution lights are on, and with all that happening and some of the shuffle that took place, William Sawalich was up there in that mix, and Allgaier, who had faded
Sheldon,
tonight,
what are you
is
doing,
now
bro?
drifting even more, and we're riding here with Sheldon Creed, who's obviously got problems.
Yeah, Sheldon, we saw the contact with
Come on, man.
Chastain down through 1 and 2. Sheldon hit.
I waited through a 4-hour, 22-minute rain. Wait, that's
on the racetrack, or
this
it's
is the
wet.
54.
The whole field's in the wall.
Let's get 9 team radio here, Ross Chastain.
Yeah, so it almost looks like the
Taylor
guys
Gray,
that were
yeah, I
just
knew
a
that.
little lower on entry to turn 1 have hit the fence. I think there's oil maybe on the track. Oh, there you go. I was gonna say it could be from Dawson Cram.
Dawson Cram getting pushed
From
back.
those other guys, the
to the
contact
garage.
we saw with Taylor Gray, that was from hitting this oil. See these guys. So you heard him reference right there that the oil pump belt has come off. Oh, you look at that. You can see it. He was down about a groove and a half where we were talking about.
Yeah, it's right in the preferred groove. So
Yeah.
that's where everyone's going to enter the corner.
Look at Corey Day, how loose he is up on top already.
Just incredible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, look at all those guys.
Wow.
Everyone that drove in just, Justin turning down off the wall to get away from Gray that had hit the fence. That was all about, 2-foot difference was the difference in being in that oil and maybe being just a little bit above it. Look at all those guys.
A couple of other drivers that got through there. Cole Custer driving the 0.
So it's about a 3-minute and 34-second green flag run. Right there.
Riding down the Sheldon Creed.
It's huge contact for those two guys. So unfortunate that.
Allgaier hit the wall also, yeah.
There, Dawson was a little bit behind the field, kind of running by himself on the racetrack. I got a lot of cars.
Yeah, we know that. I mean, the 00, you can see the right front camber far too much compared to where they started. So, I mean, that's pretty much done. You know, the 54, it's got issues now. Terminal
Here is here.
issues.
I mean, as you think about maybe we're racing to the end of stage 2, right? I mean, or that's a possibility when we think about all the elements here from a weather standpoint. Usually in this situation, you would never come down pit road, right? Burn a set of tires. But I start thinking about some of the plays that you can make here and, you know, how you might think about this knowing that we're going to be 15, 16, 13, 14 laps away from that ending of the stage, and maybe tires would do something for you here if you could make a run. There's just a whole lot to think about with the way this race is playing out.
I'm thinking, what about if you're Justin and you've saved that set of tires? Maybe now is when you take a chance. You know, you've got a massive point lead.
Yeah, what do you have to lose?
Maybe it puts you in the right position. This is going to take a little while to clean up. As you know, we've seen the
Fog's
35
supposed to dissipate
cars.
soon.
Watch
Well,
this
that'd be
perspective right here. And, you know, he talked about that oil pump belt not being on the engine, Adam. When that comes off, you obviously lose oil pressure, and then the engine blows up. Most likely, it's put a hole in the oil pan, and that's what is leaked all over the racetrack. Is now, Allgaier, who had some contact we see on pit road here. He's hit hard because there's no Goodyear left on the right side of those tires. You see the crush panel, all bent in right here.
It's not a strategy play at all. This is just damage repair for the 7th.
But they can't afford to put those tires on now and not be behind. So it could work out to be an advantage. We'll see. Just depends on how much damage he actually has to that car.
Yeah, the right sides of these O'Reilly cars are really, they're resilient. they can handle some contact. It's just a matter of something get bent. You know what I mean? All it takes is to knock one of these right side wheels out or in, 20 thousandths, and your car's just going to drive dramatically different than what it's supposed to.
Let's get back down to Carla.
3 cautions so far since we got back racing tonight. Sam Mayer involved in the second one. You almost saved it. What happened out there?
I didn't almost save it. It was far from that. I had about 3 more seconds in me maybe, but I think I hit the traction compound just right, and it hooked me into the wall. But yeah, definitely a bummer. I was really looking forward to getting it back going in the Charbroil Chevy. Just one of those aero spots, like I'm watching the replay right now. Just one of those aero spots that the one kind of stuffed in there late. I gave it to him, and the 17 was kind of doing his own thing, and there just wasn't enough room really for how fast we're going. Like we are absolutely ripping around Charlotte right now, and it's a lot of fun. But things happen really, really fast now, and it just happened a little too fast there for me. But almost saved it, like you said. I needed a little more room, and I would have been all right. But definitely a bummer. Everyone on the Haas Factory team did a really good job bringing a fast Charbroil Chevy, but definitely a bummer we didn't get to finish anything out. The track's really fun right now. I'm bummed I can't get a backup car and go out there and run some more laps just because. But yeah, definitely wish we could run more laps here.
It's been a tough stage 2 for Haas Factory team. Sam Mayer chronicling what happened to him when it got away from him, and Sheldon Creed involved in the incident that brought out our 6th caution of the night. Back in a moment with Ross Chastain leading at Charlotte.
This is Arby's quarter-pound pulled pork and chopped brisket. Both are smoked slow for up to 13 hours. Tender, juicy barbecue like this isn't magic, although there is a lot of smoke involved. Poof!
Arby's, we have the meat.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And
The Knicks won.
Shades that get
They
lost or broken.
now have a
So
3-0
far, we've racked up
series
over
lead.
300,000 5-star reviews.
It's a
I founded Shady Rays so that we
121-108
can have
win by the
sunglasses
Knicks.
that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 20% off site-wide at shadyrays.com.
With SafeLight, you can get that fixed now and pay later.
Fix now, pay later? SafeLight offers flexible payment options and anywhere mobile service, so you can get it fixed here, or here, and pay later. Go to SafeLight.com today.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Tajin chamoy sauce, that tangy taste explosion with a fruity kick, is perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to Tajin it?
You know this grill, this Weber, the grill of get-togethers, Saturdays and Sundays.
If I die,
the smoke, the taste of that first bite.
If I die, I want somebody to take over my stream.
Now it's your turn to get out there.
At least just for one race.
Those ribs, those wings, charcoal, griddle, gas, or
That's
pellet.
what I wish.
However you
That's
fire
my
it,
wish.
we're with you
So
every
if
step
I
of
die, I
the
want
way.
somebody
Weber,
to take over my stream
Get Memorial
for one
Day
race.
savings now through May 27th
They
at Weber.com
just
or
do
wherever
the
Weber is
race.
sold.
I guess the race weekend.
This is a story about the one.
And then
The one who looks to Granger to make sparks fly.
you guys all
Getting it done
watch.
right is a craft. It
That's
takes
what I want if I ever
experience,
die.
The right material and the right partner, like Granger.
But you guys all
A
have to
wide range
watch.
of professional grade products. For the one, working hard means others can play even harder. Call, click Granger.com, or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This summer, let flavor ring with thick-cut pork chops seasoned with Hidden Valley Ranch. Zesty, unmistakable taste straight off the grill.
I mean, life is so fragile.
Flavor of America.
I just keep being reminded of that, you know?
Flex Seal brings solutions. Be prepared with the products that millions trust to keep them safe, dry, and secure. Use Flex Tape for
Can be
quick
edited so
emergency
easily.
repairs. Flex Seal Liquid to keep everything sealed and dry. And Flex Seal Spray to stop all types of leaks. This storm season,
Dom is the host,
defend
that'd be
against
fun.
Damage. Get the
Yeah, I'll make
original
Dom
Flex
do
Seal
it.
family of
And if he
products,
doesn't,
available at
he's a
retailers
fucking
everywhere
bitch.
because it works.
O'Reilly Auto Parts Series.
Like an actual fucking bitch. Not just like me being a drunk ass calling him a fucking bitch. He'd be an actual fucking
Brought
bitch.
to you by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. In all, 8 cars hit the
What's up,
wall.
Doris Connors? Smiley fucking crazy faces, and now you're waving flags at me.
Everybody that entered just that car length off the
Busch would want us to
wall,
continue to be
goes to
happy
the
watching
slides up.
NASCAR, looking forward to Brexton winning the championship in the 2030s or 40s.
He's been on pit
Yeah.
road multiple times trying to get that car tuned up. That's a great perspective of exactly where that oil was. We saw some of the cars enter, just above that, and it was fine. But if you entered anywhere near where that oil was, once you hit it, you lose the grip. Just like hitting ice.
Yeah, and that is the preferred groove right there. It's 5/8 of the way up the racetrack is kind of where you want to be.
It's pretty interesting. We got 29 cars showing on the lead lap here. And I thought maybe, someone would come down, risk it, get some tires, and see what they could make a play on here as we head toward the end of stage 2 and what could become an official race. But all those guys up front elected to stay out just because of, I'm assuming, just so many cars on the lead lap. You can't give up the track position here because you can't make enough of the tires, kind of something you talked about earlier.
You got to think
You
that
sound like a
mindset,
drunk person, Doris.
Once we get to the end of stage 2 and it restarts, that mindset shifts.
So you got the
to,
number
okay,
8?
It's probably the end of the race now.
Yeah, I do
But
miss
right
him a
now,
lot already.
everybody's
Kyle
mindset
Busch.
is, we think the end of the race could
Yeah,
be
he's
here.
my favorite
In
driver,
12
my
laps,
favorite
and then
driver.
How many are going to be green? Because it's going to take a little
I think
while
this
to
person's
clean up
drunk.
the mess of oil that we
You
see
shouldn't
now
drink
in the middle
alcohol.
of turns 1 and 2.
This season's
Alcohol is
flying by.
really
Tonight's
bad for
round
you.
15. Let's take a look at our chase standings as they run. And
Honestly, I would never do it.
significant just because we've had so many guys around that bubble that have experienced issues tonight. We talk about Mayer, we talk about Gray. Been an okay night for Peru. Brent Cruz, after Watkins Glen, he had jumped above that cut line, even though he had missed those 4 races with problems last week at Dover, the crash tonight. And now
My favorite
once
driver
again,
since
he's
before I
playing
could walk.
catch-up with the
I
rest
knew
of
he
the
would
field.
possibly go before me,
Up at night, had
but I
that,
never goes too
fast
soon
run
yet.
last week, got caught up in a wreck early at Dover. Talked about the
I
great
mean,
season
he has been
that
my favorite
he and
driver
that
since I was 7 years
organization,
old.
Viking Motorsports are having, and he's having another great run here.
7.
Start in the back. He's up to 12th place. Has kept the nose clean.
He's
Car's clean.
literally
Gonna
been,
have another great
because
run.
I watch NASCAR every fucking week. I haven't missed a NASCAR race
Anthony Alfredo, I see right
in
there, I didn't
11
realize,
years.
Right behind him in 13th. So
A cup race,
Viking
that is.
Motorsports again continuing.
I've
to
missed
have
O'Reilly and truck races,
another
but
great run with both of those cars.
Speaking of teammates, let's shift the focus to Richard Childress Racing. Love Hill running 2nd and 3rd in this race. And I referenced what a challenging few days it's been for this organization with the passing of Kyle Busch. And Jesse Love posting this earlier, talking about what Kyle meant to him, my first hero. The first
I never
driver
got
I
to
ever
officially
wanted to be
meet
like.
Kyle Busch.
and now to be in a position to go out.
I did
and
stand
win
like
ultimate
literally 2
tribute
feet away from him.
for Kyle.
Like I was literally
Austin
2
Hill,
feet away from
he
Kyle
will
one
drive the
time.
33 tomorrow night
But
in the Coke 600.
never got to meet him.
RCR is not going to run the 8 for the foreseeable future. They've switched it to the 33. Austin Hill drives tomorrow. And here is the statement he made. Quite simply, no one will ever replace KB. Both those drivers right where they need to be to go out and get a victory tonight.
Well, they're sitting in a great
2024
position
race?
right here. We saw
Well, no,
Chastain.
he didn't
I
flip
don't
in
know how much
2024 at
damage there is to the
Daytona.
9 car. I know he stayed out right here.
He
But
flipped in the 2023 summer
pretty
race
good contact with
and
the
then the
wall. It looked to me like
2025
those other
Daytona
guys were able to
500.
stay off. So when we go back to a restart here, we're going to see exactly what kind of speed he has. And you know, Adam, it's been 5 hours since we started this race, and I mentioned, you know, you try not to have favorites up here, but it's hard not to pull for Jesse Love or Austin Hill. You know, knowing.
Remember, I was at the New
fact that
Hampshire
Kyle
race in
Busch, you know, was a part of
2024.
that organization and what he meant to
I
those two guys.
that was the race that
Be a special win
they
for
like.
either
It was like
of
one of the
them. No doubt.
few times they've ever actually ran like a cup race on an oval
Go down to Dillon.
on the wet weather tires. There was a 2-hour rain delay. And like probably about 15 minutes before they were getting back in their cars, I saw Kyle across the track, and I just fucking started screaming, "Kyle! Kyle! I fucking love you! You are the fucking man!" Like,
have been working on, and that's restarts, and there's been a lot of it
and
tonight.
the fact that I won't get to be a drunk idiot yelling at my favorite driver anymore.
To overslow his entry into turn 1. It's almost like the slow pace of the restarts sort of gets his lift points
tragic.
messed up going into turn 1 on the first lap after a restart. So they worked really, really hard this week on that specific thing, trying to correct that, trying to get him to be more aggressive on his entries into turn 1 on the restarts. I think it's worked so far. He's made nice progress, and he's gotten a lot of.
Why have we been under caution for so long?
Several restarts here since we went back green.
Well, Dylan, let's get some damage update on a couple
The
of
first
JRN
flip.
cars. First, Justin Allgaier, we saw him down pit road multiple times. Justin radium to his crew chief Andrew Overstreet, just asking what the damage was like, and Andrew said, look, the right front fender still has all its shape, so get ready to rip it. Then Justin said, well, where was the damage kind of concentrated? And Andrew said, damage looks like typical damage you would get running against the wall, so they don't see.
Yeah, like literally, I don't think a day has. I don't think a day has gone by since the day I found out about Kyle Busch. Yeah, I started being a fan back in 2010, the beginning of 2010. I don't think a single day has gone by where I haven't thought about him.
Sees that in his rear view mirror. You know, usually you have your rear view mirror up there where you can kind of spot yourself on the right rear when you're up beside a car. And so he probably sees that little bit of wrinkle over there in that right rear quarter panel. And
You can hear it too.
Yeah.
When once the gravel and stuff starts flying inside the car. And I was
Been a
looking
fan
at
of him
like
since
Justin
2008,
Allgaier's
yeah.
car when he hit the wall. It was pretty
flush, right? And so these cars can, the right sides can take a beating, and actually sometimes they want to, the right sides want to be flatter more so than to have shape. So as long as it didn't hurt the wheels, he actually could be in a decent spot.
And Justin, you know, was asking
I was
about
a
what the
little
damage
kid
looks
then.
like. When you're sitting in his perspective, it all looks the same.
My mom
Once
was
the hood
still
is
with
wrinkled
us
and you can see it. You don't really know the
when I
damage.
started liking
But
Kyle
from a
Busch.
driver's perspective, that orange line on his steering wheel that you see, like
Now
in the
they're
12
both
o'clock
gone.
position, that's your sign. If that's where it's supposed to be, if that line is exact, and it could be offset a little bit based
No,
on
it's just
where
me.
he started the race, but if right now that line is where it was when he started the race, that makes you feel good. You know, the front tires are still in a similar position as to what they started, and that would make me feel the best of anything.
Here's what I also think he wants to do. He wants to know how hard to charge turn 1. And if they're saying, well, your right rear tail's knocked off, he's not going to go into turn 1 with the speed and commitment to pass what he's hoping probably going to be 8 cars in the first corner. So he's really just wanting to know, is this thing straight? If it is, I'm going for it.
And I like that.
You're on a mission to watch every race from 2000 now, but you're currently in 2004. Have you actually been able to watch every race, or like
And you got to go out.
Simon
go
Poe?
down
What's
the
up,
speedy
man?
drive,
I didn't even realize
and
that
then,
was.
blow it off and so on.
a new
And
person.
with
I'm
all
too
of
drunk,
that,
but
we're winding the laps down
I appreciate
here
you
in
joining.
stage 2. This is going to be a
Were you
short
actually able to watch
run
every
to the
race from
green and white
2000 to
checkered flag.
2004?
Listen, this is
'Cause
important they get this right, though. This is
Only
one of those
Cup, but,
moments
like,
that
still,
there's
like, were you
oil
able to
track,
watch
and Denny references multiple times. That is
literally
the
every
preferred
race,
route.
or was there
And I
some
can
that
tell
you missed?
190 miles an hour when you're
'Cause
driving off into turn 1. You want to be
I've been having a
confident
hard
that they
time trying
have
to find
cleaned
replays
that
for, like,
oil up.
everything.
So to take a little more time here is what they need to do, because the worst thing we can
I know
do is
the
go back
NASCAR
green and not
Classics
have this
website has a lot of
correctly
stuff.
and walk some more cars up.
And you know what this also could do is end up playing back into the advantage of the 7, because he's going to be able to.
Because, like, I would be
flip
very
this, 'cause
interested in doing that.
I was going to say, yeah, instead of charging, just ride in the back. You don't go a lap down, save those tires, and then boom, gain the track position when everybody else comes down pit road. I like it. Crew chief, right? Denny
You missed
Denny
none.
and
Some were laggy, but I stayed anyway.
Let's go back down to the pit lane, Carla.
Yeah.
Sheldon Creed just exited the medical center. Obviously, we've talked about the oil spill. First of all, did you see it? And second of all,
Well, I didn't know you just looked on Google, but you should go to the NASCAR Classics website. They have a lot of races on there.
And I don't know if whoever blew up made smoke or anything. So I don't
They
know if
have
anyone
more
knew
races
who
on there
was
than
down
they
there,
do
but
on YouTube.
I seen the 54 take off in front of
They
me.
don't have every
at the
race on there,
bottom, and,
you know, but
yeah, I kind of got there and thought my right front went down first, and then yeah, I want to apologize. The 20, the 19, and the 24 I think was involved in that. I was kind of there, and the hole closed quickly, and yeah, not my intention to wreck anyone, but unfortunate for our Road Ranger Chevrolet team. And that our car was pretty decent. Obviously, everyone was really fast on the short run on new tires. And,
when are we going to go back green? We've been under fucking yellow forever.
Going, but I feel like we're going to turn it into a good night, and yeah, we're going to do some oil.
Thank you, Carla. I said we're going back down to Carla on pit road. She's obviously at the care center. She's been making a living down there here in stage 2. Other thing to point out, Brandon
Getting the
Jones
one to
involved
go.
in that crash.
Got
He
to choose.
is back on track now, many laps down. NASCAR changed the rule this week in O'Reilly and the Truck Series, just like Cup. You can go to the garage, make repairs, come back out, meet minimum speed, stay in the game, which is significant when you think about our new point structure.
Especially tonight.
Yeah,
With
absolutely.
second cars, it's huge tonight to get back out there.
Let's go 21 radio, Austin Hill and his group.
All right, listen, I don't think they're going to go past 90 here, so I would choose whatever you got to choose to win the race.
See, our leader for the first time has taken the outside here.
There we go.
Going to be 5 laps to go in the stage. And keep this in mind, with everything we're facing in regard to the elements, this restart could be for the race win.
This is
go
gonna be-
get all you
I don't
can,
think so. I think we're going to go all the way.
there's a lot going on, and some big decisions could have to be made once we get to the end of stage 2 here.
I'm gonna tell you, these spotters are really gonna have a challenge.
Been live for 6 hours and
We just got
34
one
minutes,
lap
and
to lap,
only
so we're not gonna go green.
only been
Well,
racing for 18
Sitting
minutes.
here, being able to watch the track, it's like every
Missed.
Look at that.
Great.
Miss now.
It's like every 3 minutes the weather is kind of coming and going. Like the visibility, I don't know if it's necessarily raining right now. It's just like this heavy fog.
Well, it's kind of coming
You
down.
can see it in the lights up here. It's just damp. It's damp air.
Let's hear from William Sawalich and his team. The 18 scored 4th right now.
Stop the car through the stage ends. I agree.
I would think so. We've had a pretty heavy mist come in, and it's actually made it even more difficult to see here. Like way more difficult. Yeah, that's bad.
I said he was 4th. He was 4th prior to the choose, setting up on that inside lane when we think about the restart.
Let's go on board with a car and get the perspective that driver sees out their windshield, because ultimately, I mean, as I look at that right now, I don't see drops on the windshield, and that makes me feel good. The mist is one thing. Ooh,
Yeah,
take
do
that
it to the
back.
right. Yeah, if you look to the right
Take that
side
back.
there.
Yeah, you see there's so much moisture. It's not necessarily drops on the windshield, but when we saw the top right out of Justin Allgaier's windshield, you could see there was enough mist building up that the speed of the car was actually moving. That, yeah, if you look at that top right, when the lights hit it just right, quite a bit of moisture. Obviously, nothing.
Yeah,
That radar's
it's
been used
so
today.
small.
The radar
Just
shows
that way.
nothing.
Even their radar isn't going to show it.
Yes.
just been such a bizarre day. I wouldn't have thought there was any chance we would get Cup cars on track, but you guys got a good chunk of practice. But even when you guys were out there, we had moisture, in the air, and we could see it.
It's pretty foggy now, too.
Time to time.
And usually the track can stay pretty dry as long as there's heat in it.
I'm not going to end you.
It can sustain a certain amount of moisture, but I don't know. If it's looking at the right side of the 7's windshield, it's like, as a driver, I would not feel that comfortable going into turn 1.
And I can tell you, Ross Chastain thinks it's pouring rain right now, leading this race on the outside. He's like, it's terrible. No chance we're going back.
Think about Junior Motorsports. 8 wins this year in 14 races.
They still have the end stage, too.
Drivers. 4 of their 5 different card numbers have been to victory lane. 9 team got it done with Shane Van Gisbergen at Circuit of the Americas earlier this year. Chastain's had a lot of success in this series with a lot of different teams, but in the last couple of years running for that 9 bunch at Junior Motorsports has been unable to join the list of drivers that have pulled it into victory lane. Back down to the medical center in Carlo.
Yeah, and Taylor Gray also involved in that oil spill. How disappointing is it that your night ended this way?
Yeah, I mean, super disappointing, right? It's not good for us points-wise, and I felt like we were one adjustment away from being pretty solid. So, yeah, really disappointing for my guys. We're going Jacobs Racing, the 54 group, right? They worked so hard throughout the week, and for it to end this way is disappointing. But move on to Nashville, have a good Nashville. And
it's the worst weekend ever, yeah.
Tell you what, Carlos worked harder than anybody on TV today. She's done more interviews than all of us.
Yeah, Carl, you just hang out there. We'll
Ready to go.
To you here shortly.
Won't be long before I need to go down there.
You can see the track actually starting to get kind of shiny as the lights hit it. You get just the right angle. It's nice that the cars are still out there running, but they're almost going to have to bring the jet dryers back out just to knock that little bit of moisture off the track. You can see it in the headlights of that pace car.
They might honestly just be drivers at the end of the stage.
The drivers will look for out there, and they'll also notice as they
just so they're able to call it.
Back and forth. You can
this
feel
might
the
be
grip
it.
or the lack of grip.
We're going to have 2 to go on the stage next time around.
Yeah, if we can get this going green, the position of those guys that pitted and have put tires on gold, the leaders are going to have to pit.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to stay out here if we go back, and the 7 car is going to be in a great position again. See Cole Custer moving up all the way to the top of the track.
I think they're literally just going to run this.
Trying to run as wide as you can, just to keep the track
to the end of the stage.
Dry as they can.
Carson Popple with that 91. 3rd start he's had for Mario Goslin this year. He's up there in 10th. The team car, Leland Honeyman, making his first start of the year back there in 16th. So a real good night for DGM.
Last week's winner, Corey Day, we got some words from him.
I know once the car looks like it's fast enough to go win. I know I want the whole race too, but it's kind of dangerous a little bit also. Just really frustrating.
Well, yeah, we've been here all day.
Everybody's frustrated. All these guys want to do is be able to go back in racing, but
we're under caution for 25 minutes now.
Right now, with the moisture you see on the racetracks, the fact that the spotters can't see, and this has been a wild race. I mean, it's been intense because no one knows how long the race is going to be.
Yeah, we're not going to be going back green. We should just stop it right now.
Car blowing up and oiling down turn 1, and all the cars that got into the fence right there.
And not only that, I mean, if you have any chance of going back, you got to keep the cars out there to keep the heat in the racetrack. Now,
I guess the vortex theory isn't true.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're hoping it is. We want it to be true.
In the vortex's theories,
and they're not stopping there, so
these guys slate.
It literally looks like they're just going to the end of the stage, and this might be it.
When we're debating the vortex, you know something's gone bad. It's gone bad. We've now hit the final lap of the stage.
Yeah.
And we're still side by side because we did the choose, and then we never got to return to the green flag. just a very bizarre,
very strange race, yeah.
And you put the teams in a very difficult situation. NASCAR, I mean, what do you do on their side of it as you try to manage the track and the race and the conditions?
Well, you got to think they're not going to open pit road.
But yeah, I mean,
it's we know we're going to go back to
yeah.
green. You're not going to put all these, guys, Chastain, Love, Swallow, all these guys up front in a terrible position. Because you're not going to pit right now because the race, there's a possibility it could be over.
And they changed that just a few years ago. I think it might have been Texas or something.
What if they pull down pit road this lap and start before the start-finish line?
Delay
that way it's not officially the end.
The weather shouldn't be a factor in the outcome. The outcome in case you don't go back. So.
Well, this is weird. Side by side to end the stage. Under caution. I'm not sure I've ever.
My money's on Chastain.
That way. Yeah,
yep, no, this will end the stage.
It's
so this race will end up being official. It's not over yet.
He also won stage 2 last week at Dover, so he's been making the most of his time in that 9 car the last couple of weeks.
Ross Chastain wins stage 2.
So the results populate. That was a little bit askew there because Jesse Love actually...
We literally ran the last 17 laps of the stage under caution.
Chastain is the guy that gets the stage victory. Love was second.
I love the effort from Jesse Love. Right?
That's like some IMSA shit.
Yeah, just right at the last second. Maybe.
Well, he came in second in points, and all guys not going to get any stage points here, which is incredibly rare when you think about the 7 and how consistent they've been in the stages.
I think the most frustrating part, for us and the teams as you watch this, is if you look at a radar and you can see the green and okay, in 5 minutes it's going to be
This is
out
actually
here,
likely it.
There's nothing on the radar. You can't see it. It's kind of set in right now. I would say the visibility looks a little better now to me as I look out the window than it did a few minutes ago, but the moisture in the air that you see on the windshields of these cars is just not getting any better.
Going to bring him down pit road this time.
Yep. So they're going to stop the cars, and this actually might be it. Didn't even actually get to halfway.
And there's a lot of race fans. I mean, it's not like some huge crowd, right? But there's a lot of
It's
people
not over
that
yet.
are still here. I just salute them for coming out as early as they did today, hoping the trucks would get their race that was rained out last night.
We've been live for 6 hours and 43 minutes and have been racing for 18 minutes and 18 seconds.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Other than
18-18. Can you believe that?
Oh, yeah. To be out tonight. It's
18-18.
Time to come and we thought we were going to see the truck race as well as the O'Reilly race today.
The week that,
Unfortunately,
man,
the weather
that's crazy.
it has not played in our favor.
Everybody comes down the pit lane behind the pace car. Second time tonight we've done this.
No, the race has to be over tonight
He got into the wall. The Goodyear's all gone off the tires.
It is an official race
There's
now.
gotta be a lot of unknowns inside of that car. How much damage does he have if we go back green?
He's got concrete in the wheel. That usually
look at
is
right front, guys.
Yeah, that usually means it's a significant.
Red flag is out here at 11:17 p.m.
2 stages down in this scheduled 300-miler for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series in Charlotte. It's the number 9 of Ross Chastain who leads live.
Second red flag of the night. Race is not over yet. This could be the end of the night, though.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts is fast. Need them now? We've got now. No matter what you need.
I just think we should try. I think we should still try to go.
Doing their part to make sure you have it. We're O'Reilly Fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. When choosing the right gear to cut, trim, or mow your yard,
Maybe it
Ace
is.
has all the power you need to get the job done right. Because gas or battery, your local Ace is the destination with the best power brands all under one roof, like Steel, Ega, Milwaukee, Craftsman, and Toro. And with free assembly and delivery, or ready for pickup in just 15 minutes, conquering your outdoor projects has never been easier. Around the block, what you need in stock, with service so good.
Bob says that he doesn't see them drying the track, especially. Wait, no, that's Chris Knight said. I don't see them drying the track, especially when they don't know if the mist will stop and what if it comes back.
good friend. It's all your friends.
It's your inner child. And it's all the stars in the sky.
It's a highway to your final form.
And as America's #1 motorcycle insurer, Progressive protects whatever it means to you.
Wait, are you talking to me? Sorry, I can't hear anything with this thing on. This isn't just... No. Oh, that's you, sorry.
Tahini, the irresistible blend of mild chilies, lime, and sea salt, is perfect for adding flavor your way. What's your way to tahini?
They want to cast me as the lead in the school play.
No, we should keep going in this race. The fans waited 4 hours. Just let them... Especially for the fans of the track that waited 4 hours and 22 minutes under that red flag. They should get more than this.
At least Safe Light could come to you for free.
They can come to me for free?
That's right. SafeLight can come to you for free, so you can get your windshield fixed anywhere you want at no additional cost. For free mobile service, go to SafeLight.com.
SafeLight Repair, SafeLight Replace.
Everyone's trying to find their inner peace these days.
NASCAR says drivers can get out of their cars.
She's just like chicken done right. Kingsford, savor it.
NASCAR on the CW is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, your professional parts people. Progressive, save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance.
I just hope
Progressive.com.
that
And by
they try.
Get more.
I really do hope that they try. And then them running to the end of the stage was just a crutch. Like, if they can. If they truly can.
Motor Speedway for the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series. And this
But I hope they
time
try.
we get it as we wrap up our second stage. We thought we were going to get a short little run to end the stage. And then there was just enough moisture in the air. The track got damp. NASCAR didn't feel comfortable turning them loose. So we rode around side by side after the choose. And eventually the stage comes to an end. We pulled all the cars down, and now we sit and wait to see how NASCAR handles this. And the race leader is Ross Chastain. And think about Junior Motorsports, man, and what a year they've had, winning 8 of the first 14 with 4 different
Ross
drivers.
Chastain
We
might
talked
be the
about
winner.
Chastain and how hungry
Might.
he is to get it done. And trying to win a race at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the second straight year in the month of May.
NASCAR says they have lost the track.
On last year in the Coke 600.
It's a great track for Ross. Always runs well here.
I'm hearing race over. The race is official.
Say he's...
And the race is official.
Yep.
We just received word from NASCAR. The race is over. 2 stages are complete. Ross Chastain leading.
Ross Chastain is the winner.
Victorious. 3rd career victory. And win number 9 in 2026 for Junior Motorsports. Congratulations, Ross Chastain, taking the checkers in the Charles Royal 300.
I think Ross knows yet.
Here's Dylan Welch.
Well, and we broke the news.
So we're gonna go
to
truck
Ian
racing
Prusi,
tonight?
Philip Bell down here. Hey, Ross, you have been trying for a long time to win a race for Junior Motorsports. What's the significance of doing it on this weekend?
I mean, yeah, I mean, just...
So it was not a 2-day race.
Us and this team and Carolina Carports, you know, I first watched a JRM car drive by me here at Charlotte in 2014. I was on the apron in practice and one drove by, and I decided right then that I wanted to be in one. It took me until 2025 to get in one. So that's a testament to just continuing to work. And I've asked and couldn't raise the funds. I've asked, they were full. I had funds, like there wasn't room at the end. So for David Erickson to go to work and get me in this car through all of the relationships at JRM and through Chevrolet, you know, I did not think we would win one like this, driving into the fence in liquid. I have no idea what it was, but I drove off into one like normal, and there was something on the track. And my Meemaw's in town, and she'd be really upset with me if I said anything else bad. But I don't think that's acceptable at all. But you know, no matter how we win, Feel like we could have went and raced with them again at the end. And obviously, like you said, this weekend, just incredible to try to grasp losing Kyle. I just don't understand how he's not here racing. I don't grasp it mentally or spiritually. So obviously, racing is the best thing we can do to celebrate him and what he did in the sport and in his life. And man, that feels good to win because it was a long time coming.
Well done and well said. Congratulations. Ross Chastain, the winner at Charlotte, Kim.
And the 2-car of Jesse Love comes home in the second position after starting 17th. What do you make of this race and how it was finished?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's I'm mad, right? So I think it's a complete joke, right? Handling it how they handled it. I was really mad when I got out of the car for obvious reasons. Get on top of the pit box and realized I got to do an interview, and then I kind of realized if this week's taught us anything, it's that this all doesn't matter as much as we think it does, right? There's things way more important than a trophy. So as much as I'm angry and confused and upset, I also, again, realize there's a lot of hurt people right now, and this week's, again, I guess it's just taught us that there's things so much bigger than racing, and I think it's as much as it hurts, I think we can find some okayness in knowing that, right? Again, I'm feeling so hard for Brexton and Lennox and Samantha and the parents and everybody at RCR, and that's where the hurt and the anger comes from, right? Wanting to win for those people. Having said all of that, man, it just doesn't really matter, does it?
That's Jesse Love.
And when he won the championship last year, and I think about the way he handled all of that, and to think about now the way this year he's handled some challenging times with such a mature demeanor and often offering work.
Yeah, no, dude, I really do like Jesse Love. He is, like I said, I want him to take over now the 33 car. I want it to be him long term. I don't think I'm going to get that, but for me, that would be comforting. Yeah. The truck race will be at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So I'll be live at 9:40 for the truck race. My priority will be the Indy 500. I don't know if it'll get rain delayed or not, but my priority is the Indy 500. So, honestly, if the truck race isn't over by... I mean, there's honestly a good chance that I cut the truck race stream short and then just end up deleting it. Because the Indy 500 is my priority. But there's also a chance it could rain tomorrow. Alright. Well, thank you guys for watching, and peace out.